In the small shopping area, there's a restaurant run by the Soma family, and today, father and son showcase their cooking skills by competing against each other, then serving a girl to taste their signature fried rice dish. After the girl tasted a piece from each side, once again, the father emerged victorious. The son is Yukihira Soma, and the father is the owner of the restaurant named Yukihira Joichiro. And this marks Soma's 489th defeat against his father. Anyone who tried a bite of his father's fried rice found it incredibly delicious, making their bodies elated. But at this point, Soma crafted a new dish, grilled squid with butter. It's another terrifying dish he created, and when he had the girl try it, its taste was dreadful, as if an octopus were crawling on her body. Yet, Soma proudly declared that his dish was more terrifying than his father's in terms of the worst taste, and the restaurant continued to operate as usual. In the evening, when the Yukihira restaurant closed, Yako Minagasaki, someone from a newly established upscale restaurant chain, arrived and demanded that the father and son sell the Yukihira restaurant. Of course, Soma wouldn't agree. He said that no matter what, they would serve the dish that the customers requested. Upon hearing this, she proposed a bet: if Soma satisfied her with the food, she wouldn't bother their shop anymore. But if not, Soma would have to hand over the restaurant and quit cooking. Okay, deal. Soma, afraid of who? He arranged to meet her again the next evening. But the next evening, when he returned from school, he found his shop vandalized, with the signboard also painted over. He also didn't see his father. At this moment, the girl appeared and mocked him, saying the shop today was decorated much more beautifully than yesterday. Inside, Yako and her entourage were sitting there. She challenged Soma to make a meat dish that would satisfy her, or else hand over the restaurant to her. Soma was truly enraged, and he accepted the challenge. Soma took off the towel on his hand and wrapped it around his forehead to show his determination. Although he didn't have enough ingredients in stock. With a few pieces of smoked meat left for breakfast along with potatoes, mushrooms, and some herbs, he made a roasted meat dish by wrapping smoked meat around mashed potatoes and baking them. He called it mischievous roasted meat. Yako was not satisfied and angrily demanded him to hand over the restaurant. However, he challenged Yako again, forcing her to eat them. Soma's dish was truly delicious and it caused a reaction in Yako's body. At this point, Soma explained that he had finely chopped onions and mushrooms mixed with boiled potatoes, then wrapped around the meat and slowly baked in the microwave, making the outside crispy and the inside soft and warm, creating the flavor of the dish. Yako intended to take another bite, but Soma took it away and said that if she promised not to bother the shop anymore, he would let her continue eating, otherwise, he would leave. Seeing her favorite food about to be taken away, Yako reluctantly agreed to Soma's condition. She and her bodyguards continued to enjoy the food. Eating it made her and her bodyguards feel like they were immersed in the dish. Let's all enjoy the food. I'll go find something to eat too. With the task accomplished, the next day Soma began to tidy up his restaurant. At this time, his father had returned home. He told Soma that he would close the shop for 2 to 3 years, which surprised Soma because he had tried to protect the restaurant that his father intended to close. His father said it was time for him to soar higher. He told Soma to go to culinary school to learn cooking, and if he graduated in 3 years, the restaurant would be his. Soma felt absurd to spend money on culinary school, but when he arrived, he saw many people begging for their children to attend this school, and it was Tutsuki Academy, the foremost culinary and tea school in Japan. The pass rate at the school was below 10%. Here, Nikiri Arena, the 10th seat of the Elite 10, was tasting and criticizing the dishes of the school's students as if she were bathing with monkey. With her stern face and powerful voice, she made those people kneel down to apologize. Meanwhile, Soma was still stunned by what he saw, and his father told him that the school was Japan's #1 culinary school. At this point, Soma asked where his father was going while he was going to school, and his father said he was serving at a 5-star restaurant in New York. All the customers there loved the dishes Joichiro made. Even the monks stripped off their clothes to break the boundaries just to eat his dishes. At this moment, Joichiro went out to the balcony and told Soma that if he didn't stay at the school until graduation, he shouldn't hope to surpass him. Hearing this, Soma was even more determined to graduate from this school. He walked inside and accidentally kicked a chair where a young aristocrat was sitting enjoying tea. But he didn't get angry and invited Soma to sit down. He introduced himself and said he owned a French-style restaurant. Hearing this, Soma also mentioned that his family also had a restaurant. Then Nikaido said that the contestants here all had their own restaurants. But when Soma said that his restaurant served ordinary food, the boy kicked him out of the chair, saying it was low-class common food. This academy was a sacred place where only sophisticated people were allowed. Hearing this, Soma angrily grabbed the boy by the collar, making him foam at the mouth, looking terrified. So, everyone passing by looked at him with disdain as he entered the preliminary round. The examiner this time was Irina, who ordered the staff to bring out the ingredient, which was eggs today. Make a dish that pleases my palate, and if anyone is scared, leave quickly. So the crowd started running like bees leaving a broken hive, and Nikaido told Soma that she had the best human palate ever. Since she was 3 months old, she could speak and criticize her mother's milk. The older she got, the more excellent her tongue's discernment became, making many people want her to judge their food, and if she rejected anyone, they would never rise in the culinary career. Then Nikaido ran off, leaving only Irina and Hisako there. Irina said she would go back to her room to try a new dish she had created and asked Hisako if she wanted to try it. In the romantic atmosphere, Soma gently interrupted and asked if he could participate, surprising Irina because who would dare to compete? He asked if he could make anything, right? Then went to pat Irina on the shoulder. Then he ignored what they said and started choosing utensils and ingredients. Then he began rolling up his sleeves and immediately started cooking. While he was busy cooking, Irina came over and asked what he was making. Soma said he was making a dish from the restaurant's special menu, a type of dish mixed with hot rice. Hearing this, Irina said she was too busy to eat such ordinary dishes. Soma said of course this dish would be special, and in the end, he completed the dish, which was a bowl of egg mixed with rice. This made Irina disappointed, complaining that his tongue was only used to eating fancy dishes, not whatever that dish was. But Soma lifted the bowl and said there was a secret inside the dish. Irina was curious in return, pouring the egg into the hot rice, and the other ingredients started to melt into the rice, creating a very fragrant bowl of rice. Well, Irina also wanted to taste that dish. When she took a bite, the food was so delicious that she forgot she had to judge it, but when she tried to take a second bite, Soma teased her, saying, "Hey, give some feedback, why eat so much? I eat a lot, so what? You can't stop me from enjoying it now." She ate the second bite and realized that those ingredients were frozen soup, and Soma confirmed that it was frozen chicken wing soup. He blanched the chicken wings, salmon, sake, and soy sauce, then cooled them and cut them into pieces. Irina felt that the frozen soup was really great, but she didn't want to admit that such a delicious dish was made by a low-class commoner. But really, the food was so delicious that Irina couldn't stand still. Soma, seeing this, jumped up and asked if the food was good. But Irina, with her pride, said it was terrible and then angrily punched the wall and walked out. So Soma failed in a completely absurd way. Just look at the kid's face, and you'll understand. Megumi is a girl from the snowstorm region, and people in the village are really looking forward to her going to the city to learn cooking to come back and serve her homeland. They thought she would try to learn how, but she always got E grades and was notified that if she got another E, she would be expelled. On the day of the opening ceremony, she felt like she was standing on the brink. Today is the opening ceremony. At this time the principal of Tatsuki Academy, the head of the culinary industry of that school is Mr. Senzaman, stood up to speak about the rigorous training process at this school. He said that last year there were over 1,000 first-year high school students, but only 100 people moved on to the second year, with a ratio of less than 10%, so when they graduated, only a few could count on their fingers. Then he declared that they should sharpen themselves and stay at this school. At this time, Irina was sitting on the backrest and arrogantly confident because she was the essence of culinary art. At this time, the host stood up and invited transfer students, which made her think of Soma right away, and it was him indeed. She never thought she would see him again, but when she looked over, there was no one but Soma. Meanwhile, Soma was standing up to speak. After introducing his name, he succinctly said that he would take the first place, making all the students below hate him bitterly. "If you're good, you can fight." When they entered the waiting area, Irina was also sitting there. She went over to ask why he was here, then Soma said, "I got the acceptance letter, so I came in, what's the matter?" Soma also knew that Irina's criticism of his terrible food that day was all lies. And he said that he had been in the kitchen since he was 5-year-old and for 12 years only ate and slept in the kitchen. He would not let anyone criticize the food from his restaurant. In the first class, they were paired up, and it seemed like no one wanted to be paired with the loudmouth. But the one who dared to take risks was the one who dared, and he was paired with Megumi, making her cry because she had to be paired with the loudmouth from earlier. Megumi was not afraid of Soma but was afraid of the disdainful looks of the people around her. Today they were taught by the French teacher, Laurent Chapelle, who was known as the teacher who never smiled and could give an entire class of 50 students E grades. Today's menu was braised beef with a cooking time of 2 hours. Everyone started busily preparing the food, but Megumi looked at Soma calmly, making her tremble because she only needed one more E to be expelled. It's best to do it diligently on your own, and after the preliminary steps, it was time for the meat preparation. But at this point, Soma saw that the lid was not tight, and seeing the group next to them laughing, he opened the lid to reveal a pile of white powder on the piece of beef, which was salt. So the dish was ruined, and there were only 30 minutes left, and they might have to receive an E grade. But at this point, Soma calmly took out the spare ingredients and started cooking. When the time was up, the others were sure that Soma's dish wouldn't be ready. But Soma and Megumi confidently brought the beef dish to be scored by the teacher, making them feel like they were dreaming. The teacher tried to press with a fork. The moist and juicy piece of beef made him also amazed because he knew that Soma had been fooled, and he thought that he didn't bring the food on time. Soma explained that he had used honey to marinate the meat, and honey contained protein-digesting enzymes that made the meat tender faster. At this point, the teacher and Megumi tasted it, and surprisingly the food felt like it was blending with honey. And at this point, a smile appeared on the teacher's face. He gave Soma's group an A grade, and he felt annoyed because he didn't have the authority to give a higher grade. The cheating duo was completely surprised by Soma's dish, which caused their pot of meat to burn, and pouring the salt shaker into it resulted in both of them receiving an easy E grade. After the class, Megumi came to thank Soma. So Soma invited her to try his new dish, which was grilled squid with honey, leaving her in awe. That evening, Soma had to trek to find his dorm, and when he arrived, he was stunned because the dormitory seemed a bit scary. It looked like a haunted house. As soon as he entered, the bookshelf fell over, and wild animals ran around the house. Is this supposed to be a dormitory for students? Fumio, the dormitory caretaker, appeared. She told Soma to cook, but the kid replied that if she wanted to cook, he had already eaten. Then Fumio said, the rule of the dormitory is that if you want to stay here, you need to cook a dish, and the judge is the dormitory manager. If the dish is enough to satisfy the judge, then you can stay in the dormitory, otherwise, you sleep outside. When he entered the kitchen, he saw that this area of the dormitory was the best, clean and bright, with fresh vegetables, onions, eggs, rice, breadcrumbs, and a variety of ingredients. So Soma confidently began to cook, and after a series of steps, he made an extremely delicious hamburger. The main ingredient of this hamburger was canned tuna mashed together with eggs, onions, and breadcrumbs. Then squeeze out the water and fry in oil to create a hamburger that was flexible and adapted to the Soma brand. The dish was served, and Fumio tasted a piece. It was really delicious, like a hamburger made from beef, alongside a bowl of egg soup, a truly delicious flavor. Soma used squid ink to cook and added a bit of salt with eggs. That taste made Fumio remember her youth with her boyfriend in the countryside and think about kissing. Stay away from me, old lady. In the bathroom, Megumi was bathing and complaining about having to experiment with Soma's terrible food today. Then Soma came in naked and awkwardly, and the two had a somewhat awkward situation. After bathing, he returned to his room, and at this point, someone on the ceiling opened a tile to talk to Soma, surprising him and inviting him to the next room to chat and get acquainted. Everyone chatted happily. Soma learned about a new force at his school, the Elite 10, the Top 10. In the school, these students largely decide matters related to academics. And in this dormitory, it's where many Elite 10 members were born. At this moment, Ishiki stood up as the senior of this dormitory area and warmly welcomed Soma to this sophisticated dormitory area. They began to chat, eat, and cook together. When the two guys were about to confront each other, a girl intervened, but they dismissed her, insulting her for keeping wild animals indoors and mocking her for smelling bad. Well, that's the end for those two. Soma also presented his most dreadful dish for everyone to try, while Ishiki started a hip-swiveling dance in his small apron. Everyone laughed and enjoyed themselves, including Fumio, who was in her room, relishing the tranquility and the sounds of laughter from the students. Soma tasted Ishiki's fish dish, and it was truly delicious. It was then that he learned that Ishiki was a member of the Elite 10, ranked 7th. Ishiki also wanted to taste the dish Soma cooked, so he told him to get on with it. After carefully analyzing Ishiki's dish, which was a Spanish mackerel dish, Soma decided to use the same main ingredient, mackerel, for his dish. In the kitchen, Ishiki sat beside Soma, watching him cook over the blazing flames. After a while, Soma finished cooking and invited everyone who had just woken up to join him for a meal. It was rice ball with mackerel, drizzled with seaweed-infused salted tea. Because of its delicate salty flavor, which complemented the dish perfectly. Soma poured it inside. Ishiki thought it was just a very ordinary dish, but after tasting it, he was surprised. And then everyone began to analyze Soma's dish, while he revealed the process of making it. The more they ate, the more passionate they became, feeling as if this dish was melting away the winter cold, and the trees started budding. Ishiki shook hands with Soma and praised his delicious dish. When Megumi woke up to the scene of a boy shaking hands with a naked chef, she found it quite unusual. After everyone returned to their rooms, Ishiki said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Soma then earnestly asked how to enter the Elite 10, and if he defeated him, would he be ranked in the top 7? Seeing this, one might think that Ishiki would take it seriously, but suddenly he played dumb and praised Soma for his determination, saying that the students at Polar Star Dormitory should be like him. But deep down, Ishiki had already silently acknowledged Soma. Well, it's getting late, everyone. Let's head back to our rooms and get some rest. The next morning, when everyone woke up and headed to the kitchen, Soma was already sitting in the dining room, expressing his desire to challenge Ishiki for the title of Elite 10, but no one seemed interested. Instead, they began sitting at the table, waiting for Fumio to bring out the food. Ishiki, however, looked at Soma and explained more about the rules of engagement at the academy. Meanwhile, at a luxurious arena, Irina and a sumo wrestler were engaged in a verbal battle. The sumo wrestler refused to tolerate Irina's plan to demolish the Hot Pot Club to build a sixth kitchen. He challenged Irina to a cooking duel, where the stakes were high. If he won, Irina would have to relinquish her Elite 10 seat. But if she won, she could take over his club. Back in the kitchen, Ishiki explained to Soma that if he wanted to challenge the Elite 10, he needed to wager something of equal value. Simply being expelled from school wasn't enough. There were 3 conditions for such a challenge. The first condition is that the match must be proven to be valid, the second is that there must be judges, and the third is that both parties must agree to the conditions for the match to be considered a Shokugeki. In the ongoing Shokugeki, Irina emerged victorious against the sumo wrestler. He questioned the audience why his dish didn't win. Irina tasted the sumo wrestler's lobster hot pot, which was delicious as if swimming in the sea. However, its aftertaste was like a herd of hippopotamuses running by. She pointed out numerous shortcomings of his dish. He disagreed, but when he tasted Irina's dish, it hit him like another sumo wrestler punching him straight in the face, leaving him impressed and convinced. Irina also showed footage of the club being demolished by a bulldozer. On the other side, Ishiki watched Soma's departure and hoped that he would become a star in the academy, eagerly anticipating it. The next morning, while Soma was still asleep, Ishiki called him to wake up and asked him to come down to the garden to help him out a bit. Yoshiko was also woken up, and both of them went to the garden at the back. At that moment, Ippu was busy making sawdust for smoking dishes. Reko, who specialized in dishes made from wheat germ. Yoshiko was skilled in handling chicken and had her own chicken coop, while Ishiki owned a small vegetable garden with various types of vegetables. In the distance, Ishiki was diligently working in the garden with his white loincloth, looking quite sturdy, but it must be admitted that the vegetables he grew looked very good. He offered Soma a tomato to try, and its flesh was firm and juicy. Everyone began gardening together, laughing and chatting happily. Then Megumi prepared breakfast for everyone, which was rice balls. They all enjoyed the meal, and Megumi enthusiastically introduced her dishes to everyone. Finally, they shared a warm cup of tea for dessert. At this point, Soma asked why Megumi couldn't perform like this in class, which hit her quite hard. She explained that it was due to her weakened state of mind. After the morning, they headed to school. As for Soma, he invited Megumi to join a cooking club with him, and they chose the Dawn Research Society, which is a dish served over rice. In the clubroom, they saw the club president who looked like a genuine gangster with his slicked back hair. He introduced himself as Kenichi, the leader of the club. He mentioned that the club was about to disband. Soma looked at his recipe book and praised every recipe, making him feel recognized and excited. However, he mentioned that regardless, the club was about to be disbanded because Irina wanted to renovate and rejuvenate such clubs, so they had been planned to be phased out. When pushed to the brink, there would be a Shokugeki, and it was all part of her plan. Surely, she would win and take over the club. Upon hearing this, the club members decided to leave. As soon as they finished speaking, a group of people came in and said to tear down the clubhouse and rebuild it. Among them was one of Irina's henchmen, Ikomi Mito, a dark-skinned girl who looked quite attractive. She even threatened Konishi, saying he didn't stand a chance, and he left. When she found him making fun of her, she used a knife to cut off part of his hair directly, which surprisingly made him look handsome. Her nickname is Meat Queen because all her dishes are related to meat and have never scored below an A. Her profound understanding of meat ranks her at the top of the academy. She also threatened, saying that no matter what he did, he wouldn't win against my top-grade meat. Soma said if it's only about the quality of the ingredients, then just wait, senpai, the Shokugeki is on me. This shows how confident Soma is. Seeing him like this, Mito said that if I win this match, you have to pack your bags and leave this school. One would think Soma would be scared, but he's never known fear since he was a child. He immediately accepted the challenge, and if you lose, you'll join this Dawn Club. Okay, agreed. 2 days before the match, Konishi, with his head bandaged, planned and discussed with Soma and Megumi. He talked about Mito's meat, which is truly outstanding. Taking just one bite, it was so juicy and succulent, it slipped straight down the throat. In general, he was both excited and depressed at the thought that his side might not have a chance to win. But Soma said, our Dawn is delicious, nutritious, and affordable. We'll regain the advantage for Dawn and we'll win. Let's start practicing then. Soma asked Konishi about the club's budget, and at that moment, Konishi's face turned sour as he pulled out an empty wallet. So Soma had to rush to withdraw his living expenses. But the money his dad sent him was just barely enough to get by. This is really tight. Well, let's use it for now. As soon as he returned to the club, Konishi pulled out a manual on Don dishes and started practicing. The first dish was fried beef, and when he tried it, it was actually not bad but still not enough to hit the taste buds directly. Next up was a dish combining beef with ingredients like sugar, beef fat, and raw eggs, but it was still no match. Throughout the day, despite Soma constantly making dishes for Konishi to try, it still wasn't enough to beat Mito, causing Kenichi's body to turn white. Even Megumi's encouragement didn't help. But then Megumi reminded Soma of something that sparked an idea in Soma's mind. That maybe they could defeat Mito's dish with affordable meat, so they immediately began experimenting. The beef was tenderized and marinated in finely chopped onions on both sides, then fried in oil. The onions were also added to cook with the beef broth, and finally poured over a bowl of rice. That's the chapilan steak. When the two tried it, the beef could be easily cut with wooden chopsticks, and they both enjoyed it very much. Soma explained that the onions contained enzymes that tenderized the meat, while Konishi looked at the rice bowl and wondered if this cheap meat dish could defeat Mito's top-grade meat. On the day of the match, Mito was having a headache trying to choose which bra to wear. So she just wore this red and white outfit. The match between Mito and Soma's Shokugeki made the whole school excited to watch this match. Seeing the crowd here, Megumi was also nervous, talking to Soma, telling him to stay calm during the match. Wait, isn't she the one who needs to stay calm? Today's host is Urara, making the boys cheer because she's so cute, while the girls are jealous. At this point, the two opponents began to enter the arena. On one side was Mito, the meat queen, while on the other side stood Soma. The boys kept pressuring Soma due to his audacity during the opening ceremony. After the judges and the host finished their preparations, the main match officially began. Mito brought out premium-grade meat as her competition ingredient and then skillfully used a knife to remove any lesser-quality portions from the large meat block. As a result, she obtained a piece of meat with an incredibly perfect ratio of lean meat to fat. Afterward, Mito smelled the piece of meat and confirmed that it met her standards. She began searing the meat to cook the outer surface evenly before placing it into the microwave. On Soma's side, he was finally chopping a large amount of onions and pulled out a discounted supermarket beef from his bag to compete against Mito's A5 grade beef. Everyone was stunned, not knowing if Soma was foolish or clever. The boys threw water bottles in protest. After processing his piece of meat, Mito meticulously assessed it until it reached the perfect doneness before slicing it into perfect portions. She sliced the meat as if playing a piano piece. Meanwhile, Soma was frying a large quantity of onions. Mito taunted him, stating that he was just an amateur chef. However, Soma calmly replied, "Watch closely, I will present a dish that defeats your A5 grade beef." As time neared its end, both sides completed their dishes. Finally, time was up, and they presented their dishes to the judges. Mito's dish was a Dawn made with a 5 grade beef. With just one bite, the judges felt as if each piece of meat was melting in their mouths, incredibly delicious. Next up was Soma's dish, also a Dawn. Initially, the judges thought there was no contest against Mito's A5 grade beef. However, after tasting Soma's dish, they couldn't stop eating and analyzing each detail. The rice was incredibly delicious, mixed with soaked plums, giving it a subtle sourness that prevented any feeling of heaviness. The tender and fragrant beef combined with the slightly sour rice made it impossible to stop eating. Soma revealed that he also added soaked plums to the rice, giving it a light acidity that made the dish more enjoyable. The combination of tender beef and slightly sour rice was irresistible. Mito, feeling challenged, argued with Soma about the quality of her beef. Soma handed her a bowl of rice, telling her to try it herself. After tasting a piece, Mito was overwhelmed by the deliciousness, unable to stop eating. She remembered her painful past and then shed tears. This time, Soma emerged as the winner, and Irina instructed her secretary to strip Mito of her authority. Mito, feeling both angry and impressed, couldn't resist Soma's charming smile and dashed away, caught in a sudden love-at-first-sight moment. It was a glorious victory for Soma. The next day, to fulfill her commitment, Mito went to the Dawn Club for activities. But after the match, Soma told Konishi that he wouldn't join the club and wished him good luck. Now, the club only had Mito and Konishi left. However, that was fine because Konishi would lead Mito to the peak of Dawn. "Get your dirty hands off me. You like breaking arms, huh?" Today, the teachers seemed to be secretly discussing something, and they said that the time for the students had come. Over on Soma's side, he was informed that the school would organize an outdoor excursion for the students, but Megumi was visibly anxious. Seeing this, everyone explained to Soma that this was a hellish training period for our high school students. We will delve deep into the mountains for rigorous cooking assignments every day, and if we don't complete them, we will be expelled on the spot. Ishiki mentioned that this trip would select talents from the current students, and his class would likely filter out a few dozen people. Megumi felt like her soul was leaving her body, and finally, Ishiki wished everyone to return with a smiling face after the training session. The day of the outing arrived, and everyone gathered to board the bus to a famous 5-star resort area. This resort area belonged to the academy. They gathered in the lobby, and it seemed like everyone was eyeing Soma with an extremely dangerous look. The teacher stood up and announced that they would have a 6-day, 5-night camping trip, receiving cooking assignments every day. If they didn't complete them, they would fail and be forcibly sent back to the academy and expelled. The judges would be the school's alumni. As soon as they appeared, the pink-haired person expelled the person next to Soma for using strong-smelling hairspray that affected the taste of the food. He was Shinomiya, the head chef of a French restaurant. He also had an extremely intimidating face. The remaining graduates were all big names in the culinary world. And the most prominent figure here was Rin, the head chef and a member of the board of directors of this resort. He stood up and briefly explained the tasks everyone had to do over the next 6 days. Those who fell short or couldn't stay would immediately be expelled. Everyone should try to accomplish their own goals, and for now, it was time to rest. Tomorrow would be the beginning. Today was the first training session, and the judge was Hinako. She only allowed people to pair up for activities, so when Megumi saw Soma, she rushed over to pair up with him for safety. At this moment, a blonde guy stepped on Soma's foot hard and said he had been looking forward to facing Soma. "It's good to be excited, but please get your foot off mine." Hinako was sitting in a corner snacking and instructed everyone to prepare a main Japanese dish using the ingredients available around them. The surroundings offered abundant resources from rivers and mountains, cooking utensils, fishing rods, and spices. There was a barrier, and if anyone gathered ingredients beyond it, they would be disqualified. So they were instructed to abide by the rules. The ingredients were located outside, so they were encouraged to go out and find them before returning to cook. The deadline was set at 2 hours starting now. People rushed outside to gather ingredients, leaving only Soma's group and the blonde guy's group remaining. The blonde guy approached Hinako, asking her to evaluate the dishes from both sides to determine who made the tastier dish. However, Hinako declined, saying it wasn't her job. Soma smirked mockingly at the blonde guy. His younger brother also laughed uncontrollably at his brother's disappointment. "Oh come on, let's just go find ingredients and stop arguing. Everyone is rushing out to catch fish. And Soma's group is no exception." After gathering the ingredients, when he returns, he sees the blonde guy returning at the same time. So Soma couldn't resist teasing him a bit. Inside the room, the blonde guy criticizes everyone, saying they lack professionalism and creativity, all using fish to cook. He brings out a duck, saying there's not only duck but also rabbit and chicken around here, then heads to his kitchen to start preparing. The chubby guy Terajami skillfully and precisely prepares the duck, while his older brother Takumi wastes no movements, continuously preparing and putting food into the oven. Remembering Soma's words at the opening ceremony, Takumi is determined to surpass him at any cost. They both wield their half-moon knives and, with their skills, create dishes showcasing their true abilities. Finally, within just 1 hour, they complete their dishes and bring them to Hinako to taste. It's roasted duck served with green sauce. Hinako tries a piece and feels like she's in the wilderness, and when it reaches her stomach, it's like she's at a classical music concert. It's truly delicious. She praises both of them for their meticulous cooking process, and they both pass this round. Both brothers come from a family of French restaurant owners, and when they reached school age, their father advised them to hand over the management of the restaurant and study cooking. They brought their enthusiasm to the opening ceremony and, inspired by Soma's passionate speech, both wanted to defeat him. Now, after tasting Takumi's dish, Hinako decides to make a comparison, especially if there's a dish that can match Takumi's. So they both decide to compete, and Hinako adds a condition that the loser must kneel down and admit defeat 3 times to the winner, but Megumi is exempted. Being cute is also an advantage. After assessing the situation for a while, to surpass Takumi's dish, Soma comes up with the dish he's prepared, then he writes a list for Megumi and tells her to gather the ingredients. As for him, he goes up to Hinako and asks if they're allowed to use the ingredients within the barrier. After confirming that they are, he goes to get Hinako's kaki snack and tells Takumi that this is their key ingredient, then goes with Megumi to search for other ingredients. Megumi is in charge of finding vegetables, while Soma goes to find chicken eggs. Over here, the students are struggling because everyone is getting disqualified by Hinako. During the school trip, she's known as the queen of being strict. Hinako remarks that all the students are only making boring grilled fish dishes, so there's still time for them to redo it as many times as they want. So everyone rushes off to find new ingredients. With only 15 minutes left and Soma still not back, Takumi is getting anxious because if he doesn't return in time, there won't be any competition left. At this point, Soma has returned, with still 15 minutes left, feeling extremely relaxed. With the collected ingredients, both of them begin to prepare and cook. He breaks open the pile of seeds and makes a crispy fish jacket, and the fried fish dish is complete. Hinako tries a piece and feels that this dish is fantastic. The inside is tender while the outside is crispy, and the taste of the fish feels like she's swimming in the sea and immersing herself in the dish. This dish was inspired by Soma's idea from fried rice balls. After some contemplation, Hinako approves Soma's dish. After the competition ends, some teams succeed while others kneel down, disappointed and in tears. Takumi and Soma approach Hinako to ask about the assessment of which dish is better. Hinako starts to ponder, sometimes leaning towards one side, sometimes the other. But ultimately, she's called away urgently by Rin, so she leaves the two arguing behind and rushes over to Rin's location. Both of them still argue about whose dish is better, and in the end, Takumi is told that there will be a day when he'll be challenged to a Shokugeki, so he should wait for that day. See you again. But as they get on the bus, both of them end up sitting next to each other like this. Can this be considered as meeting again? After returning to the hotel, everyone in the Arctic dormitory area met again, boasting that they all succeeded today and no one failed. They thought there would be a luxurious dinner followed by a soak in hot springs, but the resort committee added a new task for everyone. That is to complete dinner, 50 meals for the bodybuilders, rugby players, and basketball players. The time given was 1 hour, anyone who didn't finish would voluntarily skip class. So the evening was gone and everyone was busy making food. To meet the quota of 50 meals per person in 1 hour, the speed had to be fast and the food had to be of good quality. Soma was the first to complete, and Takumi was also able to make 45 servings. While strolling down the hallway, Soma discovered the hot spring area, so he quickly returned to his room to get changed and then went back to the bath. Surprisingly, he bumped into Irina, intending to help her up, but she stubbornly refused and told him to keep his disgusting hands off her. She even threatened that this hellish training event for her was just child's play, and she would wait to see him being expelled on which day. At that moment, Irina's secretary arrived and saw Soma there too, so she asked why he was standing there talking to Irina. Soma said he just accidentally fell on her. Hearing this, Irina jumped up and told him not to lie, it wasn't like that, Hisako. Then he casually walked away. He went into the hot spring bathhouse, where Rin was also bathing. Oh my god! Look at his body. Seemingly serious, both of them then had a very pleasant conversation. Rin praised Soma for being the first to enter the bathhouse, probably also the first to complete making 50 servings of food, so he was considered superior. He also mentioned that last year there was also a former student who finished very early and was now one of the Elite 10, Ishiki. Rin also told stories about Irina, the granddaughter of Tutsuki's principal. Since childhood, she had the palate of a god and could judge the dishes of famous chefs. She could even guess which peninsula a particular salt belonged to and was nicknamed the god's tongue. This environment was where rough gems needed to be polished, and Rin encouraged Soma to sharpen himself to become a true chef. By then, Takumi also arrived at the bathhouse, and Rin saw that the students were almost done, so he left and even shook hands to bid farewell to Soma, which made Takumi feel overwhelmed as he was shaking hands with a famous person. Rin noticed Soma's surname. He seemed to have heard of this family somewhere. After a while, the students had finished their work, they bathed and soaked in the hot tub, then returned to their rooms. Everyone gathered together to play and have fun and ended up falling asleep there. The next day's training was under Shinomiya's supervision. Today he requested the students to make a tranche vegetable dish, similar to a watery pâté, using 9 types of vegetables that needed to be prepared separately, and none should overpower the flavor of the others. The ingredients were behind their backs. Here, everyone was each other's opponent, exchanging information was prohibited, helping each other was prohibited, and the time given was 3 hours. People started scrambling for ingredients to get the freshest ones, and Megumi also jumped in to find them, but when it was her turn, there were only a few pieces of rotten cabbage left, which couldn't be cooked. If she used it, it would make a very bad dish. She wanted to ask Soma for help. But Shinomiya said they were not allowed to exchange with anyone, so Megumi decided to try on her own. This time, 2 students were simply glancing at each other and Shinomiya directly sent them to detention. Quite scary, isn't it? After 3 hours of hard work making dishes, it was finally time for evaluation. Everyone began to present their dishes to Shinomiya for inspection, and many failed. Soma passed, and finally, it was Megumi's turn. She presented her dish to Shinomiya, and after he finished eating, he immediately rejected her. He said she was clever to use vinegar and wine to replicate the whiteness and sweetness of the damaged cabbage, but according to his principles, that wasn't allowed. Who gave her the right to alter the recipe? So she failed. At this point, Soma spoke up to defend Megumi, saying it was because the ingredients were damaged, and as the one who prepared the ingredients, he had to take responsibility for them. Then Shinomiya said he deliberately mixed in the spoiled cabbage to reduce the number of successful students. "I'm the head chef here, do you want me to fail you?" he asked. Soma was about to argue, but Megumi stopped him and said it was okay, just getting expelled. Soma calmed down. Seeing Megumi like this, Soma couldn't stay calm anymore. He proposed a Shokugeki match with him, surprising Shinomiya. Shokugeki matches require the consent of both parties. And Shinomiya didn't agree to the match and still wanted to eliminate Megumi. Rin appeared and said that the match was quite interesting. After hearing the situation, Hinako tasted Megumi's dish and said it was delicious, unlike Shinomiya's malicious dish, and then she knocked Shinomiya on the head. Then Rin said this was an unofficial Shokugeki match, and after the afternoon class, the two sides would compete. Shinomiya intended to refuse the match privately, but Rin insisted he should participate. Eventually, Shinomiya agreed and said if Soma lost, he would also be expelled. In the hallway on the way back, Soma said to Megumi, "Let's focus on the food war this afternoon." Then Megumi got angry and called him foolish, saying it was obvious Soma had already passed, so why get involved in this battle? Megumi started crying, and Soma, in a serious tone, sat down as if to cheer her up, saying, "I'm also fighting for myself." That evening, everyone gathered in the hall, but no one could find Megumi and Soma anywhere. Suddenly, they all had a feeling of less hostility and more calmness. They were taken to the basement of this resort, which was also a kitchen. Here, no one disturbed them, and all the graduated students would act as judges because Hinako loves girls and wouldn't let she be a judge. At this point, Rin laid down the condition that Megumi had to be the head chef while Soma would be the assistant chef because if Soma kept helping Megumi every time, she would become dependent on him. This culinary school trains talents for chefs, so Megumi would be the head chef. Shino started cooking, while Megumi was still hesitant and didn't know what to cook. Shinomiya teased Soma that he would also be kicked out along with Megumi, while Hanako laughed at being untied and cheered for Megumi. Shino was the head chef of a restaurant in Paris, where cooking was like a battlefield. Megumi was still unsure about what to cook, while Rin reminded Soma that he was just the assistant chef and shouldn't interfere with her recipe. At this point, Megumi's mind was completely blank and she couldn't think of anything, so Soma firmly grabbed her hand, calming her down and advising her to put all her faith in the dish, to just do her best, and to be herself. Megumi regained her spirits and decided on her dish. After hearing Megumi's dish idea, Soma praised her for being very creative, and then they immediately started working together. Megumi took charge of cooking, while Soma handled the preparation of ingredients. But whenever Megumi needed something, Soma had already taken care of it, leaving her extremely surprised and feeling like she had a team assisting her. The senior alumni evaluated Soma's ability to anticipate Megumi's needs and promptly complete tasks without any excess movements. He was the only transfer student this year, and his skills surpassed those of ordinary students. Finally, the cooking time was up, and both sides began to present their dishes to the judges. Shinomiya's dish consisted of minced meat and vegetables wrapped in cabbage and cooked until tender. As they all tasted a piece of Shinomiya's dish, it truly made their bodies explode with delight because it was so incredible. They analyzed Shinomiya's dish together and truly acknowledged his culinary skill, comparing it to gold rather than silver. Shinomiya graduated and opened a restaurant in France, where people focus on meat-based dishes. However, with his cooking skills, he managed to elevate vegetable-based dishes to a gourmet level. And he became very famous in France. Everyone ate the dish with intense concentration to savor its flavor, feeling as if they were experiencing a magical dish made from vegetables. After eating, they all felt the power of vegetables and began to transform. Next up was Megumi's dish, which was a rainbow tranche made from 7 types of vegetables, a topic set by Shinomiya himself during the competition. Shinomiya also found it interesting that she dared to make a dish that she had failed in making earlier to compete with him. Everyone started tasting Megumi's dish, a student who always received an E grade and would be expelled if she failed one more time. They praised Megumi's dish as delicious, which surprised her. Everyone began to analyze Megumi's dish, and the highlight of that dish was sun-dried tomatoes. Megumi explained that she learned it from her mother when she was a child, and when tomatoes are dried, their sweetness is elevated to a new level, giving the dish a more distinctive flavor of vegetables. If Shino emphasized the sweetness of fresh vegetables, Megumi's dish had the delicious taste characteristic of preserved food. Shino was hailed as the vegetable master, while Megumi was called the one blessed with the delicacy bestowed by nature. They praised Megumi's dish endlessly, leaving her deeply moved to tears. Then it was time for evaluation and voting. Each person had a coin, and they would vote to see who would win this round. Megumi closed her eyes and prayed, recalling the recent events, being in the same team with Soma and receiving his help in cooking. She didn't want Soma to be expelled because of her, and she still wanted to continue cooking with everyone. But when she opened her eyes, she saw 3 votes for Shinomiya, and Soma said it's time to stop here. Soma comforted Megumi and expressed pride in her delicious dish. Seeing him doing so much for her made her unable to hold back her tears. As Shinomiya was preparing to leave, Rin placed a coin on Megumi's plate and voted for her. Rin told Shino that Megumi's dish was the answer, and his skills were stagnating. 10 years ago, just after graduating, Shino announced that he would go to France to sharpen and improve himself. After arriving in France, he achieved great success, but because of his fame at a young age, he quickly became the target of jealousy from other chefs and sank to the bottom of society. The restaurant had no customers, no money to rent the place, so he decided to drive out all the chefs and rebuild the restaurant himself. Then, he wrote down the recipes and made the chefs work for him, and from then on, the restaurant became the focal point of upper-class customers with the deliciousness of the food, and he even received the badge of a chef in France. But because he was at the peak, he couldn't advance any further, even a small step. For a chef, standing still means falling behind. Rin revealed that Shinomiya didn't make his signature dish in this match to keep everyone from knowing that his skills had plateaued. Then he asked him to try Megumi's food. Shino tasted a piece and criticized it, but he continued to eat, and somehow, this dish deeply imprinted itself in his mind. It reminded him of his childhood, where no matter how mischievous he was still cared for and nurtured by his mother. So Shinomiya added another coin to Megumi's plate and asked if she used a type of pepper from Japan for the dish. Megumi confirmed and explained that she knew everyone had been eating and judging since yesterday. So she added it to aid digestion and wanted everyone to have a more comfortable stomach. Upon hearing this, the judges began to cry because of Megumi's warmth, and then Hanako also added a coin to Megumi's group plate, and the 2 sides were tied. It was a draw, and under normal circumstances, Megumi would still be expelled, but Shino changed his mind and allowed her to continue studying at the academy. Megumi was so overjoyed that she fell to her knees and cried uncontrollably. She cried because she didn't want Soma to be expelled, and she was grateful that she could continue her studies here. After stepping outside, Megumi found everyone calling out to her excitedly, so she quickly thanked Soma for his help and hurried back. Meanwhile, Soma stayed behind, feeling regretful for his loss this time. Rin stood on the 2nd floor, looking down, and he understood that Soma was the one who wanted to win this match the most, and that's essential for a chef. Like Shino when he was young, giving his all to win the medal. Early the next morning, Ishiki stood waiting for everyone to return from training, and he saw Soma looking like a bodybuilder, Megumi resembling a mafia, and everyone looking fierce and intimidating, except for one person who looked normal, while Mayui was transcendent. But it turned out to be just a dream, and today was actually the 3rd day. Everyone was busy completing the dish set by Rin. And despite some stumbles, Megumi became more resilient, albeit a bit clumsy. Soma wanted to try to improve his cooking skills. That evening, a silver-haired girl along with her entourage had a rather cool greeting with Irina. Late at night, when everyone could finally return to their rooms, there was an announcement to gather the students in the middle of the night, almost causing them to faint. Upon reaching the lobby, everyone looked exhausted, but Tagumi and Mito aggressively approached Soma, asking how he dared to challenge Shino in a Shokugeki. Why was he still standing here? Didn't he win already? Soma replied that he lost miserably, so they shouldn't discuss it anymore. At this moment, Rin made a statement, saying that this meeting was to discuss tomorrow morning's plan, where everyone would create a breakfast menu to serve the resort. The main ingredient for breakfast here is eggs, and they can make either Western or Japanese dishes as they wish, and breakfast will be served buffet style. They have until tomorrow morning to use the ingredients as they please. Best regards. Upon hearing this, everyone dispersed, but they had to drag their bodies into the kitchen. Soma met Irina there and reminded her of the selection day when the theme was also eggs, and he was sure she praised his dish, not finding it bad at all. Hisako came to inform that the kitchen had been prepared, and they would both start making the dish to serve tomorrow. So everyone calmed down and entered the kitchen. Irina quickly found a dish to serve for the next day, then told Hisako she would go rest first. She quickly finished and said they would continue playing cards tomorrow, making Hisako happy and approving. Meanwhile, Soma was researching a dish to serve. Trying some self-made dishes, they were good, but he felt they weren't good enough, needing something more. He remembered what his father had said along with Rin's advice, and he seemed to have an idea. Takumi also had his dish and roared like a wild animal. After gathering all the utensils in the kitchen, Soma was preparing to experiment with a new dish when suddenly a girl with platinum hair and fair skin stood there looking at him and said his dish might be really good, then turned and accidentally bumped into her companion. A bit shame but then left. Soma stayed behind to start experimenting with the new dish. Soma was stunned by the size of the auditorium when he arrived the next morning. He glanced at Megumi and Takumi's positions before turning to his own and realized that Irina was sitting next to him. He couldn't resist teasing her a bit, which made her blush. It was just for fun. Seeing the cotton candy machine, Irina became curious about Soma's dish. And he explained that he would be making fluffy scrambled eggs. As the doors opened, guests started to enter one by one, followed by the 3 intimidating master judges. The banquet officially began, and the goal for each participant was to serve 200 servings. Takumi's dish of scrambled eggs mixed with vegetables left the female guests feeling extremely satisfied, as if they were immersed in its perfect flavor. Meanwhile, Megumi's dish impressed the picky trio of judges, all of whom were thoroughly pleased with her cooking. One of them even joked about wanting her as their granddaughter-in-law. Mito's dish was equally impressive, leaving the diners feeling energized and confident that consuming 200 servings was a breeze. Irina's dish seemed to emit a golden glow, and after consuming it, the diners felt as if they were transported to a heavenly realm, bowing down under the reign of culinary queen Irina. Her golden brilliance radiated to everyone who tasted her dish. On the other hand, Soma noticed that nobody was eating his egg dish. They had deflated because they were only whipped and would collapse if not consumed immediately. Irina had completed her 200 servings and stood by, watching to see what Soma would do to reach his goal. Mito had completed 150 servings, and as she looked over at the girl with platinum hair, her innovative dish, which was more than just boiled or fried eggs, truly felt like a creation that took diners to a paradise. She quickly reached 350 servings. Megumi also completed her 200 servings, and when she looked over at Soma, he hadn't sold a single serving, with just over 30 minutes left to finish. At this point, Soma began calculating the time for frying eggs, inviting guests, and planned to just make it. He called a guest over, demonstrating his skill of flipping eggs high and catching them, then presenting the dish. After the girl tasted it, she found it delicious and melting in her mouth. Seeing this, others also began to try his dish, finding it incredibly delicious and aromatic. With his skilled movements and not a single wasted action, Soma drew attention to his performance. He continuously served the next servings, while guests kept coming in larger numbers each day. Soma's speed increased, accurately adjusting the time to serve everyone. He rapidly approached the end of his task. Finally, with just 6 seconds left, Soma completed 200 servings. Everyone was amazed and impressed. He looked at Irina with a triumphant expression. At this moment, the girl with platinum hair approached and said she guessed Soma would only sell 2 servings. She introduced herself as Alice, Irina's cousin. Their family had a research company that used culinary science as the basis for creating delicious food. She promised to surpass Irina and reach the top spot at Tutsuki Academy. Irina, who had snatched her doll at the age of 3 and criticized her poorly made cake at the age of 4, wasn't surprised. She also said that Soma would quickly fail, boasting at the opening ceremony but failing to sell 200 servings. However, Soma replied that he may have failed earlier, but he had gained experience from that failure. So, Alice had nothing to say and left. At this point, the announcement speaker mentioned that the buffet theme would continue in 4 hours, and it was time for a break. Indeed, this training session had not ended yet, and everyone rushed back to the kitchen to practice new dishes to serve for this hellish training session. After 4 hours, everyone gathered in the hall to hear the next theme. By now, 352 students had been eliminated, leaving 628 students. However, this training session aimed to find the best and most skilled chef in the school to stay and continue honing themselves into a shining gem. Finally, it was the last program of the training session. Everyone feared it would be a disaster, but no, it turned out to be a small party cooked by senior students to serve the 628 remaining individuals. Everyone sat down together, enjoying food and chatting about delicious dishes, creating a truly peaceful atmosphere. Finally, it was time to leave, and at this point, Shinomiya and others began to pay attention and ask Soma and Megumi if they were interested in their own culinary ventures. At this moment, someone explained that this training session was also for restaurant owners to evaluate an estimate who had a promising future and attract them to their own establishments. However, Soma declined because he had his own restaurant. Looking at Soma's figure, Rin remembered the figure of someone he used to know. As they were getting ready to leave, Soma remembered that he forgot his headband in the room, so he hurried back to get it, while Irina also forgot something and went back. After they got their things and went out to the car, Soma mistakenly got into the car of an elderly couple, who tempted him to come to their restaurant to get ingredients. Soma got off the car, but there were no students left, and Irina was late, so they both had to go back in Irina's car. Soma also reminded her that she said he would fail on what day, but he was still alive. At this point, Irina said that in the upcoming selection round, he would surely not succeed. It was the selection round for the Food Paradise, where first-year students showcased their talents in front of the school chairman and investors. The people invests at the recent training camp were the ones who evaluated who had the potential to be selected for that fall selection round, and Irina insisted that Soma would surely fail. At this point, Soma rolled over to sleep. As for Irina, the reason she got into the car late was to go back to the room to get her diary and a photo taken with Joichiro without knowing that his son was standing in front of her. Rin also realized that Soma was Joichiro's son. That year, Rin was the first seat while Joichiro was the second seat of the school. Today, at the Polar dormitory, Joichiro had returned, and the landlady was also very welcoming. That evening, when Soma and everyone returned, they saw his father cooking, which surprised him. At this point, the landlady said that he was a former student of the school and also the second seat, meaning the second best of the school, and also Soma's father, which the kid didn't know about his father's glorious past. What a clueless kid! Soma, still in his seat, was silent, not believing it was true. His father was so famous, and finally, the food was served, everyone enjoyed the dishes of the former second seat. And they were truly delicious, making everyone marvel at the taste of the food. It was a pity for the bespectacled kid to have to eat the terrifying signature dish of the father-son duo of the Soma family, looking dangerously irresistible. At this point, the landlady mentioned that back then, Joichiro and Rin were also in this dormitory, and they continuously won Shokugeki matches to expand the land of the dormitory along with equipment and supplies. Gardens, workshops, and even chicken coops were all won by them. After finishing dinner, the father and son shared stories until late at night, and when they returned to their room, the father noticed that Soma was in room 303 and immediately said that there was a dent in the middle of the room from a dropped hot pot. And that room used to be where he stayed. When he returned to the room, it was indeed as he said, this was where his father used to stay and hone himself. The next morning, they challenged each other to a food war, the 491st food war right in the kitchen. With Fumio and Ishiki joining as judges, Megumi was absent-mindedly wandering because she couldn't sleep, reminiscing about the training camp, and reluctantly became an unintentional judge. They began a tense showdown, and Joichiro also mentioned that he had never gone easy on Soma in a competition. After a tense cooking session, it was time to present the dishes. Soma's dish was Italian-style rice with apple on top, his dish resembling a sleeping princess in the forest. A delicious taste that penetrated the tired body. Soma's dish was truly a creative masterpiece. But what followed was the attention-grabbing dish, Joichiro's dish. People thought it would be some highly refined dishes, but no, Joichiro brought out bowls of ramen. Ishiki felt the ramen broth was too rich, possibly due to the fat content, which might be uncomfortable for the elderly and tired people. Fumio also told him to stop these sloppy cooking styles while in a competition. But at this point, they felt the aroma of the ramen was very subtle, not overwhelming, and they began to taste it. It was fantastic, truly, they couldn't stop eating continuously. This dish was truly rich and its broth could not be criticized. Joichiro also explained the steps to make this ramen with natural vegetable ingredients such as lotus root, various potatoes, and notably, it was purely vegetarian because he also had to serve some monks abroad, so he avoided meat. Fumio was also extremely surprised because she didn't expect this ramen to have any fish meat, but it could create such a rich taste. She wondered what divine technique he used. All three continued to eat continuously, devouring this bowl of ramen as if they were kids again, and after finishing, Fumio evolved backward into a monkey. In the end, during the evaluation, there was nothing more to discuss, Joichiro won outright, and Ishiki also suggested that in the morning, he had to work in the garden, so he needed a nutritious meal, and Joichiro's dish met all the requirements. At this point, Soma realized that he only met the minimum needs while his father met the maximum needs of each individual. He also praised his son for growing up, but it was still defeat number 491. Both of them recorded what they did in the dish of the day. At this point, Megumi realized that being able to interact with such a great father gave Soma a very high potential. And she promised Soma that she would also try her best. After the match, Joichiro also asked Fumio for permission to leave because he wanted to see the disappointed face of his son for a bit to ease his longing. Indeed, he's a mischievous father. On the way, Irina saw a familiar figure and stopped the car, but at this point, there was no shadow of anyone on the road. Today, like every other day, when the students returned home, Soma's close friend looked towards Soma's closed restaurant and remembered the time they had eaten squid. Their friends teased, "Are you always thinking about Soma?" She couldn't deny it, but just by looking at her, they knew she was thinking about him. Just then, Soma opened the large door and greeted everyone. When they saw Soma, they clamored and demanded that he cook for them. So, to please everyone, Soma decided to reopen Yukihara's shop for a short period of time. Everyone quickly filled the shop, and there was a constant flow of people coming in and out. That evening, when most people had left, Tomita, the owner of the Banta restaurant, complained. Recently, the shopping area had been renovated, and there was a popular fried chicken shop that everyone preferred. People only went there to eat chicken, and other restaurants were struggling to make sales. Tomita cried and griped about the situation. Seeing that the neighborhood was not doing well, Soma discussed with everyone and wanted to find a way to revive the area with delicious food. Everyone looked to Soma with anticipation and then left. His close friend also wanted to help, but she was shy and didn't know how to speak up. So, she pulled the girl along and said that she was a member of the school's cooking club. When the girl didn't cooperate, her friend gave her a slap, causing her to faint and be controlled like a puppet. Truly a good friend. That night, Soma sat and thought about how to make a dish that could rival the popular fried chicken. When he thought about meat, he immediately remembered Nito. He quickly called her and asked her to come to his shop to help him. Hearing Soma's invitation, Nito was thrilled and said she would come the next day. She had to seize this opportunity. So, the next day, the two girls met each other and were introduced by Soma. Seeing Mito's confident appearance, his close friends seemed a bit jealous. The three of them went to the fried chicken shop to see how their food compared. While walking in the shopping center, his close friend glanced at Mito's body, and Mito threatened her with a mocking look. The girl got angry because she thought Mito was Soma's girlfriend. When Mito saw the fried chicken shop, she immediately recognized it as Mozuya, a famous chain of shops. This was Kinu Makamozu, the head of Mozuya, and she was inviting many customers. Mito saw Tomita, who was secretly disguised, wanting to try the chicken, but Kino caught him and gave everyone a taste of the chicken. With just one bite, their bodies exploded with flavor. It was tender on the inside, crispy on the outside, and filled with juicy goodness. It was truly more delicious than they had imagined. Kino confidently claimed that the fried chicken here was the best and didn't forget to tease Tomita for being a neglectful shop owner. At this point, Soma said, "What if my neighborhood can make a better fried chicken? That would surely embarrass her, right?" Kinu approached with a stern look and threatened, "You're just a kid, what do you know about cooking? You're as young as a baby chick." After returning to the restaurant, Soma and the two others began researching. The first chicken dish they made was really delicious, but the sauce was not as good as Kinu's restaurant. Mito suggested using high-quality A5 beef, but Soma was worried about the high price. Mito assured him that she would get the lowest price for him, which made Soma silently grateful. However, when he saw that the lowest price was still 3 times higher than what he wanted to pay, he decided to give up. Kino called her colleague and confidently said that her chain of stores would dominate the province soon, thanks to her special dish. Soma continued to research the dish and felt that it was not satisfying enough. But suddenly, he came up with an idea and said that they would definitely win this battle. That evening, the three of them gathered and spread the word about Soma's idea. They would pack Kinu's dish to take home instead of serving it at the restaurant. They would take advantage of the nearby area, where there were many students from elementary school to university. The motto was quick and convenient, just grab and eat. This would give them a chance to win. Tomita thought the idea was creative and left to spread the word, saying they were out of food. First, they experimented with using milk cartons. When Mito tried it, it was really delicious, but it didn't satisfy her because the chicken had to be cut into small pieces to fit in the carton, unlike Soma's big piece. Soma said that there were many recipes in his room, and he would bring them down for everyone. So the two girls stayed together, and Mito's best friend thought she was Soma's girlfriend until she saw him throw the recipe at Mito's head. They continued to make chicken, and this time it was even better than before. They used thigh meat instead of breast meat, which Kinu's restaurant mainly used. They started trying new recipes. Tomita brought a bag and said he had an idea for this dish, crispy fried chicken rice balls. But when they saw it, no one wanted to try it. Soma looked at Tomita's dish and came up with a better idea that would surely beat Kinu's chicken. Each person had a role, and they took turns while Soma sat in the kitchen, waiting for tomorrow. The next day, Kinu greeted her customers as usual and noticed that everyone passing by seemed to be eating something, but she didn't pay much attention. In the following days, everyone passing by demanded Soma's crispy fried chicken, and Kinu's chicken sales decreased by more than 20%. She started to worry because her plan to expand the chain of stores in the city was about to fail. She secretly went to the neighboring area to see what was happening and was shocked to see everyone crowded at Soma's restaurant, enjoying the aroma of the food. The delicious smell made both the young and the old praise it. At that moment, Soma realized something and told Tomita to watch the pot while he went outside for a bit. He saw Kino in the distance and quickly went over to tease her. Kino realized that the whole neighborhood had been revived thanks to Soma's popular restaurant, and other restaurants were also benefiting from it. Soma told her that she had let him try her dish before, and now he would let her try his restaurant's dish. He gave her a special fried chicken to taste. When she took a bite, she felt the delicious flavor spread throughout her body. The principle of this dish was like eating white rice with crispy fried chicken. It felt like experiencing the deliciousness of youth. At that moment, Kinu bowed her head and admitted defeat. Soma once again emerged victorious. That night, while washing dishes, Mito felt a little sad because Soma would be leaving the next day. But Soma came to her and asked if she could work at Tomida's restaurant, as he knew that Tomida couldn't handle everything alone. With her there, he would feel more at ease. He also praised her for her good qualities from childhood until now, and she felt happy that Soma cared about her. So everything was okay. At the council meeting, Irina outright refused to let Soma qualify for the Autumn Chef's tournament, but Ishiki argued that if they had a personal conflict, they should resolve it outside and not let it affect their judgment. The other council members decided to let Soma qualify. Today was the day the participants for the autumn selection were announced. Those who cried and those who laughed, even the Polar Star dormitory, were all participating. Takumi and Mito were also chosen, but Soma didn't seem to care. Takumi, Alice, and Rio were also participating. After everyone finished reading the selection board, Wara, the balloon presenter, appeared and briefly talked about the autumn selection tournament. She then mentioned that this place attracts big names in the industry and encouraged everyone to do their best to catch the attention of those people. On the other side, Irina was extremely disappointed because she had challenged Soma to pass the selection, but he actually succeeded. As for Megumi, she was teased by some male students who said that her grades were higher than theirs, yet she was not chosen. However, a girl appeared and explained that being chosen was not solely based on academic achievements, but also on skills and potential for the future. She told them to listen carefully and the two boys ran away. The girl approached Megumi and introduced herself as Miruko. She was interested in Megumi because she heard that she had a Shokugeki with former student Shino. However, Megumi felt awkward and explained that it was only possible because Soma helped her. Feeling disappointed, the girl left, not believing that Megumi was just relying on Soma. The participants of this competition all started with great enthusiasm, and it seemed that there were some outstanding individuals here. The next day, a letter from the association arrived, stating that the theme of the preliminary round of the competition was curry, a dish related to curry. At this moment, Soma remembered a conversation he had with his father, who mentioned someone specialized in curry, Shiomi, who was currently a lecturer at Tutsuki. His father advised him to approach her with enthusiasm, as he had taken care of her in the past. Following the address his father gave him, Soma went with Megumi to find Shiomi. When they entered, they saw that she had a young and clumsy appearance, similar to Megumi. But when she mentioned that she was Joichiro's child, Shiomi punched Soma in the face 3 times, continuously, causing him to faint. She had a horrifying past with Soma's father. She also lived in the Polar Star dormitory, and being the youngest, she was often used as a guinea pig by Soma's father to try out new dishes. And the guy with the spiky hair, Hayama, was her assistant, but no matter how you looked at it, she was always inferior to her assistant. Look, she's being scolded like a child. It turned out that Shiomi was here to study spices. There were many spices here, and Shiomi explained the sequence of some spices on the board. Then Hayama cooked a curry dish using those spices for them to taste. When they took a bite, the rich and delicious flavor of the curry exploded in their senses like a bomb. Hayama also explained his oil-making process, as well as the use of ingredients, which surprised Soma with his control over cooking. In this laboratory, one person cooked practically while the other researched spices. Truly a perfect pair. Soma asked if Hayama was also participating in this competition, and Hayama replied that they were in the same group. He confidently declared that with his skills, he couldn't possibly be number 1 in Tutsuki Academy, and he would be the one at the top. Upon hearing this, Soma thanked him for the previous meal and promised to come back with an even better curry in the next competition. In 6 months, the autumn tournament would take place, and Megumi seemed to have no ideas for her curry dish. But Soma told her that at any given moment, they might lose, but they should strive to become better from that point on. The other residents of the Polar Star dormitory also started searching for dishes to enter the competition. But only learning about curry spices was not enough to satisfy Megumi's exploding head. The Polar Star dormitory was also enthusiastic about searching in the Don RS Club. Konishi was proud that Mito was participating in the competition and would bring back prize money to expand the club. They even planned to give her a cheering hug, but I'll pass. On the other side, Takumi would return to Italy, while Izami would stay. Izami was so concerned about his older brother that he reminded him to bring his passport, underwear, and everything. Everyone started going back to their hometowns, leaving only Soma at the dormitory. In a mysterious room covered with pictures of Irina, a girl named Now from Block B was cooking something that looked terrifying. But she tasted it and believed that this dish would help her deal with Hisako and become closer to Irina. On the other hand, Hisako felt a chill down her spine and received extreme attention from Irina. Megumi returned to her hometown and was warmly welcomed by the outdoor fish vendors and her mother in their familiar kitchen. Everyone was practicing making curry, and Soma was no exception. He always had curry recipes in his head, ready for the competition. Look at his face, he looks like a drug addict. On the other hand, Hayama was busy experimenting with new spice combinations, wanting to prove that his combination with Shiomi was perfect. Finally, the autumn festival arrived and everyone gathered in the large auditorium. Everyone seemed to be greeting each other happily, especially Azami, who transformed from a chubby guy to a handsome boy. It turned out he lost weight due to the summer heat and gained weight during the winter every year. Suddenly, the power in the auditorium went out and Yugura began introducing the judges for the day. First was the Academy's chairman, Senzaman, who was about to make a speech but choked. He briefly introduced the tournament and said that it was for the Elite 10 to compete in Shokugeki. Their pictures were hung all over the room, including Shino's. This place would be used for the finals. Oh, Tutsuki students, try your best to sit in the Elite 10 seats. Next, Yugura briefly explained the curry cooking qualifiers. Each group had 30 people, totaling 60, with 3 hours to cook their dish. Then only 8 people would advance, eliminating 52, and 8 would compete in the quarterfinals to choose 4, followed by the semifinals to choose 2 for the final match. The official competition began. Everyone started cooking their dishes, and the judges started arriving to watch the students make their dishes. Everyone around started cooking their dishes, each with their own strengths. Mito's dishes were as delicious as ever. Looking at Ryu, Alice's brother, he looked sleep-deprived, wearing a bandana on his head like a chef. Looking at Hayama, he created a curry dish that filled the whole auditorium with its aroma. But his hair covering his eyes was just as impressive as he used smoke to create a surprise gift for himself. On the other side, Soma was dozing off, but when he saw that his rice cooker was at the right time, he opened it, releasing a strong and delicious smell. Hayama immediately recognized it as rice cooked with a mixture of apple, banana, and carrot. But Hayama felt that there was something hidden, and Soma said that there was no special recipe, he just waited too long and fell asleep. Luckily the rice was still delicious. This guy's mother is really daring. Soma confidently declared that they should wait and see what Soma's curry would be like. In Auditorium B, the 2 boys who had previously insulted Megumi for being clumsy accidentally entered the wrong room and were threatened by the dormitory guys to run away. The 2 of them, along with Fumio, continued to cheer for the dormitory's flowers. While cooking, Megumi accidentally bumped into Miruko, who criticized her and said that Megumi was very annoying in the kitchen, not paying attention to her surroundings. She went back to her kitchen and continued her skillful cooking. Takumi, with his crescent moon knife, cut the pasta evenly with a few basic strokes. Megumi still had her clumsy image, and she even fell down, but when everyone saw Megumi push herself and take out a large hook, everyone was amazed. She was going to butcher a big fish, Anko, by herself. Because Anko had a slimy layer on its skin, it couldn't be cut on the cutting board and had to be cut on a hanging hook. She folded her hands and remembered Soma, hoping that he would give her the courage to be able to cut this fish today. After calming down, she held up the knife and started cutting the fish. Going back 9 years, Megumi's grandfather was old and couldn't continue performing the Anko fish cutting, and her mother advised him to rest. Seeing her grandfather sad about retiring from his profession, she decided to run out and carry the fish and asked an uncle there to teach her how to gut the Anko fish. Seeing her determination, the owner stood up to guide her. Now Megumi was gutting the fish in front of everyone. Her precise and decisive knife strokes made the audience look at her differently. Finally, the competition came to an end, and the contestants started presenting their dishes to be judged. The judges here were all familiar to Fumio. First was Mr. Kita, the head of the Gourmet Art Club, where only intellectuals and upper-class elites appeared. Next was Ando, a food critic whose pen had closed countless restaurants. The other judges were from Tutsuki. The first dish received praise from the judges, making the student very pleased, but when it came to scoring, he only got 33 out of 100 points, and the judges asked him who he thought they were. The next contestants all presented very well executed dishes, but none of them scored more than 40 points. The next dish that was brought up had a truly awful smell. It was Nao's dish, specifically Nao's black laksa curry. It smelled like 10 sewer pipes combined, and the smell spread throughout the entire hall. The judges immediately recognized that the bowl contained kasaya, a type of dried fish from Izu Island that had been soaked in salt water for several decades, hence the terrible smell. While the judges were criticizing this awful dish, Ori picked up her chopsticks and wanted to taste it because that was the job of a judge. However, just by looking at it, she didn't feel like eating it at all. But after taking the first bite, she couldn't help but take another because the taste was amazing, despite the terrible smell. The other judges started eating as well and were pleasantly surprised by how delicious it was. The more they ate, the more enthusiastic they became, and it was like a sword that compelled them to finish the dish. Now achieved a score of 84 points, the highest score in the program so far. The next dish was from Hisako, who was also the opponent that Now had been waiting for. 2 years ago, they had a Shokugeki, and if Now won, she would become Irina's assistant, but if Hisako won, Now would not be allowed to get close to Irina within a 50-meter radius. Today was the day of revenge. Hisako's dish was a curry with meat sauce, but Now was amused because her dish was like a curse. The aftertaste would make the next dish very difficult to swallow. But when the judges tasted Hisako's dish, it was like they had inherited the Tai Chi Quan technique because the dish contained 4 spices known as the 4 treasures of the kitchen, medicinal herbs that could revive a dying traveler immediately after consumption, which was Hisako's specialty. The dish made the judges extremely energetic. Seeing that Now didn't seem impressed, Hisako brought her a plate to taste, and after finishing it, Now felt refreshed, but then she fainted. Hisako's family has always been in the medical field, and their dishes are made with medicinal ingredients. She said that Now was not worthy of serving Miss Irina, and she achieved a score of 92 points, leading in Group B. And Now, on the other hand, shifted her affection from Irina to Hisako. Next is Miyoko's dish, which scored 87 points and climbed to second place with a curry dish served in a delicious pineapple. Her dish hit the judges right in the face with its deliciousness. In Hall A, it was unusually quiet, with even a score of 0, while in Hall B, things were still very lively. The rankings were stacking up, with Hisako in first place, Miyoko in second, Yoshino in third, and Now in fourth. And next up is Izami's dish, which is a dish that stuffs curry into pizza dough, folds it, and bakes it. With the first bite, oh my god, the explosive flavor made the judges jump, and the main ingredient of that dish was tomatoes, making it taste like a wandering cowboy from the Wild West. He received a score of 87 points, tying for second place with Miyoko. Next is Takumi's dish, which is pasta noodles topped with curry instead of sauce. But when tasting a piece of fatty and delicious tofu, it hit this judge's brain directly, a perfect combination. The noodles were crispy on the outside and tender inside, sliding straight into the mouth with a heavenly flavor, making Takumi's dish feel like tearing open the sky. Izami remembered when he was younger, always inferior to his older brother, and intentionally altered Takumi's recipe, leading to criticism from customers and scolding from his brother. He is apologizing to Takumi for his mistake, but Takumi encourages his younger brother, saying that they are a pair, and together they will become the greatest duo, achieving many successes. At the same time, Izami has to admit that his brother is very talented, and Takumi also scored 90 points. The next dish was Alice's dish. She presented a dish that emitted a magical blue light. All the green things in the dish were made of curry by Alice. But when the judges tasted her dish, they were stunned because words couldn't describe it, so she was given a score of 95 points. The last dish was Megumi's, which seemed a bit clumsy, but she regained her confidence with the encouragement from the people at the fish market. The judges weren't expecting much from this dish, but when they tasted it, it felt like their whole body was being warmed up, and she also explained how to make the dish. Finally, it's the judges' turn to score. She remembered her efforts, the months she spent studying and training with her friends to get to where she is today. And in the end, Megumi scored 90 points and made it to the top 4 to advance to the quarterfinals. Surprising, isn't it? The people at the fish market cheered for Megumi's advancement, while Mayoko felt regretful for not valuing Megumi before. She thought her skills were enough to conquer, but even she didn't know how much she could achieve. In the A hall, many contestants were missing. Next is Ryo's dish, lobster curry. The contrasting colors of the red lobster and golden turmeric rice look amazing. When they took a bite, it felt like being in a deep forest. Natsumi couldn't resist and ate more than one piece of Ryo's dish. All 3 judges tasted Ryo's dish and discussed the ingredients, flavors, and cooking techniques. When it came time to score, Ryo slowly tied a cloth around his head, transforming into a different person, looking fierce and irresistible. He handed them a tube and said to insert it into the lobster's head and suck out all the meat, which tasted even better than the original. The judges couldn't resist the temptation and immediately started sucking and eating the rice. Ryo scored 93 points for this dish. Next is Mito's dish, curry don with braised pork. The tender and smooth meat, layered with fat, makes the dish even more enticing. When they took a bite, the flavorful juices burst into their mouths, pleasing their taste buds. With the addition of special ingredients in the rice, the meat doesn't feel heavy, and the flavors blend perfectly inside the mouth, like a meaty explosion. Mito scored 90 points and temporarily ranked second. Next is Ryoko with her lentil curry. At first glance, it doesn't seem special, but when they took a bite, it was amazing. She is the queen of fermentation, able to ferment food with the perfect combination to create authentic dishes. The taste was so amazing that it resonated on their tongues. Ryoko was known as the headquarters of fermented food and scored 86 points, ranking third. Next is Marui with his white curry udon. It looks like a calm stream. But when they tasted it, the judges couldn't stop because it was so delicious. The soft udon with a hint of citrus fragrance and a mild spiciness, it was a perfect combination. It was truly an explosive sensation that couldn't be stopped. Marui used his knowledge and research to create such a dish and was known as a flavor expert. He scored 88 points and ranked second. But next is worth watching. The rich flavor coming from Ibusaki's dish, also a member of the Polar Star Dormitory, is the specially made smoked curry. Just one bite and the body feels like exploding. They analyze Ibusaki's dish together and give him 88 points, tying for second place with Marui. Next up is Hayama's dish, the most anticipated character. In the French restaurant, Joichiro is still searching for the most terrifying dish recipe to compete with his son. In Block B, 4 people have been selected with Megumi in 4th place, Takumi in 3rd place, Hisako in 2nd place, and Alice in 1st place. Hayama's dish next is a flavor bomb with an outer layer enveloping the inner fragrance. When the outer layer is separated, the inner fragrance bursts out and mesmerizes the entire hall. With his inherent spice experience, Hayama excellently combines them to create an amazing dish. So Natsum convinces Hayama to join her team with a salary of his choice, but Hayama refuses, saying he does everything for Shiomi, a cool guy worth conquering, and his dish is truly excellent. From the taste to the flavor, it couldn't be faulted, and quickly a portion is gone. Those in Block B rush over to see what's going on, but Soma is not on the board. Stay calm, gentlemen, he hasn't even started yet. In the end, Hayama scores 94 points and leads Block A. Next up is our main character, Soma, confidently carrying his food and also not forgetting to bring a portion for Hayama with a very pleased look. Surprisingly, it's not just fried eggs, but the surprise lies behind. When the judges separate the layers of the eggs, they are greeted with another burst of flavor. The aroma makes everyone salivate, and when they take a bite, the flavor hits them like a punch in the face, a strong and intense flavor like no other. The judges begin to analyze the flavor of Soma's dish, but the flavor is so amazing that Soma also has to share additional flavors present in this dish. This dish is truly amazing. The judges believe that this dish can rival and compete with Hayama's dish for the #1 spot at Tutsuki Academy. And the score Soma receives is 93 points. Hayama, Soma, and Ryo are very close in points in Group A. However, even though Soma is 1 point lower, 3 out of 5 people rate Soma higher than Hayama, and according to the rules of Shokugeki, Soma has won this match. The judges also argue with each other about the dishes of the two, so both maps have found the 8 people needed to advance to the next round. Megumi is congratulated by the fish market vendors, and at this moment, Mayoko comes over and praises Megumi's efforts, saying she hopes she makes it to the finals. Yoshino also congratulates Megumi and meets Fumio there. She is very happy and tells Fumio to prepare the dish, but when she hears Fumio praise her efforts, she can't hold back her tears and cries. Everyone goes back to the dormitory to eat, talk, and the Takumi brothers are a bit surprised to see Ashiki wearing an apron for the first time. Other groups are starting new plans for the upcoming quarterfinals, and it's certain that everyone has their own unique style and no one is alike. That night at Polar Star Dormitory, all faces are present, and everyone plays, eats, laughs, and enjoys each other's company. That's the school life everyone always dreams of, and I also want to go back to my school days once again. The 8 strongest students have been selected after 6 days of training in the training camp. This time, Soma will compete in a cooking battle with one of the remaining 7 contestants, with the theme being Japanese bento lunchboxes. His opponent is the winner of Group B, Alice, who is known as a culinary genius in molecular gastronomy. As soon as the match starts, Alice explodes with excitement, but Soma doesn't pay much attention as he is still half asleep. The referee quickly announces the official start of the 2-hour bento cooking competition. Soma notices Alice preparing red liquid tubes and then meticulously slicing the meat into equal pieces. Soma can't help but praise her skills. After a while, Alice finishes her dish. The food is hidden in a mysterious smoke. It turns out she made sushi bento, and the white bones are actually liquid nitrogen, which helps maintain the freshness of the sushi. The sushi includes abalone, tuna, and salmon roe. When eaten with seaweed, it creates a wonderful flavor because the glutamic acid in the seaweed complements the acidity in the fish. Next, the judges taste the final sushi plate and discover a completely different delicious taste. It turns out the red liquid tubes were tomato juice, which when added to the sushi, enhances its purity. Finally, the carp sushi with a round jelly is a concentrated and flavorful sauce. This bento is so delicious that even the principal can't help but be amazed. On the other hand, Soma has also completed his dish, but his seaweed bento looks quite plain. Alice doesn't even know what it is. The judges first taste the side dish and are surprised by the sweet and rich taste of the fried fish cake with bamboo shoots. Next is the snowfish cooked in broth and then fried, served with delicious egg sauce. Then the judges open the container underneath to enjoy the miso soup cooked with smoked pork belly. The chef simply puts the ingredients and seasonings in a heat-insulated box, and after a few hours, the soup is conveniently cooked. However, the last rice container is truly a masterpiece when it is sprinkled with some green grains. Everyone tastes it and discovers an incredibly delicious flavor. It turns out Soma used a children's food to make artificial salmon roe from seaweed extract. Furthermore, there is dried bonito inside this rice container to enhance the flavor of the whole dish. The hot soup pours into the flavorful seaweed rice, and everyone quickly finishes multiple bowls of rice. This dish is so delicious that even Alice can't help but be captivated. Even though her sushi bento is also delicious, Soma's seaweed bento is even more flavorful. Knowing that Alice is not satisfied, Soma invites her to taste his bento. Indeed, after tasting a piece, she can't help but take more bites. Alice feels that Soma's seaweed bento has warmed her soul in the cold winter days. In the end, Soma emerges as the winner, while Alice lies on the ground crying and complaining. Although Soma helps her up, Alice is still not satisfied and swears to seek revenge against this detestable guy. Next, there will be a match between Megumi, the representative of Group B, and the fierce young man from Group A, with the main theme being ramen. Before that, Megumi was very worried because her opponent is an experienced chef with many years of cooking experience. However, Megumi's mother always believed in her daughter, so she was determined to win using the ingredients her mother sent from their hometown. Although the theme is ramen, a popular common dish, cooking delicious ramen is not simple. At this moment, Ryo is preparing the broth for the noodles using carefully processed seafood, without any fishy smell. Even the shrimp shells are not wasted. He puts everything in a bowl and grinds them into small pieces. Alice reveals that Ryo has been a head chef at a restaurant with many years of cooking experience. Ryo has defeated many opponents before. It is extremely difficult for Megumi to win against him. On the other hand, Megumi is also simmering her own broth. The clear soup is sparkling and even the judges have to come closer to observe. The color of the soup is not only beautiful but also fragrant. At this point, Ryo has finished blanching the noodles. Then he starts adding toppings to the bowl of lobster ramen, which looks incredibly attractive with its bright red color. The broth is cooked from shrimp meat and fish intestines, which gives it a delicious and rich flavor. The accompanying topping is a grilled shrimp patty that is crispy and has been sprinkled with dried shrimp shells to enhance the flavor. All of these elements make the bowl of ramen perfect. After finishing it, even the director immediately leaves. On the other hand, Megumi has also completed her dish. It is a simple and pure vegetable soup ramen, so the broth has a very clean and refreshing taste. Megumi used soybean paste, so the broth of her ramen has a beautiful and clear color. Seeing that, Ryo was curious and also wanted to ask Megumi for a bowl of food to taste how good it was. In return, he also let the other person taste his bowl of noodles. Ryo's lobster ramen was pitted against Megumi's vegetable noodle, and the two were fiercely competing with each other. In the end, the victory belonged to Ryo's lobster ramen. Although Megumi failed, all her efforts were recognized by everyone. Even the principal, who was not paying attention, had escaped at some point without his knowledge. After today's match, there are only 6 players left, and each one is aiming for the final victory. The next day, 2 more matches will be held in the autumn election to select the 4 players who will advance to the semifinals. In another place, Soma just woke up and was taking a walk when he coincidentally met a cool guy named Subaru. After locking his bike with 99 locks, Subaru started talking to Soma and even showed off his shirt with a self-embroidered word. At this time, inside the auditorium, all the audience was watching the third quarter-final match between Hisako and Hayama with the main theme of hamburger. Hayama decided to make kebab, a famous Turkish grilled meat sandwich. Meanwhile, Hisako chose a fresh sea bass as the ingredient. She used a knife to cut and process the fish right in front of everyone, then put the sea bass in a pot to simmer with Chinese herbs and Chinese wine. Then she mixed the fish and its organs with minced pork and grilled them on a pan. After the steamed buns in the pot were cooked, Hisako's sea bass meat hamburger was also completed. The thick and elastic bun layer, when eaten with the pan-fried sea bass meat, was a perfect match. In the meat, Hisako added a bit of sea bass essence and finely ground wheat flour, which had the effect of warming the body from the inside. Sea bass is a precious medicinal ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine, so its meat is not only delicious but also good for health. Hisako was like a sea bass cooking god. On the other side, Hayama was grilling the meat on the stove, and the fragrant smell made the audience and even the judges eagerly anticipate. When people took a bite, the first sensation was the crispy and juicy bun soaked in sauce. Hayama added yogurt to enhance the aroma of the spices, and the meat filling was made from both goat and beef, while pickled cucumbers would enhance the sweetness of the meat. The spicy and pungent mustard sauce would make the hamburger even more delicious, and a bit of sourness from dried mango powder would make the flavor more refined. All of this made people's appetite explode. The judges even commented that Hayama's potential could rival that of a god's taste. In the end, he overwhelmingly defeated Hisako. After watching this match, everyone was excited, especially Takumi, who was determined to defeat Soma. After going through many things, Takumi not only saw Soma as an opponent but also as his friend. At this moment, when Takumi returned to his room, he found Subaru tampering with his moon-shaped knife, but Subaru didn't stop there. He even smeared chewing gum on the knife and challenged Takumi to a culinary duel. The match was approved by the Academy's principal. If Takumi won, Subaru would have to kneel down and apologize to the knife he had dirted. On the other hand, if Takumi lost, his moon-shaped knife would belong to Subaru. Someone revealed that Subaru was a very frightening person because he could use any despicable means to win. It was said that in the past, Subaru had won 99 matches, and all his opponents were defeated by their own dishes. Subaru also had a liking for taking the kitchen knives of his current opponents. He was currently holding 99 knives from those he had defeated. This time's match had the main theme of sponge cake, and it was unexpected that someone as big as Subaru could make a cake so delicately like a young girl. While making the cake, the more air that was beaten into the egg, the better the cake would absorb the flavor. At this moment, Subaru suddenly took out a bottle of golden lemon liqueur, which originated from Italy, making everyone extremely surprised because this was Tagumi's ingredient. Subaru also revealed that his fresh cream had New Zealand cheese added to make it creamier compared to Takumi's fresh cream. Before participating in the match, Subaru thoroughly studied the cooking style of his opponent to control that person. So he knew Takumi's recipe very well. Indeed, after the trays of batter from both of them were put in the oven, Subaru's cake batter had a darker and more beautiful color than Takumi's. He used almond flour instead of wheat flour to make a more fragrant and flavorful sponge cake. Subaru's cake was quickly completed, with a layer of hazelnut caramel on top, adorned with 2 slices of lemon. The judge immediately sensed the fragrant smell of the almond layer combined with the sweetness of the hazelnuts when he put the cake in his mouth. Even though the judge hated Subaru's cooking style, he couldn't deny the fact that his sponge cake was really delicious. Next, the judges will score Takumi's sponge cake. Although the two cakes look similar, Takumi's cake has a strong lemon flavor. It turns out Takumi used a type of lemon jam from England with a mild sour taste. In addition, he also used olive oil to neutralize the sourness of the lemon, making the taste of the cake more pleasant. The younger brother in the stands immediately recognized it as the special olive oil bottle that their father had given them. However, Subaru anticipated this move and replaced the lemon jam with Moroccan salted lemon, a type of lemon that has a combination of sour, salty, sweet, and bitter flavors, which enhances the deliciousness of the sponge cake. After all, Subaru knew all of Takumi's ideas and plans, and in the end, Takumi failed and his moon-shaped knife officially belonged to Subaru. A while later, when the Soma group returned home, they found Subaru in the room with a key for some reason. So everyone gathered outside to eavesdrop on the conversation between Subaru and Soma. Subaru wanted to challenge Soma to take possession of the kitchen knife and believed that Soma would lose just like Takumi. But Soma said that Subaru was the pitiful one because he only copied other people's recipes and modified them, so he could never truly experience the joy of cooking. Soma accepted the challenge with the condition that if Subaru lost, he would have to return the kitchen knife to everyone. Soma also revealed that he would make a beef stew, and if he lost, he would give up his passion for cooking and never cook again in his life. The next day, a reporter came to interview Soma, but he waved the little guy away, thinking he was a spy. At first, Soma refused the interview because the guy was too annoying, but he eventually agreed because the little guy kept coming to give him gifts. Soma's extensive knowledge about beef stew impressed Missouri. Then Soma started simmering the beef bones to make a bowl of beef stew for the little guy to take pictures of. Missouri only took a bite, and the tender beef melted in his mouth. It was the most delicious bowl of beef stew he had ever eaten. Then Soma continued to cook with different sauces and seasonings for the little guy to taste and evaluate. They were all delicious, and Missouri ate so much that his stomach was full. This kid loves eating meat, while elsewhere Irina was reading a romance novel that Hisako had just given her. Just then, Soma brought his pot of beef stew to her house for evaluation. Alice was the one who gave Soma directions to this place. Irina said that it was not easy for someone else to invite her to taste their food. So Soma also had to meet one of her conditions. But after tasting Soma's beef stew, she said that his dish had gone off track. Before Soma left, Irina reminded him that he had to find the remaining volumes of the novel for her. After saying that, she slammed the door shut. Unexpectedly, the legendary tongue also liked reading romance novels. There are only 5 days left until the match. Takumi gave Soma some ingredients and blushed as he told him not to lose to Subaru. After saying that, he ran home. In the following days, Mitsuri had to leave the room for Soma to focus on researching the dish. Today, everyone was present in the auditorium to watch the public match between Soma and Subaru, which was also the first semi-final match in the autumn elections. The judges for this competition were former graduates. Down below, Soma started simmering the broth. He decided to use the tail part of the beef, which contains a lot of fat and collagen, as the main ingredient. For seasoning, Soma chose miso paste in thyme leaves, which have a gentle and pleasant aroma that goes well with beef stew. The tail part of the beef that Soma was simmering was a cheering gift that Takumi had given him. On the other hand, Subaru decided to use smoked salted pork as a side dish for the beef stew, with a perfect balance of meat and fat. When searing the meat, it emitted the aroma of mesquite wood, which is only found in the southern United States. As for the seasoning for the meat, he used licorice root, star anise, and a little black sugar. If only considering the seasoning, Soma was inferior to his opponent, so the situation was extremely difficult for him. If he lost, he would have to give up cooking forever. It turned out that while Miss Yuri was writing her article, Subaru was hiding and secretly watching the information about Soma's dish, so he was able to copy Soma's beef stew recipe. However, immediately after that, Soma took out a box of mixed beef that was not in the recipe. He fried the beef tongue with butter and olive oil, cooked the beef with red wine and bay leaves, and finally grilled the pork belly on a charcoal stove. Subaru praised Soma because usually the chefs he challenged would lose all their fighting spirit, but Soma was different. Subaru quickly finished his beef stew, and as soon as the judges took a bite, they immediately sensed the gentle aroma of mesquite wood smoke, the rich beef stew sauce paired with salty and fatty pork, but it was not greasy at all. It was truly a perfect fusion of pork and beef. On the other side, Soma also completed his mixed beef stew from the combined ingredients. After tasting it, the judges exclaimed that it was delicious. The meat was tender with each chew, the beef tongue and stomach were chewy and crispy, and the grilled pork belly was juicy without being dry. Every ingredient that passed through Soma's hands reached perfection. Based on his experiences, Soma continued to create new dishes with unique ideas that Subaru couldn't imitate. The creativity of a chef knows no bounds. In the end, all the members of the judging panel scored Soma as the winner with a completely dominant score. After Subaru tasted Soma's mixed beef stew, he also had to admit that it was extremely delicious. Subaru was defeated by Soma, so all the kitchen knives would be returned to their original owners. Subaru said he would leave the culinary academy, but immediately received a painful headbutt from Soma. Soma also reminded Subaru that a true chef must rise from their failures. Currently, Soma is the first contestant to enter the finals, while Hayama and Ryo are the remaining 2 contestants. The winner of the second semi-final will compete against Soma. The next day, somehow Soma managed to sneak into the VIP room to watch the second semi-final match with Irina. After a while, little Alice also squeezed in. At this point, Hayama had chosen duck as his ingredient, while Ryo had chosen live eel. He personally prepared and cleaned its organs. Hayama started brushing sauce on the meat and marinated it with some spices before grilling it on a pan, spreading a fragrant aroma throughout the hall, making everyone's mouth water. In that moment, Hayama became the dominant figure in the space. On the other side, Ryo was frying the eel with hot oil and then stewing it with red wine. Hayama quickly prepared the sauce and completed his dish, which was French-style braised duck with a sauce made from honey and caramel. The judges immediately sensed the tender duck meat blending perfectly with the rich sauce that Hayama had balanced perfectly. At this point, Ryo had finished his French-style stewed eel. This guy even reminded the judges to eat quickly before it got cold. And after everyone tasted it, they felt a stimulating sensation running down their spines like an electric current. It turned out that Ryo had added dried plums and mashed potatoes to the sauce to enhance the delicious taste of the eel. When this stewed eel is eaten with French bread, it creates an explosive and intense gustatory experience. The fragrant potatoes, the crispy and soft bread, combined with the flavorful eel, truly made it an amazing dish. Next, the judges would score the 2 contestants. After the 4 judges voted, both Hayama's French-style braised duck and Ryo's French-style stewed eel received 2 votes. However, the final judge found both dishes delicious, so she cast a tie-breaking vote, making Ryo furious. Finally, director Rin made a decision that both contestants would participate in the final match against Soma. This was a decisive battle between 3 contestants that had never happened before in the history of the Culinary Academy. Ryo seemed quite bitter about this result, while the other 2 guys were fine, never afraid of anyone. The main ingredient for the final match had been chosen by the organizers as sanma fish, also known as Japanese sari. The final match would take place in 10 days and promised to be the pinnacle of the competition. This guy even didn't forget to exchange a few words with his opponent before being dragged home by Alice, which made Hayama feel angry and determined to win at all costs. The next day, Soma went to the city's largest seafood market to buy swordfish. He also invited Megumi to come along, and on the way, they coincidentally ran into Alice and Rio, which made Megumi feel quite nervous. They all started talking about how to choose swordfish. During the appropriate freezing time, the presence of inosinic acid in the fish enhances the flavor of the meat. Soma and Rio each chose a different fish to make swordfish sashimi, and asked Megumi to evaluate them. After trying them, she found that Soma's sashimi was not as delicious as Rio's. In terms of ingredient selection, Soma was inferior to his opponents, and he also discovered that Hayama had been to the same place to buy swordfish and had chosen the best one just by looking at it. In the past, Soma's father told him that it takes 10 years of practice to accurately judge whether a fish is good or not. This shows that his opponents are not simple either, and this competition seems to be quite intense. The next day, Soma immediately invited Mito to his house, but in reality, he wanted her help with cooking, pretending to be his little sister. Soma decided to marinate the swordfish using 3 different methods: salted rice, smoking, and high humidity in the refrigerator provided by Mito. Among them, his 2 dormitory friends are experts in smoking and marinating, while Mito knows a lot about food preservation. 2 days later, Soma asked them to taste the finished products and analyze the advantages and flavors of the swordfish marinated using the 3 different methods. However, Soma still hasn't found the perfect method to surpass Hayama and Rio. He needs to find a catalyst to enhance the flavor of the swordfish. While passing by his grandmother's room, Soma happened to see food on the table, and that's when he came up with an idea for his swordfish dish. Today, everyone gathered in the auditorium to watch the final match between the 3 best candidates in the autumn election: Hayama, Rio, and Soma. This time, there was a new member in the judging panel, Alice's mother, who is also a famous molecular gastronomy researcher. However, because she lives in Denmark, her Japanese is very poor. In addition, both she and her daughter like to tease Irina. The judges and MC quickly took their positions. Then Rio and Hayama presented their carefully selected swordfish, like 2 precious swords, while Soma's swordfish looked quite dull. Everyone was speechless. Soma's unappetizing marinated swordfish was heavily criticized and ridiculed by his opponents. At that moment, the sky suddenly opened up, and the moonlight shone inside, which is why this arena is called the Lunar Heaven. Amidst the excitement of the audience, the MC announced the official start of the competition. Soma's marinated swordfish didn't catch anyone's attention, while his opponent's swordfish were not only delicious but also had a variety of cooking ingredients. Rio cut a piece of heat-resistant film and used it to wrap the fish. Then steamed it at high temperature. Rio quickly became the first one to complete his dish. The fish was still bubbling inside the paper bag. After opening the bag, a captivating aroma immediately filled the air. This is the traditional Italian dish of paper-wrapped swordfish. After tasting a piece, everyone could feel the sweetness of the swordfish combined with various freshwater seafood. Rio also added herb butter, which melts and seeps into every piece of fish meat when exposed to high temperature. This dish was so delicious that after eating it, Alice's mother's body emitted a 7-colored halo. It was an extremely enticing flavor that made everyone feel as if they were merging with the ocean. Next, it was Hayama's turn to present his dish, which was thinly sliced raw swordfish. It is also a famous Italian appetizer. However, Hayama added a twist by grilling the raw fish directly at high temperature. The grilled fish quickly emitted a tempting aroma that captivated everyone in the auditorium. The judges couldn't resist and immediately tasted a piece. The sweet fish meat had a slight spiciness from the pepper, along with the fragrant aroma of 3 different types of sake, suzu, mezzen, and sake used for grilling. It was both fragrant and delicious, leaving no need for dipping sauce. If Rio's swordfish was like a large sword, Hayama's was like a slender blade. Although the blade was small, it was extremely sharp. Now it was Soma's turn to complete his dish. He named his dish rice with swordfish and rice bran. Each cooked grain of rice was stirred in a small bowl filled with smoke, hot and ready to be eaten. The hot rice, when eaten with the marinated swordfish, had a rich flavor and the aroma of rice bran. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt the sword had been drawn out of its sheath after it had been soaked in some kind of soup and poured over the hot rice and tuna. The principal took a bite and instantly burst into laughter, as it turned out to be a soup made from fish and soy milk. The combination of inosinic acid in the tuna and glutamic acid in the soy milk enhanced the flavor of the fish. Once you had a bowl of rice with the fish and soy soup, you couldn't resist but keep eating until the bowl was empty. After tasting all 3 dishes, the principal began to give his feedback. In terms of taste, all 3 were equally good, but in terms of creativity, Soma stood out the most among the 3. However, what determined the winner of this match was the dish that showcased the chef's unique style, Many years ago, Hayama was an orphan living in the Rat's Nest district until he was adopted by Shiomi. Thanks to her care and guidance, Hayama's life took a different turn. That's why today Hayama cooked with all his heart, and he emerged as the winner. Witnessing that moment, Shiomi shed tears and he didn't say anything, he just hugged her tightly. The other two young men seemed disappointed after losing to Hayama, but after trying his grilled fish wrapped in paper, they couldn't help but admit that it was delicious. From opponents in the kitchen, they became friends through their love for cooking. The next day, the two young men came to Hayama's house to eat, devouring all his pastries and even asking for 2 more portions of grilled tuna. They were really hungry, so they quickly grabbed the food. It was then that Shiomi revealed that the students at the academy would have to participate in a practical training program. It was an official course for the students to experience the atmosphere of a real kitchen. The first internship location would be working in pairs, and unexpectedly, Soma's partner would be Hisako. Today, the two of them would intern at a European restaurant owned by Mamoru. He even took the opportunity to ask for their autographs, thinking that they would become famous chefs in the future. Quickly, the two of them put on the restaurant's staff uniforms after losing to Hayama. Hisako felt that she didn't deserve to be by Irina's side anymore, so she decided to leave on her own. Suddenly, a large number of customers entered the restaurant. Due to the nearby subway station, this restaurant was always crowded during lunchtime, making it difficult for the chefs to keep up. Hisako felt like it was a battlefield. However, Soma remained calm and worked diligently. He prepared each dish one by one, and after finishing the meal, the customers were very satisfied. Soma then patted Hisako on the back and told her that she did a great job. In addition, Soma also noticed some shortcomings of the restaurant and suggested some improvements. First, they needed to hire more staff because the restaurant was too busy. Second, they should reduce the number of dishes on the menu. Lastly, they should only serve customers who had made reservations and reject walk-in customers. After the restaurant changed its service style, the business became much smoother. Knowing that Hisako was still troubled by Irina's situation, Soma was too sleepy to listen to her. He only told Hisako that if she wanted something, she should let go of her pride and pursue it. After that, Soma asked Hisako to bring some comic books for Irina, which made her very happy as the knot in her heart was finally untied. The next day, Soma continued his internship at Shino's French restaurant. While cleaning, he got to know 2 female chefs, Lucy and Zui, and the head chef, Aeon, the owner of the restaurant. Every evening, before serving the customers, all the utensils on the table were neatly arranged by the staff. As soon as the customers sat down, the kitchen immediately went into action, and the chefs worked quickly. Feeling the immense pressure, even a small mistake from Soma unintentionally affected everyone and slowed down the progress in the kitchen. Shino said that if Soma continued like this, he wouldn't be able to endure until the last day of the internship. However, the next morning, Soma woke up early and single-handedly cleaned the entire kitchen and the pile of dirty dishes, which surprised everyone even more. During the internship, Soma made rapid progress. Every day, he asked a few questions about French cuisine, and after just a few short days, Soma caught up with the speed of everyone else in the kitchen. Sometimes, he even worked faster. On the last evening, the senpais came to visit the restaurant, and unexpectedly, Shino's mother was also present. The reason Shino liked French cuisine so much was that when he and his mother went to a French restaurant in the past, he saw his mother so happy, and he wanted his mother to always be smiling like that. After the restaurant closed, Soma went into the kitchen to make a French-style roasted quail dish to have Shino appraise it. Hidden inside the tender and juicy meat layer was a fresh egg custard sauce combined with finely chopped sautéed butter and onions to enhance the rich sweetness. The filling wrapped in cabbage would absorb the meat juices when roasting the quail at high temperature. After tasting it, Shino praised Soma as a French cuisine expert. He also helped Soma perfect the cooking method of this dish. Soma was extremely grateful and referred to Shino as his master. Later, Shino was teased by his 2 younger siblings, but despite his tough exterior, he felt very happy inside. At this time, Soma was going to school with his friend Megumi. While walking, Soma was thinking about the 10 masters, the group of people they had encountered yesterday. It was a group of 10 talented chefs, and Soma's personality didn't allow him to be inferior to them. Soma boldly challenged anyone in the Elite 10, but of course, they didn't pay any attention to him. If Soma wanted to join the group, he had to defeat one of them or change his name to the 10th seat. Soma was determined to prove himself in front of this arrogant group if he got the chance to join. Seeing Soma's determination, Megumi revealed that there would be a fall festival at the school called the Moon Banquet Festival. Soma would be allowed to open a food stall there to sell his dishes. This was the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his skills. Soma immediately started researching about the festival. While they were walking, they ran into their friend Irina, who seemed to be interested in participating in the fall festival as well. Soma told her about his plan to defeat Kuga's stall and challenge the 10 masters. To Soma, it seemed natural because he had already defeated the stalls at the summer festival. But Irina just laughed at him, thinking he was just an inexperienced kid. During their class that day, Soma kept asking Megumi about Kuga's culinary style. Megumi didn't know much, so she introduced him to Miyoko, who was an expert in Chinese cuisine. Miyoko was confident that her knowledge of Chinese cuisine was greater than Kuga's, so she could help Soma with information. But when she asked how many members were in Soma's stall, he only had himself. Miyoko thought it was a foolish move to go up against Kuga with such a small team. All the members of Kuga's stall were well-trained chefs, and every action they took was precise. They had trained extensively under Kuga's guidance. Soma confidently expressed his intentions, but Kuga didn't fear a no-name kid like him. Kuga hadn't even decided on a dish to serve yet, but he might include the Szechuan-style mapo tofu in the menu. Soma laughed and said that anyone could make that dish, as he had already mastered it. Kuga immediately called someone to prepare the mapo tofu dish to impress Soma. After a while, 10 plates of super spicy Szechuan-style mapo tofu were served on the table. The timing was perfect, and Soma tasted one plate. The flavor was unlike any other mapo tofu dish he had ever eaten. It was truly amazing, as good as the Chinese chef's dishes. All 10 plates were delicious. Kuga said that this was still nothing. Based on his experience from the previous year's festival, if they couldn't serve 1,000 plates in a day, they wouldn't survive until the third day. Meanwhile, Soma could only serve 10 plates in a day by himself. Now, Soma was starting to feel the pressure. After witnessing some of Kuga's strength, Soma became a bit quieter, but he still boldly declared that he would defeat Kuga. Soma returned to the dormitory, still unsure of what dish he would make to defeat Kuga. Miyoko mentioned that another thing that made Kuga stand out was his reputation. A little research would reveal this. Although the fall festival hadn't started yet, Kuga had already started attracting customers. Kuga successfully attracted a certain number of customers for the first day. Soma felt hopeless and knew he had to take action immediately. Back at the dormitory, he wanted to get everyone's opinion. This eccentric senior wanted to participate as well and build a unique stall for the dormitory. But Soma wanted to have his own personal stall. Everyone could only advise and give suggestions to the young Soma, telling him to just have fun with cooking and not think about defeating Kuga. First, they discussed the location of the stall. There would be 3 main locations. The first one would be outside the gate, with small stalls selling common dishes. The central location would have stalls selling more elaborate and attractive dishes. Finally, the deepest position seems to be reserved for the upper class. I don't know which student has enough money to enter such a high-end place. Kuga's stall will be in the center position, of course. How can mapo tofu enter such a high-end place? But this position is very advantageous because most customers eat in this area. With Kuga's reputation, having a lot of customers is natural. As for someone like Soma, if he chooses the wrong position, he is likely to be eliminated from the first day. If he loses money, he will be expelled from school. This seems to be a difficult challenge. Soma was lost in thought and didn't notice Irina sitting next to him until she called out loudly. Seeing Irina, he immediately remembered something. Indeed, these two have a special connection. Every time there is an event, they are always neighbors. This made Soma come up with a bold decision. Today is the deadline to register the location of the food stall. At first, Soma thought about opening in the first position to attract all customers when they enter the school gate, but now things have changed. He decided to register opposite Kuga's stall because of Kuga's reputation. No one dares to open a stall nearby, they will definitely lose customers. But Soma doesn't know why he did that. He plans to take advantage of the huge number of customers to attract them to his stall. Let's see what Soma can do. Information about Soma's stall quickly spread throughout the school. The magazine club put the information of Soma's stall right behind Kuga's. It's also a way to increase fame. Not only did Soma open a stall opposite Kuga's, but he also registered to serve Chinese cuisine just like him. I don't know what he is planning, but it definitely made Kuga angry. He will definitely give Soma a hard time and make him regret it. Although the stall has been confirmed, it was just a sudden idea of Soma. The truth is still vague. He doesn't know what to cook, and especially he didn't recruit any more members. Maybe there will be Megumi to help with serving and washing dishes. After school, he went to find Irina. She is the one who made Soma make this decision, so he came to ask her to taste his food and give feedback. Although she is busy preparing for her own stall, Irina agreed. There are 2 more people, Alice, the white-haired girl, and Hisako, Irina's maid. I thought Soma would make something to compete with Kuga. But it turns out it's still mapo tofu. After tasting it, Irina immediately understood the problem. Soma's technique is good but not enough to defeat Kuga. He understands the taste of spiciness and can manipulate it perfectly, that's why he was admitted to the Elite 10. In Mapo tofu, there are two types of spiciness, from chili and from pepper. Although they are very spicy and create an uncomfortable feeling, a chef can turn it into an excellent dish that makes people unable to stop eating despite the spiciness. Irina said that the spiciness is not felt from the taste but from some nerve endings. In general, it creates a stimulating and addictive feeling. Only by doing that can Soma compete with Kuga. Well, I've revealed Kuga's secret, but that information has been helpful to Soma, whether he can defeat Kuga, the master of manipulating spiciness, or not. Back at the dormitory, he talked to Megumi again and let her taste his food. As expected, she gave the same answer as Irina. However, it seems that Megumi is waiting for Soma to invite her to join him because many other stalls have invited her but she refused. Where can he find a girl like her? Soma decided to find a dish that can defeat Kuga together with her. He has tried many dishes with spiciness. Only when it's super spicy is it right. He has tried so many times that his lips are swollen like this, but the result still doesn't satisfy him. Although Megumi praised it, it still lacks something completely different from when he ate at Kuga's place. Megumi said that besides the inherent spiciness, Kuga's dishes also come with special ingredients that he personally concocted, and that's what makes Kuga's brand, a secret recipe that no one can know. Soma doesn't need to know about it, he will create his own secret recipe. After school, he will prepare for the festival. All the students in the school are enjoying their youth. What about Soma? He doesn't worry about his stall and just relaxes. He went to visit the dormitory stall. If he doesn't let them join, they will open their own stall. There's nothing to worry about. After visiting for a while, Soma returned to his stall location, but this opponent is really worth worrying about. I don't know how big Kuga's stall will be. But it is true that this part is also very important. The bigger the restaurant, the more customers like to come in. This is also one of the experiences that Soma learned from his father. It seems quite worrying. Soma thought for a while. He remembered that his father used something very special to increase the sales of his restaurant. He asked Megumi to find that thing with him. It seems that when he sees it, Soma also decides what dish to make to defeat Kuga. A few days later, it was the opening day of the Autumn Festival. After the principal announced the start of the Tatsuki Autumn Food Festival, the crowd began to enter to experience the unique dishes. Kuga's stall looks no different from a large restaurant. Opposite it is a roadside food stall that is not worth paying attention to. Can Soma do anything to defeat Kuga with his food cart and black pepper buns? The taste of the bun is really excellent, no need for complicated secret recipes because Soma has made use of the spiciness of the pepper and the sweetness of the meat. Even Kuga has to admit that this dish can really compete with him. However, that's only if someone comes here to eat. Most people come here to visit Kuga's stall. Why? Just by looking at it, you can understand. The other stalls have also prepared themselves to serve customers. The first day is very important because it is probably the day with the most customers. Kuga's Chinese restaurant is indeed true to the rumors. The dishes are made continuously and professionally. Although everyone feels it's too spicy, they can't stop eating. The ability to control this spiciness is really terrifying. As for Soma's stall, no matter how loud he shouts, he can't attract any customers to his stall. Moreover, the menu only has one dish and you have to stand and eat. The first day quickly passed. There were some customers, but in the end, it still resulted in a loss. Compared to Kuga, the difference in skills is too great. This place is enough to build a few more stalls. At the end of the day, the list of top performing stalls and the stalls that suffered losses was announced. Let's ignore the top ones. What matters is that Soma's stall is in the top 3 among the stalls that suffered losses. And what's even more surprising is that the other 2 stalls have talented people who passed the entrance exam. It's really surreal, but they seem not to worry at all. Being optimistic like this is good, but when it comes to being expelled, who can save them? I wonder where our main character has gone. Maybe he's too busy with too many ingredients so he cooks for everyone's dinner, or maybe he has another purpose. Let everyone eat, feel, and give feedback. Indeed, Soma's black pepper bun is delicious, but there is still something lacking to attract customers. That is imagination. People can only feel it after eating this bun, but before that, when they look at it, they don't feel anything. That made Soma come up with a new idea. He thanked everyone for their suggestions. He knew what he needed to do tomorrow. That evening, while walking along the corridor, Megumi noticed Soma talking to someone in the dark, which seemed very suspicious, but he only said that it was to prepare for tomorrow. Then the two continued to discuss the plan for the next day. On the second day of the Autumn Festival, the number of customers not only decreased but also increased significantly compared to the previous day. All the stalls had increased their revenue, even the poorly performing ones. Perhaps the customers from yesterday introduced their friends, that's why. This further developed Kuga's Chinese restaurant. It can be said that the business doubled compared to yesterday. Meanwhile, Soma's stall continued to invite customers, but unlike yesterday, his menu now had an additional noodle dish. At the end of the second day, Kuga's revenue had skyrocketed, surpassing the other competitors. It's natural for Kuga to be complacent, but it seems that Soma has also done better, jumping to 35th place. When he tried to look at Soma's stall, he couldn't find it. At this time, Soma was pulling his cart around to serve customers. At this late hour, he offered free samples to customers. This is also a trick he learned from other stores. Indeed, it is really useful even though it does not bring in revenue. But it is better to give it away than to spoil it by tomorrow. The good thing is that no one complains about any dish. On the contrary, they feel that this is the perfect taste to end a day of culinary experience. When some customers feel full and can't eat the bun, Soma immediately cooks noodles on the spot. The dish is easy to swallow and has broth. Even though they are already full, they still feel like they can eat a few more bowls of noodles. This is the dish that helps improve the revenue of the food cart compared to yesterday. Soon after, people flocked to the stall to get free food, but no one felt like it was free. They can totally pay double tomorrow. Soma also understood to some extent the emotions of his father back then. It is also the black donut dish that initially attracted customers out of curiosity, but later many people came to eat it because of its taste. Although he had the noodle dish to help customers imagine the taste and come to eat, it was not a dish that could defeat Kuga. He needed to find another dish for tomorrow. Suddenly, he remembered his father's Sichuan tofu dish. Although it was not spicy, it was made from ingredients that were easy to eat, so he thought that his father's dish was not inferior to Kuga's super spicy dish. Who knows, it might create a miracle. So Soma decided to add the Sichuan tofu dish to the menu, but it would be made according to Soma's own recipe, not like any other dish in the world. On the third day of the autumn festival today, it was not much better than yesterday, as Soma's Sichuan tofu dish had not yet been added to the menu. Meanwhile, the number of customers coming to Kuga's restaurant did not decrease at all. He even regularly came to taunt Soma, and went too far by telling him to close the shop. But Soma would never give up, even though it looked a bit hopeless. The reason he didn't want to give up was because he knew that Kuga's restaurant was not like any other restaurant. If he could do that, he would definitely surpass Kuga's restaurant. The third day quickly came to an end. That evening, Tomita called Soma and said that everything was ready. I still didn't know what it was. There would be a surprise tomorrow. He said that he needed to add a few more things around the shop because just looking at the food cart, people would have to hold a bowl of hot noodles and stand to eat. Who would want to come? Megumi said to leave that to her. Soma just needed to focus on cooking. Where could he find such a solid support like this, my friends? The next morning, Tomita brought some tables and chairs for customers to sit. I don't know if doing this would make customers come here or not, but it's better than nothing. To thank Soma for letting him try the new dish for free, at this time Kuga also came to taunt a few words to see how it goes. Soma declared that he would win because even though Kuga had more fame and a better restaurant, with 10 years of customer service experience, he couldn't be defeated. Soma would use his culinary skills to win with this new dish. He made the Sichuan tofu dish right in front of Kuga to compete. The only difference was that it was combined with other dishes, a combination of noodles and a meatball on top. I wonder if there will be any other differences. But at Kuga's side, they were still confident that no one would come to try that strange dish. Tomita tried the first bite. The taste was spot on. He had eaten Soma's dish many times before. It had been a long time since he felt this way, but that was still not enough. Soma told him to split the meatball in half. There was something flowing inside. It looked like a yolk, but it wasn't. It was curry. The curry sauce flowed out and mixed with the noodle soup. I don't know how the real smell of it is, but overall it is very fragrant and quickly spreads around, attracting the attention of the tired customers waiting. Most of them came here because of the reputation of this restaurant, and Kuga's weakness is that he can't serve all these customers, not only making them wait until they are hungry but also chasing them away as soon as they finish eating or limiting the eating time to 20 minutes. Soma took advantage of that to attract Kuga's existing customers. Kuga was furious but couldn't do anything. When the number of customers increased, a mysterious factor appeared. It was the person that Soma asked for help the day before. He was Subaru, the runner-up in the selection exam with extremely high copying skills. So after a night of practice, he could perfectly imitate Soma's new curry dish. Will there be another person who can create miracles? But it's really strange, Subaru can keep up with Soma's speed completely, as if Soma had just split himself. In addition to delicious dishes, there is another factor, which is customer service. Megumi did a great job in that aspect. It's really amazing that she can satisfy all the customers here. She put herself in the customers' shoes and quickly did what they wanted. By evening, this is also the time when Soma releases another card to attract customers. Megumi asked the president of the Lantern Club to come and decorate the shop, making the atmosphere here no different from a Chinese festival. It seems meaningless at first glance, but it makes people want to eat something that matches this atmosphere. By night, the number of customers increased even more. With 2 people it was not enough to cook, with 1 person it was not enough to serve. Indeed, Soma's shop has reached its limit. Soma was about to leave the kitchen to help Megumi. She looked so worried, but if he left, he would never be able to defeat Kuga. That's why Mito appeared and helped. Her shop is ranked second and she has handed over the work to her subordinates. Now she will help Soma with the black donut dish because she also contributed to creating that dish. After that, others also came to help. They had finished their work at their own shops and came to help Soma. Takumi is not an ordinary person when it comes to taking a position in the kitchen, keeping up with the speed of Soma and Subaru as soon as he enters. He is always obsessed with being Soma's rival and doesn't care about the 10 masterpieces. In this way, Soma's restaurant has quickly caught up with Kuga's restaurant, which started as a food truck and now has wings. There is only 1 hour left until the end of Wednesday, and they are putting all their efforts into the final moments. This is the true power of Soma. Not only does he have cooking skills, but he also has extremely talented teammates who have achieved miracles together. The summary of Wednesday's restaurant rankings shows that Kuga's restaurant is in second place, and Soma's restaurant is in first place. It seems that Kuga also has his own purpose for this festival, but now it has been ruined by Soma. Not only that, he is also laughed at by his seniors. If he keeps clinging to his restaurant, he will lose. Kuga reluctantly accepts and says he will accept Soma's challenge. But he says the festival is not over yet, and he wants to win the total revenue of the 5 festival days. And then the last day quickly arrives. To be more precise, nothing has changed. Kuga's restaurant is still steadily gaining customers, while Soma's restaurant has grown stronger but lacks manpower to serve. In the end, it is only slightly better than Kuga, but overall, it still hasn't surpassed him. Kuga himself acknowledges Soma's ability because he sees an image of himself from a year ago. When sitting next to the 10 masterpieces, he boldly announces a challenge to anyone in that group. At that time, Aishi happily accepted and taught him a memorable lesson. Now that person has become the leader of the 10 masterpieces. Kuga wants to challenge him again when he achieves a perfect victory in this festival, but that plan has been ruined by Soma. This match can be considered a draw because no one has achieved their goal. The end of Thursday of the festival is only the end of the main gate and the central area. Rindo invited Soma and Megumi to the upper class area to enjoy. It is a wonderful experience to end this festival. It sounds interesting, and Soma also wants to see how the gathering place of the 10 masterpieces will be because they mainly serve high-end customers. The service here is also very different from other areas. They not only cook but also have countless other arts. Rindo takes the 2 to Aishi's restaurant, the number 1 seat, who gave Kuga a valuable lesson. He personally stands alone in all the processes and serves only 3 tables with 9 dishes according to a theme, 1 theme per day, and today is the Symphony of Autumn. Sounds grand, right? Aishi cooks as if he is playing his own music. Finally, the first dish is served, unexpectedly red shrimp, an ingredient usually seen in spring, is made in this theme. I don't quite understand, but let's just eat it. Holy shit! How can it be so delicious? Looking at Soma and Megumi's expressions, it's enough to see that this dish is amazing. But Aishi has truly captured the essence of autumn in this dish. Next are other dishes, not eaten randomly, but all arranged by Aishi in a sequence like a piece of music, taking the taste buds of the customers from one note to another. This is the master who manipulates the taste buds, not like Kuga who only manipulates the spiciness. Soma realizes for the first time that he is completely inferior to this level. Maybe he has to spend another 10 years in the kitchen to catch up with Aishi. But on the contrary to the food he makes, Aishi's personality is somewhat unusual. He is a bit perfectionist and doesn't dare to let others cook with him. In a certain aspect, Aishi is a bit insecure when serving customers. Always striving for perfection but still showing concern to the point that others feel uncomfortable. Despite that, anyone who has eaten Aishi's food must admire him. He is just a student, but he is already considered a professional chef. Soma realizes that although Aishi worries about many things, he doesn't worry about whether the food suits the customer's tastes or not. That is his absolute confidence, the greatest strength. At this time, Irina's restaurant is usually the busiest. Irina has always been waiting for someone to come to her restaurant for the past 5 days, the first person who taught her how to cook. The door opens, thinking that what she has been waiting for will become a reality, but it is completely the opposite. The most terrifying thing she didn't expect has happened. It is Azumi, Irina's father. Meanwhile, Irina seems to be trembling with fear. He says that his daughter should not serve such low-class customers, and the Tatsuki environment has deteriorated too much. Everyone here is angry when they hear him say that. He used to be a member of the school council, but probably due to his eccentric views, he was expelled from here. This time, his appearance is unknown what his intentions are. Without saying much, he sits down at the table that Irina prepared for her teacher, saying that he wants to see how far his daughter's cooking skills have come. Irina stands frozen, not knowing what to do. Just then, Soma enters. He still wants to explore this high-class area a bit before going home. Thanks to him, the tense atmosphere is broken. Suddenly, someone foolishly walks in and Azumi loses interest, so he leaves, not forgetting to tell his daughter to choose her friends wisely. Outside, there are already several cars waiting for him, but not to welcome him, but to drive him away. As soon as he hears the news, Irina's grandfather immediately comes to chase Azumi away. Unexpectedly, he stubbornly refuses to leave and even declares that he will rebuild this school. It should be a top culinary school reaching the pinnacle of taste, not a place of mediocrity like it is now. He then presents a decision that he has been approved as the new principal of Tatsuki Academy, with 6 out of 10 members of the Elite 10 agreeing to this. Surprisingly, among them are Rindo and Aishi. Soma still doesn't understand what is happening here. The news quickly spreads outside, including former classmates with Azumi, all members of the Elite 10. Both Jin and Joichiro, who are Soma's father, do not know when the vote took place. Only the Elite 10 and Azumi know, the rest, including the former principal, are clueless. He only knows that he has been ousted from the principal's seat. Then comes the new principal's first speech, continuously mocking the former principal and others. But he always presents himself as a cultured and educated person, who will elevate the Tatsuki environment to its rightful place. Still that arrogant and self-satisfied attitude. Unlike last night, where those who didn't know him thought he was a good person. That night at Irina's mansion, he called Hisako into his daughter's room and told her that she no longer needed to serve the young lady. His purpose is to isolate his daughter just like 10 years ago. He taught Irina cooking to the point where she was obsessed with it until now, and now he plans to continue the trick to turn Irina into his right-hand person. Soma doesn't understand what is happening, he just wonders where the former principal is, and unexpectedly, he is in his room. It must be something important for him to come here. It seems that he is very close to Soma's father, possibly his former teacher. He is also the one who suggested Joichiro send his son to this school, that is Soma. After that, the two went to the park to talk. This old man is very roundabout, but Soma is not, he wants to get straight to the point. He talks about Irina in the past and Azumi's cruel education methods. After Alice, Irina's only childhood friend, went abroad, he started turning his daughter into a machine. Forcing Irina to pour out all the failed dishes and calling them garbage, gradually Irina lost her true emotions and became a completely different person. When her grandfather realized this, it was too late, he could only expel Azumi from Tatsuki and remove his name from the family. After that, he went abroad for what, no one knows, but now he has returned and joined forces with the Elite 10 to overthrow the current regime. Irina has only just recovered a little. Azumi will brainwash her again like before, just wait and see. Now that this old man has no power in his hands, he can only complain. He asks Soma to save Irina, not let her recent smile disappear. At this moment, there is no one by Irina's side, even in her dreams, she sees the scene of her father truly brainwashing her, looking very miserable. She is being isolated in the room when suddenly there is a knock on the door, it's Alice and her gang. After learning the situation, they invite her to escape from this place. But after running for a while, they don't know where to go anymore. After all, they live in the same house, so they can't go anywhere. Azumi will soon find out and send someone to find her. Irina is always haunted by Azumi, so she doesn't dare to resist, she will go back and not involve anyone anymore. But no one wants Irina to go through that horror again. Just then, a heavy rainstorm comes. Megumi appears out of nowhere and invites everyone to take shelter. It's none other than they are standing in front of the Polar Star dormitory. Soma arrives home and sees this scene, he also understands everything now. Both of them still don't know their connection. That's why the former principal came to Soma for help. Everyone in the dormitory still doesn't understand anything, initially a little scared because a young lady with golden wings came to stay in such a desolate place, she might even be suspected of being kidnapped. But after hearing Hisako recount Irina's past, everyone sympathized and would protect her to the end. But also thanks to Azumi, he turned Irina into a machine with a divine palate, a nickname given to Irina by everyone. Because she can analyze any dish she tastes, praising few and criticizing many. Normally she is shy and smiles little, but when it comes to food, she is no different from a proud princess. But overall, everyone is happy with Irina's attitude. More accurately, everyone is helping her integrate more into the community. She has been isolated for too long. Soma also has to show off his skills. So far Irina has not praised any dish he cooked, so he has determined to make Irina praise his cooking is delicious. The next morning, Soma and the others watched the broadcast detailing the advancement exam assignments for the first-year students. During his announcement, First Seat Aishi didn't forget to send the rebel group a final warning from Central, saying that they would eliminate anyone who obstructed the new director's vision. In contrast to the red-haired chef, everyone in the dorm was frozen stiff, believing that this situation meant trouble with Irina's father, leaving the young lady to just awkwardly remain silent. That evening, Soma was sharpening his knife, pondering the events of the morning, when Irina knocked and entered, making a very bashful expression like the main character in a romance novel. "If you want to say something, just say it, Grandma. Why are you just being silent and glancing around like you're filming an Indian movie?" To break the awkward atmosphere, Soma had to speak up and ask her what business she had roaming around the garden in the late night looking for him alone. The girl panicked and quickly said that she had come to tell him not to think she was coveting fine delicacies, judging that Soma had lost to First Seat. The young man was also very aware, replying, "At that time, there was probably more recklessness than brains, stupidity was on top of awareness, so it was like that. If that's all, then please turn around and quick step out, so I can get back to work." Seeing that, Irina quickly denied it, saying, "This lady rarely lowers herself to do such a thing, there are still so many things to say." She then sat down and seriously confessed. It turned out that in the past, because she was known for possessing a divine tongue that was even more impressive than Doraemon's treasures, Irina had to taste countless dishes every day, and some were good, and some were bad, which meant she almost didn't know what her true palate was. Not long after that, she met Soma's father. Attracted by the aroma from the one-of-a-kind food of the talented chef, her soul resonated with cuisine, inevitably giving rise to the lingering sounds of love, in short, the sound of her stomach growling. This caught the attention of her grandfather and Saiba, who then agreed to let her enjoy a private meal with the two of them. Standing before the cake that was brought out, Irina's worldview was opened for the first time. She felt like she was wandering into a sea of sunflowers under the warm summer sun, and it was also the first time she ate truly happily. But then, shortly after separating from Soma's father, Azumi's selfishness and evil culinary mindset once again closed the door to her heart. When she knew that Saiba and the young man in front of her were father and son, she finally had the courage to confess her feelings. As Irina got up to leave, Soma stopped her, because he wanted her to experience that day again. So, he decided to go into the kitchen and recreate that feeling for her. At that moment, the secretary was frantically searching for Irina. Suddenly, Megumi heard their voices coming from Soma's room. Hearing his sly laughter as he said he would make Irina the secret tempura dish, they couldn't help but worry that the young man would again make a terrifying dish, capable of kicking away the terrifying dishes from before, like the special sauce octopus or the smelly ramen. Then Irina would know what hell was like. But deep down, they still had a lot of hope and trust in Soma. Over here, Irina was very seriously watching him show off his skills. Seeing the excited expression on his face when cooking, even in the most difficult times, she felt very admired and sympathetic towards herself in the past. Seeing that her friend seemed distracted, Soma didn't forget to remind her, "If you want to be healthy and beautiful, you have to exercise, and if you want the food to come out faster, you have to stop wandering around in your thoughts." This time, he was completely confident that he would make her admire him, just like the promise he made when they first met. At this time, the tempura was also finished. Displayed before Irina was a steaming bowl, hiding in it was a golden egg tempura that looked very delicious. Even though she knew that eating a lot at night meant that her raisins would soon become watermelons. But imagine if, every night, you had a talented boyfriend waiting for you at home with such dishes, wouldn't you be completely smitten? That's why the quickest way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Irina saw this dish and couldn't help but admire it. As soon as she dipped her chopsticks into the egg, the yolk flowed out thickly, sparkling with diamonds, combined with white rice to create an overall smoothness like touching a baby's bottom. While everyone was very curious about how to make such a convergence of essences, Soma just smiled contentedly and then explained that he did it by wrapping a layer of batter around the egg and putting it in the refrigerator. When frying it would make the egg white crispy and the yolk would also reach the perfect consistency. But even so, Irina didn't think that that dish would satisfy her taste buds. But the following developments are as you guys have seen in the previous parts. There's no one who eats the main character's cooking without body twisting or public stripping because it's too delicious. Even the tongue of a god would succumb to the hand of the author. The proud girl, as soon as she finished eating, had a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, high to the top of the sky, and another reaction that was no different from acting in a movie. This dish should be held in hand to eat for the right taste because it doesn't need a table. Even using discounted eggs from the supermarket will make the flavor richer and more delicious, even if it goes against many people's quality standards. Soma's words reminded Irina of Saiba from the past. This made her realize her true desire to cook deep in her heart, and she became even more determined to overthrow her father's culinary dictatorship. The only way to do that was to shake up the spirits of those gloomy people and affirm her ability by overcoming the difficult exam ahead. The next morning, Irina gave a hell of a speech in front of all her friends. Her call touched the hearts of everyone in the dorm. In return, their optimism and unity also gave her strength. Over here, Azumi was performing Kung Fu Panda to gain favor with the other students, gradually brainwashing them into following his formulaic culinary style. Meanwhile, the dorm members were busy discussing the upcoming exam. The location was around the Hokkaido area. Each exam would be in a different location. But under Central's new regime, no one knew what tricks Azumi would pull to make things difficult for them. Suddenly, appearing out of nowhere, in the lucky teacher skin, high-end version, making everyone exclaim in surprise, and even volunteering to take responsibility for providing education to everyone. First up was a lesson on potatoes as big as your hand, but not as big as my 2 potatoes. For a week, everyone was required to engrave in their hearts and deeply commemorate all types of potatoes in Hokkaido, not to mention other ingredients. Asking me to remember the size of 10 types of potatoes, I can't even remember them. Now you're telling me to learn all types of potatoes, each one a different size and color. How am I supposed to remember that? The Aldini brothers and Mito were carefully eavesdropping, listening, when they were caught in the act by Soma and were dragged into school by the teacher Irina, saying that anyone who has money should donate it all to me. That night, while the group was studying until they were burned out, our main character Soma was relaxing and taking a bath, and even had a private meeting playing lucky student and dedicated teacher. Unlike her previous attitude, Irina really wanted him to pass this exam, because he was the brightest hope of everyone and also because she didn't want to say goodbye to anyone. Time passed quickly, and as expected, the most difficult exam was held in Hokkaido, a snowy island. Anyone who was eliminated would have to log out of the island, pack their bags, and return to their place of origin immediately. Welcoming them to the challenge at the first hotel were the private instructors for each room. The groups of 5 would gather together and make a dish that satisfied the judges. While Soma was lucky enough to work with Megumi, Orange Hair, Alice and Rio, Irina was placed in a group full of nobodies. This time, she'll have to flex her butt and thigh muscles and carry these girls on her back. The theme of the first round was salmon. It was thought that Soma's group would have an advantage with seafood expert Rio on the team. But surprise, there's no way Central would allow such an easy competition. They would only pass if they did exactly what they learned in the new director's class. This reminds me of when I was in school, while my friends copied the same answer, their grades were all A's. But I always got E's and D's. At this time, Soma and Megumi couldn't help but wonder about the reason for choosing salmon in the exam question, and from a distance the instructor gave a sinister smile as if to say, "That's my business and has nothing to do with you. If you're not going to do it, then don't ask stupid questions." She even made things difficult by giving the group the lowest quality salmon. This time, wait until we get out of the exam room and you'll be in trouble. But man proposes, God disposes, playing tricks also sometimes goes wrong when you mess with the main character. Suddenly, Soma remembered one of the lessons Irina had prepared beforehand. Without hesitation, he immediately proceeded. The whole group seemed to have jetpacks attached to them as they rushed out the door. Time passed quickly, with only 30 minutes left before the deadline. The ugly old woman thought that she would send a bunch of them back to their hometown to herd cows, and was happy to show it. But the viewers sitting behind the screen were about to laugh at her face. While she was complacent, the door suddenly opened. What the 5 of them brought to intimidate her was a fresh, glossy salmon, and it was a top-quality product. The rest goes without saying. Both the instructor and the students in the room were intimidated by the skillful and deft movements, seeing that their finished product was only worthy of pig slop. The dish was ready, and the sheer appeal of that haute cuisine forced the instructor, despite her reluctance, to take a large bite. The sensation that washed over her was like being on a bouncy ride with a giant fish, then flailing until turning into a merman. A person wearing a fish costume, otherwise I'd be accused of ruining children's childhoods. Serves you right, president who pretended to be difficult, and this is what happened. With no other option, she had to let Soma's group pass in round 1. The situation was similar in the other rooms. All the true chefs had safely completed the challenge. At the same time, the next hardship was about to begin with the train taking them to the second challenge. That evening, many people came to Irina out of gratitude for her lessons. That included the main character Soma. On the express train running through the night, the two gazed together at the starry sky twinkling brightly. Irina also found that a strange feeling was beginning to stir in her heart. At the same time, not only would the first-year students be taking the exam in Hokkaido, but the 10 elites were also on their way there by plane to participate as judges for the exam. Over here, the train carrying Soma and his friends had arrived. It was thought that the setting for the second exam would be a dreamy snow-covered city. But the author once again created a surprise. Who has the time to painstakingly draw houses and trees for you guys? At least it's great to be staying in a luxury hotel. Welcoming the students was a teacher with a smile that couldn't have been more villainous. Whenever someone is always smiling, I see trouble coming, folks. The exam for round 2 was also quite difficult, requiring the contestants to freely prepare their favorite noodle dish. But if that were the case, I'd just cook instant noodles in 3 minutes and be done with it. Why would anyone bother competing? The assignment was to cook noodles, but they had to go find the right toppings themselves in the middle of winter in such a remote area. The students continued to be divided into different areas according to the previous arrangement, and again the old trick was played. The contestants would be divided into different groups. And Soma and everyone else were taken last. When they arrived, it was a nightmare. Inside there wasn't a single ingredient left that could be used to cook the noodle dish. Thinking about it is really frustrating. If I had known this beforehand, I would have just quit school. Why bother taking the exam to make myself tired? What kind of abusive game is this? And even deliberately held the exam in a high mountain villa in the midst of a snowstorm to prevent people from leaving to find ingredients. But standing before the aura of the main characters, this old man was just a tiny grain of sand, still very naive, with mud still clinging to his feet, yet dared to sit and drink wine smugly while the Kimase Hotlu hadn't yet shown. Serves you right. Before he could celebrate for too long, the phone rang, forcing the instructor to frantically pull up his pants and run down to check the situation. When he got there, Soma, Aldini, and Megumi were somehow diligently preparing ingredients, and didn't forget to smirk at the dirty old man. Irina's hellish training was really paying off. Even without flour for noodles, all of them were busily preparing their unique dish, which was potato noodles. After watching this movie, I know that when you're bored or don't have anything to eat, those potatoes will be in trouble. Without even needing other ingredients, just taking advantage of the variety of potatoes was enough to make excellent toppings. Not afraid of strong enemies, only afraid of incompetent allies, a cooking performance that was too good coming from the rebel group. Standing before that completely pure taste, people wanted to convert to Buddhism after one bite, and with the second bite, all living beings are equal, all things bow their heads, and potatoes are called the father of diversity. This made the judge unable to resist devouring one bowl after another, and finally collapsing and accepting that the whole group had passed the qualifying round. All thanks to Irina's help and the creative spirit and determination to fight to the end of the members. It was like a female leader and a squad of soldiers rebelling to reclaim the school from Central. The snowstorm had also passed. That evening, the whole group toured the city for the last time before leaving. The atmosphere of the city in Hokkaido at night was truly bustling with countless activities and dazzling lights. Irina said that this was the first time she had gone sightseeing, even though she had been to this place many times. Before, she always felt that such trips were boring. Mito at this time seemed to sympathize with Irina and offered her words of comfort, but couldn't avoid feeling flustered and embarrassed, and ran away on the express train before finishing her sentence. This kind of situation makes me think too much. Later, Megumi and Irina also found a place to rest. While the two were talking, sister sharing a popsicle, two troublemaker youths suddenly shouted from behind. It turned out that the two guys had found a famous restaurant, but were afraid that their stomachs wouldn't contain everything, so they asked the girls to go eat with them and split the bill for fun. What a fate! When the four gathered at the train, they discovered that the group of friends in the dorm was not there. At this time, Irina received a call from her pink-haired friend Hisako, saying that the train had actually departed 30 minutes earlier. Serves you right for getting distracted by food. While they were confused about what was happening, the train suddenly stopped. Second seat Aizen of the 10 elites appeared. It turned out that from the next round onwards, the rebel group's exams would directly face the most dangerous monsters in the school. The situation became even more tense. When they arrived, standing in front of them was a figure that was familiar yet strange. That's right, it was the tall, dark but handsome platinum-haired Hazama, who had now joined Central and sat in the 9th seat. Irina and the others were also separated to participate in their own exams, leaving Soma alone with Hazama. Indeed, with money you can buy the game, without money you can't buy how to play the game. The red-haired chef asked Hazama about the seminary, and learned that it had been dissolved. In return, Hazama didn't forget to tease the young man a few sentences, saying that the ideals he was pursuing were just rural, and if he wanted to reach a new level, he should know to shut up and bow to the new director. Soma couldn't accept those words coming from the sharp-tongued guy, and agreed to declare war on him. At this time, the famous chef Dojima, after wandering around with Soma's father, also appeared here as a member of the judging panel. The theme of this competition was bear meat. Each person had a total of 3 days to experiment and prepare a bear meat dish that was homemade, chef-cooked. For Soma, who came from a common restaurant, bear meat was an ingredient he had never processed before. And as I see it, it looks no different from beef. Let's see how this young man will show off his talents. The first dish was pan-fried bear meat. Basically, it's probably in the middle ranks of the animal world, so the taste of bear meat also gathers all the essence and tragedy of all species. That flavor can be described as a roller coaster. When you first eat it, it's impeccable, but when the dirty smell comes up, you can't stop complaining about it. The only way to eliminate the pungent smell of the meat is the technique of using spices, and that is Hazama's forte. In other words, if he's not careful, this match will be a disaster. On the other side, the tan-skinned guy had already decided on his dish. This made Dojima feel that the main character was just like a newly built house right now, because he doesn't stand a chance. Soma, meanwhile, was as stressed as a pregnant woman about to give birth. Then, out of nowhere, a few black guys carrying coffins appeared? Ah, wrong, a few bald guys wearing Chinese clothes, carrying all kinds of spices and bringing them to the red-haired guy. Former 8th seat Koga was sitting smugly laughing at him and thought that this young man should go learn how to patch tires to be less inexperienced. What kind of chef? But hidden deep inside was a pink interior, full of enthusiasm. Faintly glowing with the yellow of cooking oil like his hair color. Because he heard that Soma had to fight in a foreign land, he couldn't help but worry and rush to help. Just now, 3 parts were me talking nonsense, and 7 parts were me making it up, so don't believe it too much and then turn around and yell at me. In fact, Koga wanted the young man to fight a Shokugeki with Hayama to win the 9th seat, and then he would challenge and defeat Soma to restore his position. Why don't you pack your bags and go over there and challenge the other guy's son? Why go around in circles for nothing? Thanks to Koga's spices, Soma threw himself into experimenting with many new dishes. Just when he was wondering whether to decide to use bare hot pot to compete, he suddenly remembered a friend who also had a strange hobby like him, specializing in dishes that smelled bad but tasted so delicious. The most important secret was to understand the dish being prepared. Understood, he then said he wanted to go to the mountains to cultivate. He's probably planning to exchange hip-hop with the local guys. Too bad for the young man, in this snowstorm, going up there will only mean asking a few bears for advice. The group, along with a professional bear hunter, explored the lives of the very ingredients they planned to cook. While taking a break, Soma didn't forget to ask his senior why Hayama had turned into an enemy. At this time, he learned that the dark-skinned guy had overcome many formidable opponents, giving up his ego to sit in the missing position of the 10 elites. Truly friends like a woman's butt. Now, to defeat such a VIP loader, they had to find their secret weapon. That night, Koga brought Soma a jar containing dried berries, the ultimate ingredient for their dish. The chef then began to prepare minced bear meat combined with dried berries, unveiling a very attractive dish. Koga and his subordinates took one bite and immediately felt the exploding meat juice blend with the 5 flavors, shaking them to the point of stripping. People going one way, clothes going another, this way they accept all the fathers and sons of anyone with painted guns or wearing skins. Because this old man has true damage that pierces through armor. This achievement cannot fail to mention the medical knowledge and cooking of his friend Hisako, successfully helping Soma eliminate the pungent smell of bear meat, preparing to dap a few sandals into the mouth of that white-haired guy. Speak of the devil, Hayama also brought his spiritual child to the group's place to scare them for fun. And so, the fire of hatred that burned our memories blazed up right here. The young man Soma only provoked him with one sentence about Hayama joining Central, but this guy himself said that he came here for the passionate research of his senior. After saying that, he also told people not to care, who was free to not ask, why is the minister answering questions himself? In contrast, Koga felt that Soma had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to challenge Hayama to a Shokugeki with him. Just as the two had entered the bath, they immediately ran into Dojima doing aerobics inside. Yellow hair before, specialized in Chinese food, must have only touched chickens, ducks, geese, at most bird meat, but never got to see the phoenix, Looking at the wide-open eyes staring in one place, I understand now. Soma still firmly believed that his friend had betrayed everyone and joined Central for some unspeakable reason. At this time, Aizen clarified everything. It turned out that Azumi had used dirty tricks, forcing companies to sign contracts with Hazama and the senior to withdraw all funding. This made the two of them fall into difficulty. He had no choice but to agree to sell himself to capitalism so that Shiomi could continue her research. Hearing this, Soma couldn't help but feel angry and quickly put on his jacket and ran around looking for Hazama. When he found him on the rooftop, thinking it would be a scene of the awakening of friendship between the two great men, then that guy went stupid, in the midst of the stress of climbing mountains and wading streams just to tell people to compete their best tomorrow, and didn't forget to affirm that there was no way he would fail against a pathetic guy like him. The next morning, the decisive battle between the rebel group and the 10 elites was ready. The situation was sure to be very intense and unpredictable. For his part, Soma was also preparing for a breathless moment. The judges for the two were announced to be a pair of very playful blonde twin sisters. The old folks say there's no mistake. If you're obsessed with guys you won't be reincarnated, not even competing, but these two grandmothers cheered for Hazama. The judging panel at this time also had another person, none other than the father of the white-haired Lady Alice. Looking serious and polite on the outside, but really a wife and daughter obsessed guy, rich on the outside and passionate on the inside, a convergence of essences, women love him. The competition between the two has officially begun. On one side, Hazama is very skilled in the cutting, slicing, and marinating operations, extremely professional. He intends to use his skill to make a challenging crispy fried bear meat dish, like a fighter using offense to replace defense, constantly forcing his opponent into a corner. More surprising is that on this side, Soma is also preparing similar ingredients, even using bear broth to add to the already pungent meat. This match is difficult, no one wants to lose, the atmosphere is as tense as a combat right in front of them. This makes everyone watching unable to take their eyes off. At this time, Hazama also used his ultimate weapon. The specially made catch and spice, the enchanting aroma that makes people feel like they are lost in a heavenly cave, and doesn't forget to throw a handful of smack into his saucepan. Anyone who eats it will surely be high as a kite. The proof is that the twin sisters just smelled it and wanted to suck the spoon off, tasting it and blowing their roof off, and as a result, became obsessed with animal training without knowing it. Soma at this time has also completed his sauce. Don't think that you are the only one with a secret weapon, I have also improved the dish to a new level. The boys' bear meat dish shines brightly as if inviting them to eat me raw, bite me deeply. The first to volunteer to try it is Alice's father. According to Soma's words, he took a big bite, seeing that the twin sisters couldn't help but imitate him, and as a result, got lost in a state of ecstasy. The meat juice shot straight into their senses, driving them crazy, combining the 5 flavors exploding as if constantly pounding rice in the body, a perfect dish like a double-edged knife, gambling on the chef's skill. But everything is not over yet, the most dangerous thing waiting for them is the brilliant light of enlightenment from Hazama's dish. Remembering that in order for his senior to continue her research work, Hazama had accepted the deal with the devil Azumi, but Shiomi strongly opposed that reckless action, which also made the white-haired young man feel troubled. Now, he has made up his mind to protect that person at all costs. No matter what happens, everything will be proven through this dish. In a flash, the crispy fried bear meat with tomato sauce was presented. The glittering batter brushed away all thoughts of doubt. Even before putting the food in his mouth, his body reacted strongly, eyes half closed, heart stopping. When the flavor entered his body, it was like a power drink. It could only be said that it was too domineering. The floodwaters rose, and the missiles were ready to launch. It was so delicious that a fair person like Alice's father could not wait to exclaim that this bear meat was completely superior to Soma's dish. This was like giving him a brick straight to the face. Even though he had the VIP removal skill, the inherent level between the two was still too different. Just when Soma was about to pack his bags and return to his hometown, the person who had just made the curt statement said that the outcome was not yet decided, and that victory or defeat depended on the sauce. It was like watching a reality TV show, with emotions rising and falling like a heart rate chart. Hazama's sauce was made from minced bear meat and ground cypress seeds. The flavor was like opening a coffin and coming back to life, causing the judges to show body in agreement. If you had to compare, it was like being hit by a stone that had warp speed straight into 5 people, adding a powerful slash from the wandering swordsman. Just when it was thought that Gordon Ramsay would have to say there's no cure, Soma was still determined not to give up, and as you all know, if the movie is long, then the main will still win. The proof was that the twin sisters were immediately given a complimentary massage, and that Uncle also exuded a halo of enlightenment. That light stripped the clothes off everyone in the vicinity. Soma used caramelized honey and vinegar to fight Hazama's masterful sauce, using 3 parts of learning and 7 parts of adapting the previous formula of the white-haired young man to use his own stick to hit his own back, extremely painful. The situation began to become difficult, one weighed 8 taels and the other 800 grams, both dishes were extremely evenly matched. This was the time for the judges to choose. Surprisingly, the 2 sisters voted completely differently. Okay, this trip out and there's no more sister what the hell anymore. The result of the match depended on Alice's father's final decision. Because he couldn't choose which dish would win in terms of flavor, this father played by jungle rules, interviewing the contestants like a beauty pageant QA to test the heart they put into the dish. When it was learned that the honey Soma used was the result of a difficult trip up the mountain and down to the sea, he saw the dedication of the chef and decided to crown him the culinary queen. Ano announced the victory. What kind of game is this? Eyes staring with greed. Hazama didn't agree with the result at first, but after realizing that he had lost his true desire to cook in the match, he had to accept his defeat. That's right, in the future, if you guys go fistfighting, remember to show that you're enjoying it, so that the odds of winning will be high. Well, it can't be helped. You can't blame your opponent, the main character needs to pass the test to continue learning anyway. Soma also didn't forget to invite Hazama to try the dish he made. The result was that he also had to wholeheartedly accept. When he opened his eyes, Shiomi had appeared in front of him, and gave Hazama a loving attack that knocked him to the ground. She said that she didn't need those studies anymore, what she really wanted was Hazama's appearance of enjoying cooking with friends. Finally, the bird escaped from the cage. Soma's appearance was like a holy angel, there was love for Hazama in the darkness. The exam ended with a 2-1 victory for the red-haired chef. In contrast to Soma's results, on this side, most of the members of the rebel group challenging the 10 elites had failed, receiving a ticket to leave the common house. This made Irina spray glue. She couldn't accept the truth and hurriedly ran to Adini and Megumi's exam room. Thinking that the judge for their challenge was second seat Hinako who would intimidate a few of the freshmen. Pack their bags and leave for home. Surprisingly, this older sister ate 1 bite of each of the 2 girls' dishes, praised them and let them pass easily. Oh, then just tell people to fry an egg and put it in a sandwich, it's better than doing nothing, making the viewers cheer wildly. So, there were only 4 people left: Soma, Irina, Adini, and Megumi, who could stay until now. While the blonde hair was angry and wanted to curse, the main character was unusually calm. He said that if you don't count the white-haired young man who just lost, then just the 3 of them challenging and defeating the 10 elites would get the seats in the most powerful council in the school, from which they would not only bring their classmates back, but also send that old headmaster to the west to fetch scriptures. The red-haired young man's impassioned speech made Megumi scared to lose color, while Adini also emphasized that to fight a Shokugeki, you need the consent of both sides, and people are pretty, not stupid, who is free to compete with those little punks. The 4 decided to ask Hinako for advice. The young man Soma must have just gotten citizenship in the US, so he didn't beat around the bush. He pushed the door open and asked straight out, "Big sister, are you giving up the second seat for this younger sister here?" Making her spit out her coffee in surprise. Of course, the answer was no, dirt and thinking it was Diamond Ed. With no other choice, Irina didn't want to save face at this time, so she decided to find her father to solo verbally and ask him to lift the suspension order. Azumi was on the rooftop preparing to go elsewhere to check on the situation when he heard his daughter's call. The winner takes all, the loser begs. Despite her best efforts to persuade him, Irina's request was completely rejected. At this point, Soma said that the only thing left was to argue with him through cooking. "Looking at me, I win every match regardless of the reason, you should understand." After saying that, he didn't forget to declare war, demanding to challenge the new headmaster, but he said no. "Go fight the 10 elites. I'm not free." At this moment, the person who could be said to have indirectly caused all of this, Joichiro Saiba, suddenly appeared. Seeing his idol had arrived and wanted to talk to him privately. President Azumi was now cold on the outside and firecrackers exploding on the inside to welcome the new year. When he heard Soma's father say that he wanted to organize a team Shokugeki, and still looked at people with half an eye, just waiting for Saiba to make the condition that if he lost, he would give up everything and work under him for the rest of his life, he flipped his face faster than flipping a pancake, immediately agreed to the date and quickly took a helicopter and flew away. That night, the young man questioned his father's winner-takes-all decision. However, if it weren't for Saiba's intervention, their ordeal would have been much longer. Therefore, this was the last chance to affirm the dreams of the whole group and settle everything. As the name suggests, the Shokugeki team battle was a team battle between chefs, and the winner would continue until there was only one member left in a team. Furthermore, all individuals in the team could support each other at any time, meaning that if they practiced their coordination skills to a different level, the opportunity to win against the 10 elites was not impossible. In order to not fall face first into the river in the upcoming battle, Saiba and Dojima directly took on the task of training the kids, but looking at the way they deployed, one eats fish sauce and the other eats fermented pork roll, each person with their own style, it was unclear whether it would be okay. Over here, Irina was confiding her childhood memories with her grandfather. Even now, she couldn't overcome the obsession with her father from the past, just thinking about it made her whole body tremble. At this time, Saiba and his classmates suddenly entered and informed her about the division of teams for training, and the judge would be Irina's grandfather. The exam assigned was a dish that had a name that was too long for me to say. I only knew that it was a French specialty made from meat, cheese, and mashed potatoes cooked in the oven. This trip was sure to be troublesome, because this dish was very difficult to make, the preparation alone took a lot of time, and it required the skill of assigning tasks as a chef. I don't know if they're cooking or doing charades, and the two sides were not allowed to speak. It was true that whoever's yard it is, that person has the right. The match started, and not befitting to be called an unyielding professional chef, Dojima performed lion dances and fire dances so skillfully, which helped the group to look for the mutual thing very quickly. On the other side, the two fathers and sons were still engrossed in fighting each other head to head, and even ignored the rules of the game, instead engaging in verbal combat. Now, they had better return the rules and keep them, or just swallow them because they were useless. If they don't quiet and fool around, when young Soma receives 2 yellow cards and gets ready to leave the field, they start working very seriously, but Irina can't help but wonder about Saiba's strange behavior. Which was completely different from the usual preparations of chefs, and it was very difficult to grasp and support him. This also made her realize that the actual battle had been taking place between the 2 head chefs and the skills of all of them were being challenged. In another development, the 10 elites had also received information about the Shokugeki team battle. The former 9th seed, who had lost to Soma, was determined to participate in order to take revenge, but unexpectedly, the young man was provoked by the people involved to the point that his blood vessels were as tense as strings, and the stubborn personality seemed suitable for squeezing the heart to balance both sides. Why is it that they only have 4 freshmen while they play the whole team of professional reception? Isn't it the same as bringing a gun into a room to play with a knife? Over here, the fiery competition continued. Even though Dojima had begun to do things differently from the basic formula, Adini was still very quick to understand the problem and prepared the necessary ingredients. The people who were throwing the ingredients and the people who were receiving the ingredients began to turn the topic into their own dish, and everyone was attracted by the heat of the blonde-haired young man that didn't know how to give up, but didn't pay attention to the fact that Saiba's team was really not that simple. When it came to creativity, and even the members of the team didn't know what their chef was doing, but only knew that he was happily standing and frying pancakes in front of the big question marks from everyone. Brothers fight each other, fathers and sons interact and connect spiritually. It seemed that Soma had thought of something and prepared potatoes and cheese, but then he rummaged around and took out a package of dried sardines, which made everyone unable to help but eyes wide open and mouths agape, and asked if he had gone crazy. If you eat French food with dry fish, it can only be French fake or Chinese French food. Who would ever do that? Even Irina had tried all the good food in the world and had to see that the food of these two fathers and sons was extremely strange, and will turn it into a hot pot for the judges. But maybe this was just Saiba's style, a free and creative way of cooking that was completely opposite to her father. As long as it brought great emotions to the eaters and enjoyed special cooking together without becoming too special. Understanding this, the orange-haired girl rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen to help Soma's father and son with one hand each, and when they combined, it would become a delicious dish that could rival Gordon Ramsay or Uncle Roger's egg fried rice. We'll find out later. Time passed quickly, and the dishes from both sides were completed. First, there was the perfect cuisine from Dojima's group, which looked high-class just from the outside. The other side was far from the shape, like heaven and earth, like one person singing classical music and the other singing rap. No one wanted to lose. As it reached the 90th minute, everyone was worried about themselves getting old, and might end up looking at naked chickens on this trip, so Irina's grandfather gave the right to be judges back to the students, and the two sides would exchange food and taste each other's dishes before giving their evaluations. As soon as Soma touched the opponent's dish, the soft and chewy potato and cheese melted immediately. And I couldn't help but think of rich yogurt. On the other hand, Adini almost peed his pants when he saw the strange object inside Soma's team's dish, and when he looked closely, he realized that they were hot, steaming chunks of meat that were difficult to breathe after eating. So, what about the taste? Would it become a messy mess, or would they have to try it to know? The two sides began to exchange their first bites, and to be honest, whatever these guys cooked was so delicious that it made them tear their clothes, and tasted like they were climbing to the ninth heaven, and the viewers also thought it tasted delicious, but I'm not sure what tasted delicious because it was so delicious that it was impossible to tell. Even though they didn't want to admit it, both sides were sure that the other team's dish deserved to win. For Dojima's team, it was the ability to perfectly coordinate and bring the dish to the realm of perfection, like a very well-organized orchestra. Meanwhile, Saiba's team pushed creativity to the extreme, challenging the senses of the eater, like street artists who were individual and wild. Speaking of this, I could compare it to the dishes that I make at home, and they are too simple and lacking sophistication. Returning to the competition, the most important thing was that Irina had overcome the darkness in her heart, escaped from the concept of sophisticated cuisine, and was willing to create and work with her friends in cooking, ending very successfully. Her grandfather didn't forget to remind Irina to look at Soma as someone else's child and learn from him. See, those two fathers and sons beat each other so hard, but they still understand each other, so don't be afraid to slap a few sandals on that headmaster's face, and if you can't do it, then leave it to me. The next morning, the train took the group to the meeting point. While they were thinking, we're probably going to be left here, the headmaster, with an unchanging face, and the 10 elites appeared from the top of the hill, with the villains all with their own stories, and who knows how long they'll be the bad guys, so they just did what they liked. When everyone had gathered, the rules of the survival battle were announced. The location was an isolated island where many students who had completed the exam would gather. And there was no limit to the number of people in each team. If it were me, I'd let Soma and Dojima's fathers join in too. It would be quick and easy. If the rebel group won, they would take the place of the 10 elites and send Azumi back to where he came from, and if Central won, all the opposing students would be expelled from the school. Despite this, there was one thing that no one expected, and that was that Irina would have to forcibly participate as a member of the Central team. Aren't they afraid that she and that ninth seat's father will destroy the team? After a moment of taking a breath that I thought I was pumping a balloon, Irina finally expressed her true feelings, of course with a straight no, even having to give up the 10th seat. This directly touched Azumi's pride. He was angry and forced her to serve Central for the rest of her life if she lost, and Irina agreed. On the other side, the little girl was very vocal when her father wasn't around, demanding to announce that she would overthrow Central with everyone and climb to the top seat. And you guys just choose a place below and carry my skirt. Even though she was arrogant, Irina's actions were truly admirable and the most stressful challenges were still waiting for them ahead. That night on the train, Soma couldn't help but be curious about the history of his father. This father used to fight 50 people at once in a Shokugeki. I'm not kidding, no wonder his son just cooks ramen and many people get kicked out. At the same time, Adini and Megumi also asked head chef Dojima about what had happened to Irina's father, and thus began the flashback of the 17-year-old horn-breaking memories of the middle-aged uncles. From their first year, they were both very talented and climbed to high positions in the 10 elites. This made everyone in the dormitory admire them, including Azumi, who was still innocent and pure at the time, blindly worshipping his idol, and was already about to cry after just being provoked by Saiba with a few words. It was a pity, but it was all the same. Saiba's appearance was like a pioneer leading Dojima and Azumi forward, but it was also because he was too prominent that he was always busy. After each service, the guests were eager to experience new dishes made by the talented chef, which also made Saiba begin to try making exotic dishes that his son still makes to this day. However, that superior talent helped him qualify to participate in the world-famous culinary competition, which brought together the top big shots. The classmates congratulated him, but there were also some jealous people who wanted to break the pot and steal the flowers, wanting to win the international spot with the Shokugeki, and whatever comes, must come. Experts say there's no mistake, if blood rushes down to feed the body then there's no part for the brain to think. That young man was still very arrogant in front of Saiba's acceptance without knowing that he was about to be thrown into the dungeon. Even though Dojima and Kid Azumi offered to help, Saiba still turned away as if there had never been a farewell. The legend of 1 fighting 50 was about to begin, and of course everyone knew the result. Those nameless nobodies would go back to selling fish, and even if 10 people came at once, they would just become a cheerleading squad. Still too young. That young man was loudmouthed at first, but now he was scared to death. How great to be able to hold the whole combo of stupid and loud to let his children and grandchildren eat their fill. It was because of this impressive achievement that Soma's father was known by everyone as the god of cooking. By the third year, Polar Star Dormitory had become a sacred place where handsome men and beautiful women gathered. Oh sorry, I was wrong, a messy-haired man, a serious young man, an albinoid boy, and a bespectacled bookworm. It was more like a den of perverts, with many of the 10 elites among them, and Saiba was still the brightest. But once you've stood at the top, it's very difficult to break through. The evidence was that even though he still had dishes that made people lose their clothes, he was still constantly being asked to be more creative, constantly being forced forward, like a pioneering traveler in the desert. One slip, and he would immediately go astray. Immediately, the night before the national exam, Saiba saw his tragic situation reflected in the kitchen. The next morning, everyone was in a panic when they couldn't find him anywhere. At this time, Dojima understood that those terrible dishes were Saiba's way of releasing the pressure of having to be perfect, and hurriedly went to the hall. Saiba was sitting there in a daze, and he poured out the distress in his heart to Dojima, saying that he was starting to get lost. Those words moved Dojima, and his eyes glistened like two marbles, and tears flowed down his blushing cheeks. Men's tears didn't fall in drops, but flowed in streams. At that moment, the headmaster appeared and asked why he was crying. It turned out that he had had bad premonitions about Saiba's condition, so he suggested that he should stop cooking and go abroad for a while to reset himself. That afternoon, the young man packed his bags and said goodbye to everyone and left, and so it was a happy ending, although I still didn't know what the heck happened to Arena's father. The two uncles told the story from beginning to end, and their son fell fast asleep, but there was one thing they were both sure of, and that was that Saiba's son would be the perfect person to surpass himself, because the fool is with the reckless person, and Soma has never hesitated in front of anyone. The day of the decisive battle arrived quickly, and Soma's team was ready for this life-or-death combat, heading towards the island. On the other hand, the rebel team, defeated by Central due to Alice's manipulation, was also present to observe and cheer on the battle. Too bad everyone's a bit dazed after losing to the Elite 10. Are you planning to come with a face gloomier than a Neapolitan Mastiff to see people off? The battle arena was set up before the watchful eyes of all the students in the academy. Introduced to the cheers of the crowd was the Elite 10 representing Central and the Dark Headmaster Azumi. Alice also recalled her previous conversation with Soma, curious about who the teammates he had found would be to be able to fight against those guys. Just at that moment, Soma's team appeared. In addition to the initial 4 members, there was the hot boy who likes to be naked, Ishiki, the mimicking gorilla Subaru, Pikachu Kuga, and even the former third seat Tsukasa, the overlord. Azumi maintained a half-smiling expression, listening with half an ear and watching with half an eye, not showing the slightest worry. When you lose, don't go crying like you did in your first year, okay? The first round would be a 3-person team battle. Soma's side would be led by Soma himself, along with Ishiki and Tsukasa. In response to that spirit, Central also sent out 6th seat Nene and 2 new Elite 10 members. This small-faced girl with glasses was just as cold as ice as the headmaster. Just one word of dislike from her could make many male students wet themselves. Don't be quick to judge by appearances, a passionate interior beneath a cold exterior, a gentle nature. She's a master of Japanese cuisine, her heart is sincere but her mouth is a bit harsh, so don't underestimate her. The senior deferred to them for drawing the dish, but maybe they forgot to pray to their ancestors before the exam last night, because among a basket of exam questions, Soma drew the soba noodle dish, Nene's specialty, making everyone's face look like they wanted to say, so unlucky, might as well go home early, what's the point of taking the exam? On a different note, Ishiki's dish was eel, serves you right for always carrying that eel around naked in front of people. The match began, and 6th seed quickly launched a preemptive strike against her junior with her artistic flower kneading technique. Her skilled hands fondled and massaged with such dexterity that it only took 5 minutes to complete. Not to mention the rhythmic up and down movement of her lower body helping to shape it perfectly. To make noodles, bros, stop thinking dirty thoughts. She unleashes her skills with incredible finesse, textbook level. Just looking at it you know it's the essence of the craft. On this side, the young Soma finally thought of a grand, earth-shattering dish to face 6th seat, nothing other than instant noodles. You guys didn't miss here, this young man is planning to use a wooden stick to fight a tank. Even his opponent thought it was beyond saving. In contrast to sixth seat, Soma believed that the noodle dish must reflect the nature of the chef, determined to make this common soba dish so that no matter who the customer is, they can appreciate and enjoy it, to bridge the gap in skill. The main character proudly played with a noodle making machine in front of the artisan. His attitude was like saying, "There's a lot of blood here, give me some blood, please." At this moment, Senior Ishiki also appeared to encourage him, ignoring his opponent, a slick guy who liked to fiddle with peppercorns, rambling on nonsensically. Ishiki ignored him completely. Besides Soma, the other two seniors were also in their fierce competitions. Blondie, with his skillful performance, had transformed the eel dish into something incredibly luxurious, precisely because he had drawn his specialty, so he took the opportunity to show off his skills to everyone. Conversely, eel didn't seem to be the forte of the naked guy. While he was still thinking about his dream of raising fish and growing vegetables, Blondie didn't forget to mock him, saying that he was just a gutter rat associating with worthless ditches. "So this kind of personality is definitely going down into the ditch to play. Why are you pointlessly buffing your opponent?" Ishiki switched to serious mode and scared the guy, delivering a cut without a drop of eel blood, showing how profound this person's skills were. It turned out he had always liked to hide his abilities. "Let's see how many eels this young man will eat into his ass this time." But I think I have to take back what I just said, because the expression on the Blondie's face is like saying, "Torture me more, torment me more, this guy must like to play rough." As for Ishiki, on the surface, he was just a perverted weirdo who liked to run around naked, but once this guy gets serious, even tigers have to shut up and give way, let alone a few squirming eels, which made everyone marvel. They were even more astonished and dumbfounded when they learned the background of this young master of the Ishiki family, who dominated the West, and the lord of Eastern Kinokuni, in other words, the Sixth Seats family, one of the two pillars of Japanese cuisine, creating a perfect couple in the Elite 10 Council. Since he was young, Ishiki had been sent to Nene's house to learn from her, but she was incredibly arrogant, saying that he was just an apprentice living at her house to practice. And he was too young to be her childhood sweetheart. At this moment, the judges of the competition were gradually revealed. The first one, although she looked unassuming, I bet she was a famous person in the culinary world of that paradise. She was carrying books like a senior student running a graduation project, but those books were not ordinary either. They could be considered the chef's record book, both a Bible that lifted those who were praised to the heavens and a death note that sent the unfortunate back to their hometown to become farmers. Because of this, the culinary industry considers the person who writes the comments to be the mother of the world, above 10,000 people. It was known that Soma's family diner wasn't even on the list. Annie couldn't help but feel sorry for the young man while her face remained as calm as ever. Indeed, cruel people live peacefully, pretending to be a saint who saves all living beings. Be careful, after tasting the food, she might beg for more later. Beside her was a handsome, fair-skinned young nobleman and a guy who looked exactly like a church priest. The appearance of the three judges boosted the fighting spirit of both sides to the max. The first to finish the dish was the blonde with the cleft chin on both sides. The dish, once presented, was captivating, a dazzlingly glossy Italian dish. Taking the first bite was so delicious it made you want to ascend, making Annie feel euphoric on the spot. The key here was the use of high-quality eel meat combined with exquisite cooking skills in the sauce. Each bite was a complete experience, making one feel like they were sandwiched in two full, plump buns. It was indescribably delicious. As for Ishiki, he planned to use the ingredients he borrowed from the Polar Star dorm members to compete against his opponent. "This is basically ganging up on people," he thought. Taking a bite made you play the eel wriggling game, with dozens of eels surrounding you with no way out, letting you stroke your arm sore. It turned out that Ishiki had grilled the eel on skewers to maintain its freshness, combined with the dried garlic crystals, the salty sweat sun-dried from his juniors. As for the eel liver soup, it was also prepared extremely meticulously. Each ingredient perfectly contributed, creating a magnificent design, a fusion of essence, that both women and men would be captivated by. The blonde tried his dish and was wholeheartedly convinced, shutting up and accepting defeat while apologizing to the Polar Star dorm members. The result was decided. The perverted senior enthusiastically squeezed his two round balls, successfully winning against Central. Nene also didn't forget to congratulate Ishiki on his victory. It turned out that he had always been hiding his skills, inherently a VIP tier player in disguise. This made her, even though she was one rank higher, feel resentful and immediately challenged him to a match in the next round, but he was directly rejected, saying, "You don't have enough level to talk yet. If Soma can't win, what do you have to fight me with?" At this moment, Soma started to pull out his treasure, the supersized wok he borrowed from Uncle Roger. Below it was Soma's blazing flame. He immediately used his inner strength and his skillful stir-frying techniques. These things were like pouring a glass of water on Sixth Seat's face. This time, she was determined to let the guy know what it meant to be young and foolish, old, and leaning on a cane. In contrast to Soma's half-baked, SOSO noodle dish, Nene's noodles were like snowflakes, pure white. She quickly finished her dish, frozen soba noodles, because of its flawless color and sparkle. Truly worthy of being one of the elite 10, a person from the ruling family of the East. Even the international judges couldn't help but admire the dish, which was brighter than the snow in the anime I used to watch as a kid. Nene had studied until her eyes were blurry, practicing diligently every day. Because of this, she had no friends, but compensating for that lonely time was her cooking skills, which had reached a height that few could catch up to. Standing before that jewel-like bowl of noodles, all beings were equal. The refined and gentle flavor slowly seeped into the body. The shrimp tempura was only eaten with the noodles because there was no dipping sauce left. These shrimp were definitely top-notch, otherwise, how could one undress them so easily? The soba was so delicious that the judge unconsciously ate the entire bowl without realizing it. Her mind was still floating, as if transformed into a seafood, a shrimp-human hybrid diving into the sea. From the ingredients to the techniques, everything was like the noodles themselves, flawlessly white. Just when it seemed that Ishiki would have to take back what he had said earlier. Unexpectedly, no, the author had been buffing her so much, but now she was about to get slapped mercilessly. Soma's steaming soba had been unveiled, to the anticipation of all his friends. Introducing to everyone, near and far, Soma's mesmerizing, flavor-swirling pan-fried noodles, which you would be mesmerized after just a bite. This kid must have blown smoke into the food, otherwise, how could he make people feel like they were in heaven, and so high they were puffing smoke like a train? There was this flour and that flour. Don't think that just because she used top-grade wheat flour, I wouldn't dare to respond with a common, cheap product. Soma's dish was completely opposite to Nene's. Seemingly illogical, but very convincing. That flavor was like quicksand, extremely intoxicating. Wait, how do people make such delicious dishes from instant noodles, while me and you guys, eating noodles all year round, only feel hot inside, with pimples all over our faces? How is that? By combining all the ingredients and methods that went against conventional thinking, Soma's soba made all three judges explode like firecrackers in a flavor festival. Finally, it was time to vote, whether the ice-like, jewel-like noodles of the sixth seat or Soma's high-damage soba would win. The Who is Smarter Than a Professor segment began. Nene was invited to try her own dish again, and immediately, she realized something was wrong. It was clearly still the same, but the flavor had noticeably diminished, while Soma's remained intact as before. It turned out that due to the different preparation methods, the frozen noodles were extremely sensitive to the surrounding environment. Because she had focused too much on a standardized formula, the sixth seat hadn't thought about its flexibility. The match closed with a fabric-tearing scene in a state of ecstasy and a score of 2-0 favoring the rebel group. Before they could celebrate for long, another victory announcement made the whole group burst with joy. The former third seed had overwhelmingly won, sending the unknown newbie who hadn't made any impression back to the countryside. Round 1 was a complete victory. The second challenge, with even stronger Elite 10 members, was about to begin. At this time, Soma is summoning his siblings nationwide to revolt. For Soma, his group is a rebellion group including elements who want to resist him. If Soma can win, he will open a completely new path for Tatsuki Academy. To win, Soma's group must challenge the current top 10 in a series of continuous shoku. However, Soma's group is no slouch either, as he invites former top 10 members back to fight. Neither side is willing to give in. In the first round of combat, Soma's rebel faction won 3 perfect victories, completely defeating their opponents with heart and conviction. However, the road to total victory is still far off. In the second round, they all think Azumi's side will unleash a very strong card to reverse the situation. Possibly first seed Aishi or second seed Jindo. If they don't concentrate, just one person can reverse the situation. Megashima says that he can continue to fight 2 consecutive matches without any effect on him. The academy is also not keeping calm. This Aishi wants to defeat Soma so badly. Just mentioning his name makes him bristle up like he's about to have his food stolen. But how the match order is arranged is up to Aishi. At this moment, he is being met privately by fans in the backyard. It is none other than his junior, Kuga, who was expelled, but that doesn't matter. The only reason Kuga fights is to face Aishi once more. After a break, the second round begins. The rebel group is still treated like animals. The pampered young ladies are also locked in cages like this. In the second round, Kuga is sent out because he thinks he will meet Aishi. Surely, that's how it is, but not only first seed Aishi, but also second seed and fourth seed are also on the chopping block. This match is really tenser than a string. Looking at it superficially, it's true that the academy is overwhelming already. Let's see how the match will be. Megashima will fight Jindo, Subaru is Sato's opponent, and as Kuga wishes, he will fight his idol Aishi. Like the previous round, the rebel group will be given priority to draw the theme. The themes will be pepper for Jindo's match, tuna for Subaru's match, and green tea for Kuga and Aishi's match. It seems that this match is already tense, but it's still slightly leaning towards Kuga. After all, Eastern dishes use tea leaves more often than Western dishes. While Aishi is still thinking, Kuga has come up with a few ideas. It must be acknowledged that he is very talented, and to win this match, he must really concentrate. After all, he is not fighting only for himself. There are many people behind him relying on Koga. He tries not to let Azumi's words sway him. Aishi also decides on his dish. Instead of this boring green tea match, I want to see Jindo's match more. This lady brings fresh ingredients to the match. Known as a master of handling rare ingredients, Jindo will be a tough opponent. It's also lucky that this ugly fish is both small and docile. In just a moment, she finishes processing the ingredients. It looks like that, but there are many steps, from scraping the scales, peeling off the gills, removing the tendons, drawing blood, and then mincing the meat. All are as smooth as 18-year-old girls. Not only with superb knife skills, Jindo is also known by 3 names: the spendthrift lady who flies around to satisfy her passion, the adventurer who searches for precious ingredients, sometimes a wild hunter. All have brought Jindo to the position of second seat in this academy. Facing Jindo's something crocodile dish, Megashima remains passionate about his soba noodles. He doesn't care who his opponent is, but he is the master of ramen. His dish is called African ramen, but does Africa even have ramen? Until now, Megashima has never been interested in fighting, but Soma's spirit touched his stone-cold heart. This time, he will fight a serious match, which is why he is at this Shokugeki, determined to win. That said, facing second seed Jindo is a bit scary. Both of them look like they are working very comfortably and enthusiastically, but they are actually very focused on their dishes. Megashima's broth is fragrant and rich, smelling it alone is enough to make you hungry. But will using a ton of chili peppers turn the dish into a culinary disaster? Jindo's crispy fried crocodile meat is also just fried, and now she will add other spices. Of course, she also uses a bunch of these pungent chili peppers for cooking. Rather, Megashima knows Jindo will do that, so he has to follow suit in order to catch up. This is indeed a match of heavyweight opponents, who are together transforming a super spicy spice into a delicious flavor. Both are putting in their all to compete. Although it's very eye-watering, its appeal makes viewers unable to take their eyes off it. Will Soma's group win the 3 matches in the second round again? Back with the friendly brother-sister duo Koga and Aishi. I don't know what Koga is doing with his Chinese wok, he hasn't added any green tea to cook it all this time. Meanwhile, Aishi decided to use 4 types of tea for his dish. Although his specialty is French cuisine, as first seat, the head of the academy, Aishi is known as the knight of ingredients, he can understand clearly no matter how rare it is. Even if he doesn't use it often, Aishi still knows how to make it the most delicious. The pinnacle of cuisine. How can you compete against someone like this? I'm worried about my Koga. Already at an impasse, and still being mocked. But no, Subaru threw him a box of ingredients he had just finished making in a Shokugeki. Teammates are allowed to support each other, and Subaru's tracking skills are notoriously amazing. It's like there are 2 Kogas competing on one field. Now he's showing off his skills, lining silver foil and tea leaves underneath. Koga has created a smoker right on the stove. What kind of realm is this? All this time he's been flipping the meat in the pan to serve this purpose. No one could have expected this move from him. Will it help Koga defeat his extremely formidable opponent? Soma wonders, and what is that black liquid for? It's time to use it. Koga will make his own exquisite sauce. In addition to the available ingredients, the smoked soy sauce is the special thing. This special sauce will bring an unpredictable flavor to the dish, with both creativity and teamwork points. It seems like this match will be a bit tricky for Aishi. I wonder how Subaru will cook while helping Koga like that. Of course he can't be completely focused. Meanwhile, his opponent is the 4th seat, known as a master of sushi, and the theme is tuna, which is right up his alley. But contrary to everyone's confidence, he is smiling and preparing to unleash something. Subaru's tracking skills have reached another level. He perfectly copies all of Seida's techniques, with almost no lag. This technique helps Subaru both help his teammates and catch up with his opponent without having to think much. This is when copyright theft reigns supreme. Sitting at home with CR, Saito is too strong. Saito doesn't complain about it, on the contrary, he lends Subaru his sword to butcher. If he didn't, it would offend his Bushido spirit. The most passionate young man about Bushido is deeply rooted in his blood, so he brings it up in everything he does. Unexpectedly, Subaru can use it skillfully. The preparations on both sides are complete. Now comes the cooking. With his tracking skills, Subaru does everything exactly like Saito. So will they both make the same dish? In these cases the fake always fails. Subaru has practiced his skills very hard. Observing carefully and copying has almost exhausted him and made him want to give up, but Soma and Aldini have given him the momentum to continue cooking. As a result, he has become a man of many faces, a top copying ninja, lord of multiple personalities. So much for the introduction. I forgot about the match. The two are doing it almost at the same time, and Saito has finished first. 10 ruby red tuna sushi are beautifully arranged. I don't need to know what it tastes like, but it looks good first, and it must be delicious. How else would he get the titled Master Sushi Chef? All are luxury dishes made exclusively for the aristocracy. At this time, Subaru also finished his part. Surprisingly, the outside of the dish is no different from Saito's. Copying at this level? Not only that, he also has an extra 10th dish, which is the highlight to defeat Saito. This MC belongs to the central authority, so she keeps nagging, but anyway, just try it and judge. She immediately took a bite, and the confident attitude from before disappeared along with her clothes. Although it's just a copy, Subaru has pushed the flavor of the dish to the highest level. Surely it's not just that he copied the opponent's recipe, he himself must really understand what he's doing to make a delicious dish. This MC made a sharp U-turn, saying that this dish is no less delicious than the 10 elites. But she doesn't have the right to decide for the judges. While preparing to eat, Jindo cut in. She had finished her dish and wanted to be judged before it got cold. African ramen is also finished. Now who do I eat first? Eating at the same time will mix the flavors. How can I judge accurately? That's for amateur people like you, but the judges here are all divine tongues. They can kick a few dishes and know right away, without having to do it one by one. Each dish is especially delicious. Guessing what ingredients are in it will take all day. Subaru's sushi also uses the smoked soy sauce that Kuga made earlier, and Mejishima's African ramen also has a cleverly hidden spicy flavor. You can only feel how delicious it is when you eat it. And the result of these two matches is that Jindo and Saito won absolute victories. There is still a big difference between these top-ranked 10 elites. Subaru's tracking is very perfect, but Saito knows that he can't copy a super small element of his. That's what makes the difference, not Subaru's 10th dish. As for Jindo's dish, although it looks spicy, but it's really spicy, but it's spicy in a delicious way that makes people can't stop eating. If you lose with that level, I don't know what Kuga can do. His opponent is the first seat. Can he carry this team? Kuga was originally a very confident guy. From the moment he stepped into Chowtrung, he challenged Shokugeki with many older brothers. And his winning streak made him too complacent about himself. The day he had to lose to first seat Aishi also came. Kuga completely collapsed in the face of this AO Trin, and it took him more than 10 days to return to normal. Even more shocked when he learned that Aishi didn't pay attention to him at all. When asked about Kuga, he pretended that he had never met him. That scene always appeared in Kuga's head every time he thought of Aishi, and today he had to make Aishi never forget his name with this dish. Aishi has also finished his work. Both are very fragrant. Kuga's decoration is a bit different from usual. His dish has been made very creatively. No one can imagine what it will taste like when they put it in their mouth. It's really amazing. That special sauce combined with the main green tea leaves has blown away the greasy taste of pork fat, so that the flavor of green tea makes the dish elegant. Not only that, Kuga also used a special ingredient, a French-style sauce. He is no longer a person who specializes in Chinese dishes. Kuga has learned everything to wait for the day to defeat Aishi. He also admits that Aishi is now much more amazing, but that's still not enough to defeat the final boss. Aishi's dish is still presented very artistically. Will he handle his dish with an unusual ingredient? Exceptionally well, in fact. What kind of flavor is it that's both gentle and uplifting, better than doing drugs? Just smelling it from the outside is already stimulating. This female judge doesn't dare to take a second bite for fear of losing control. But that's only one of the 4 flavors in Aishi's dish. He wants everyone to eat it all to feel the flavor completely, because Aishi has maximized the advantages of all 4 types of tea. They will support and lift each other, like a piece of music. But it has never failed. It feels like just one flavor has defeated Kuga. There's no need to eat all 4. This power is too different. Why join Azumi? In the second round, the rebel faction lost completely. Will they have any chance to win this game? Now there are only 5 people on each team. The next match will be held tomorrow morning. It seems that after the match just now, both sides are exhausted, especially the central authority. They didn't think it would be this tense. It seems that all 3 of these people can't participate in tomorrow's match. They all competed very well, and that was the rebel faction's initial plan. Irina said that it's very difficult to win against Aishi and Jindo, but making them weak enough not to be able to continue fighting is entirely possible. The defeat just now was not meaningless. She was not shaken by that result, but on the contrary, what she was aiming for was the final victory of the whole team. Although he lost to Aishi, Kuga also motivated himself. At least he made Aishi confused for a while. He also told Soma that he wouldn't participate in tomorrow's match. If he wanted to rematch, he should save his energy for the day after tomorrow, but Soma said that he would participate and defeat everyone, whether it's tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, it doesn't matter to him. He also fakes the rebel faction's plan. I don't know what he ate that he's so confident. The next day, before going on the chopping block, the fighting spirit is there, but everyone looks more tense than the first day, especially Tadakoro, who is almost stiff. Oh, just a few people, the rest are still passionate about numerology. It's better than letting everyone sit around doing nothing and thinking nonsense, it looks interesting too. Irina almost got caught up in the red and black vortex. After a while, Momo and her crew appeared. Oh wait, the other two didn't bother to show up and went to the field first. Unexpectedly, Saito still has the strength to fight. He used a special method of the samurai to recover faster. No more beating around the bush here. In short, the rebel faction's opponents today will be the sweet-loving Momo, the sushi brother Saito, and the loser Aishi. Before the match, Saito didn't forget to remind Aishi to be careful not to embarrass himself like last time. He was so bitter, Aishi wanted to fight Soma directly right away, but life is not easy for anyone. Soma's opponent will be the fourth seat. An unknown person will fight a sushi chef of S-class. It sounds off already. Hopefully Soma won't be unlucky enough to draw his opponent's favorite theme like in round 1. Luckily, it's butter, which has nothing to do with each other. But after hearing that, Saito decided to make seafood rice with butter, which sounds crazy. So Soma also decided to make a rice dish. The second pair is Aldini versus the loser Aishi. Looking at his dangerous face, hopefully he won't lose again. Their theme is beef, which is always in Aldini's Italian cuisine. Although he has an advantage, his opponent is not someone to be trifled with. But I'm worried about the last pair. Tadakoro will have to face the master of sweets Momo. Until now I still don't know how talented Tadakoro is. Hopefully she can survive this. The theme Tadakoro drew was apples, which is so suitable for Momo's desserts. Can she handle this? In just a few minutes, the match of round 3 will begin. It can be said that this is the most important match. If one side loses, the other side will only have 2 people left. The rebel faction is all rookie here. This is considered the decisive match to checkmate the opponent. At this time, all 6 people are looking for ingredients. Tadakoro and Aldini are tense and hot-footed, while Soma is happily shopping in the supermarket. What about that brother Aishi, always following the younger girls to threaten them? He must not be bitter about losing from round 3. In general, Soma and Aldini's match is less worried, but Tadakoro's is completely opposite. Although Momo suggested delicious cake ingredients, the invisible pressure from her senior still made her pick up the whole bunch. Tadakoro tried to regain her composure and confidence. That's right, she has been practicing very hard on that train. Together with the talented chefs, she can't lose. During that time she was trained by Shinomiya, and today he is also here to watch his student compete. Shinomiya is famous for his title of Vegetable Knife Wizard. His student drew fruit. What can he do? In this match we will see the results of that training. It's also surprising that this teacher decided to train the kids on that train. All 4 of them received special training, with one-on-one teachers for each who are all big shots in the culinary world. It seems that they all don't like the Azami government very much. But Shinomiya is different. His restaurant is not affected at all. If the Azami government expands, he doesn't care much. If these kids are expelled, then why is he here and training Tadakoro? It reminded her of summer camp. Shinomiya was the one who expelled her because her cooking was not up to par. Now that they met again, Tadakoro became more flustered and couldn't cook properly, as nervous as a beginner. But Shinomiya didn't give up. The reason he's here is to train someone to succeed him. At that time he thought of 2 people, Saiba's son and this vegetable girl. Soma has been trained by his father, and Tadakoro shares a love for vegetables and fruits, making it easier to train. Soma shook her spirits, and today is when she shows the results of that training. All 6 are in their kitchen. They are ready to create unique dishes to confront their opponents. What is the rebel group doing? They are discussing how to support each other in the dishes. Unlike Subaru helping Kuga in round 2, they are aiming for something higher. Letting 3 people go to the field at the same time is just like that. They practice together on that train, so their teamwork spirit is extremely high compared to any other group. From the very first minutes of the match, the 3 of them have been continuously coordinating and supporting each other, just like professional chefs serving in a high-class restaurant. Although there is not much time, but like this it will make things difficult for the central authority. It seems that it is possible to win this 3rd round. This MC is furious, constantly scolding the rebel faction and praising the central authority. What kind of MC is this? But then a sweet fragrance wafted through. Where is it? It was emitted from Momo's magical pot. Just smelling it is enough to enchant people. Just now, that girl was still like an animal being snatched from its food. Now she is so elegant and polite. This match is too difficult, folks. Momo's dessert doesn't take much time. She's almost finished her product. Now it's just the decorating step. She's confident that after eating her dish, the judges won't want to eat anything else. Just smelling it made these 2 want to change gender already. The title dessert, which isn't just for fun. Looking at the rose petals made from small apple slices, but eating it is really the taste of roses. Not only that, it's also the noblest of roses. They are often used to scent bathtubs, and also give people a light and airy feeling like being enchanted. The scent makes people go to the scenery for hours. To make this cake, you must be a person with superb skills. Cooking roses or apples is very difficult to keep their shape. Just a little mistake will turn into a disaster. Facing such a formidable opponent, I'm really worried about the rebel faction. How will Tadakoro deal with the dessert witch? Her dish is finally finished, but contrary to the queen's basket of roses, her dish is too simple, just a fried cake. In terms of external form, she has already lost a point compared to her opponent, but the important thing is still the taste inside the dish. Although it's a traditional Japanese fried cake, the filling inside is very Western, plus a creative point. Right from the first bite. This judge was stunned, the other two also felt the deliciousness. It's not just a traditional fried cake, the filling inside it is combined in a humorous and strange way, but this combination is not easy at all. It's like you're trying to dissolve fat and water together. This requires a very high technique, and that is the result of practicing a high-level French technique that Shinomiya passed on to Tadakoro. Although it's a bit slow, but in the end she mastered it and applied it successfully. I thought this match would be off, but the judges were wrong. But to think about it and evaluate it, this dish still can't beat Momo's. Its sweet aroma is still clearly imprinted in the eater's mouth. Is this the end? But no, Tadakoro's never give up eyes show that it's not over yet. The judges continue to eat to see what secrets are still unsolved. Again, a series of new reactions from them. Even Momo doesn't know what Tadakoro made. The secret flavor can only be felt when eating the middle of the cake, which is ginger from Aldini and butter from Soma. That's right, those two are supporting Tadakoro. Now I can feel it. You hid your hand too well, I didn't realize it. It feels like being punched straight in the face without knowing it. This perfect combination adds depth to the deliciousness of apples. A comeback is always possible. And here is the decisive moment of the judges. The final result is 2-1 leaning towards Momo. It's true that Tadakoro's dish is very delicious and delicate, but there is still something that can't surpass Momo's rose cake. Even if she gets one vote from the judges, losing is still losing. Senior Momo was also a little scared. Although she lost, Tadakoro has done her best. Her opponent is too strong. But she's still not satisfied. She burst into tears and apologized to everyone, but Tadakoro's efforts are not useless. She has also supported Soma and Aldini a lot. Now it's time for those two to turn this match around. Witnessing the defeat of her student, Shinomiya also had nothing to say. Just kidding. The teacher also hoped that she would learn something. Soma and Aldini have started stir-frying something. I don't know what he is going to do with his beef theme. Looking at these ingredients, it may be a pizza. Hearing it sounds creative and attractive. I can't wait to enjoy and evaluate it. Aldini's opponent is also not someone to be trifled with. This Aizen seems to have some plan prepared in advance. His piece of beef is perfectly grilled, the doneness is almost just right, without deviating a millimeter. What he has prepared, anyway, is a professional at the 10 elites level. This technique is commendable, although his personality is very lame. He started to slander Aldini again. This may be the nature or habit of this guy, but it must be admitted that he is very good at teasing others. Aldini looks calm, but he is also starting to get angry. The skill of provoking opponents of these losers is definitely number 2, no one dares to be number 1. Aldini acts normal and continues to make his dish. But I know he is a bit distracted by Aizen. It seems that it is really a pizza with grilled beef. There are also onions and cheese, and finally baking the cake is done. It may be a perfect and delicate dish, but Aizen said that it will become a disaster as soon as the judges eat his dish first, because he has put a lot of artichokes in his dish. In this fruit there is a substance that makes the sensation of the tongue somewhat wrong. In other words, after eating a dish with artichokes, the next dish that the judges feel will be amplified. In other words, the flavor that the chef wants to keep will not be felt correctly. It sounds like Aizen is deliberately playing dirty and trying to win, but it's valid because he planned it within the allotted time, without violating anything. While Aldini's pizza is baking, his cream sauce grilled beef dish is finished, a dish covered in artichokes. It's really tempting. The taste is top-notch. After all, he's almost on par with the 10 elites, and he's also known as the alchemist. This made Soma curious about what it tasted like, and if he's curious, why not try it? Soma also admitted that this combination is very great, especially the substance from that artichoke. It's not easy to exploit and combine with other dishes, but Aizen has done it perfectly, combining it with cream sauce and pushing the grilled beef dish to a new level. It's true that the title alchemist wasn't just given for nothing. Even without using artichokes, Aizen would still be able to defeat Aldini because his dish is also very delicate. A chemical reaction happened right on the judges' tongues. They were stunned as if they were immersed in a magic trick and didn't want to escape. At this moment, Aldini's pizza was also finished. I'm really worried about this young man. He divided the pizza into 2 parts. One side was all cheese and the other side was all grilled beef. I don't know what his intention is. Could it be that he wants the judges to eat the cheese part first to reduce the impact from the artichokes? But no, on the contrary. Aldini wanted them to eat the grilled beef part first. While Aizen also thought he gave up and did that, but no, Aizen met a reckless guy. The taste of this piece of pizza was unbelievably perfect, as if it was enhanced by Aizen's dish to be so delicious. No mistake, Aldini knew from before that Aizen would play this trick. So he deliberately changed the recipe and ingredients, making his dish a bit bland, and turned it into the main dish, turning Aizen's dish into a joke by turning it into an appetizer. This is the art of Italian chefs, the alchemist with us is. Aizen doesn't understand why his perfect plan was discovered. That's because Aldini has always held that grudge in his heart. He always watches his matches, 80% of the time he uses tricks to ruin the flavor of his opponents to win. Knowing this in advance, Aldini was able to prepare to go one step ahead of him. A ghostly candidate battle that the judges didn't want to escape. Not only that, there is still an all-cheese part here. Usually in Italian cuisine, people don't serve a third dish, but this is Japan. Although it's all cheese, Aldini has cleverly combined it with other flavors, making it not like those greasy cheese pieces. He successfully turned Aizen's dish into a springboard and took the judges flying up in joy through 3 layers of flavor. The result of this match is too obvious, a 3-0 absolute victory for Aldini. A victory that couldn't be more convincing, right? Once again, Aizen has to fail to the younger freshman. The author is also very evil. I don't know what to call this loser anymore. Now there are only 4 people on each team. Will Soma and Seida's match? Who will go next? You don't need to watch to know who will win. But let's watch to see if there's anything unexpected. The theme is butter, so everyone doesn't know what the two will make. Most dishes don't use butter as the main ingredient, usually it's just a side dish. Saito is cutting oranges and squeezing them out, while Soma is using mochi candy. Wow, this guy is always different. He's mincing mochi and cooking them with a pot of boiling soybean. The goal is to create a pot of fake white sauce that is fragrant and creamy. But why not use butter when people usually do? After a while both put butter in the pan and started stirring. The fragrance from both sides spread at the same time, making the whole arena boiling. The processing part is just starting now. Soma is frying rice with the usual ingredients, while the seafood smell rising from Seida's pan has almost overwhelmed everything. His seafood rice dish is about to be completed. Although Saito feels that Soma has not drawn his sword to fight, he is still keeping something a secret that he doesn't want to reveal. So he decided to draw his sword to attack first. Just a moment later, Seida's butter seafood rice dish was completed, all made from top quality ingredients. Just looking at the screen you know how many people are salivating. Soma is still very calm when he sees his opponent is leading. Just separating the fish meat, smoke rises as if it's in a pot, completely stimulating and you can't help but eat it. And the feeling of surging in the chest, as if the creatures of the sea are trying to overcome the waves to crawl into your throat, what a feeling. In just one bowl of seafood rice, it contains a lot, from salmon to octopus, squid and other sea fish, but the strange thing is that they are not greasy when coated with butter. That's because Saito used lemon juice and orange juice to neutralize the greasiness in it. It feels like you can eat butter all day without getting bored. Saito has really used 100% of the potential of butter. Although he is a master of sushi, he always knows that what makes a great sushi dish is not the fish meat, it's the accompanying flavors. They are what determine whether the sushi dish is delicious or not. As long as it's what Saito knows well, he can definitely use it to the fullest. When he was young, his family opened a small sushi restaurant, but it was very popular with many people. Saito always admired his mother and wanted to quickly help her cook. His mother raised him and he was able to enter Tatsuki Academy. Saito was even more determined to become a great sushi chef. Sometime later, his mother was accepted into a famous class, thinking it was an opportunity to develop the restaurant, but no, they were all contemptuous people who thought that women shouldn't be in the kitchen at all. But if the mother doesn't do it, who will raise her son? Seida's mother still tried, and then one day she couldn't take it anymore. She passed away and left her young samurai son. With that spirit, Saito decided to take over the restaurant and bring it to a new level. Including those who harmed his mother, he will let them know what a great sushi dish is. This is indeed one of the top grinding characters in this movie. He just smacked these guys one after another and then rose to the 4th seat position as it is now. Just eating it, you can feel his samurai spirit. The judges are like being slashed to death. I don't know what Soma will make to deal with this tough opponent. Suddenly he said it's over, as if he realized that his sword had been broken before Saito. But no, that's just Saito imagining it himself. Soma also has a strong fighting spirit like that, and this dish will be the thing for him to win. As soon as the oven was opened, the aroma spread everywhere. A special aroma from milk and butter made anyone who smelled it feel hungry and craving. Just wanting to put it right in their mouth to satisfy their hunger. Soma's dish is called grilled butter. It looks very fatty, but the taste is extremely refreshing. I don't know how they can combine them so harmoniously. I just know that now all I can think about is this dish. And from the very beginning when preparing the fake white sauce, it was the thing that created the highlight for this dish. If it's made from butter, it will bring a feeling of being greasy, but using mochi is different. In short, Soma also understood the ingredients he used to process very well in order to push it to a new level. Unlike Saito, who always fights alone, lonely with a carefully sharpened sword, Soma has used many different swords to fight until he wins. He lost to Saito in the simulated Shokugeki arena last night many times. The story is that last night Subaru impersonated today's opponents to practice for everyone, although he lost, but this is the best he can do now. Indeed, if it weren't for Subaru, Soma would have had to lose today. Last night he broke his sword countless times. Even with the help of Tadakoro and Aldini, he still couldn't overcome it, but then Soma took advantage of the knowledge of other opponents, those he had competed against, to create a completely new style. In the samurai battle, it's not necessary to use a sword anymore, a completely new style that catches the opponent off guard. And thanks to that, today Soma was able to defeat Saito in front of that sharp blade. That's the result from the moment he stepped into this academy until now. Another victory for the rebel faction, nothing could be more convincing. Although he had prepared himself, it was also an unbelievable victory. Once again, the rebel faction proved that the Central Authority's cooking skills were nothing. The group is celebrating, but is it too early now when the fourth round is the decisive round of all? The Central Authority only has 3 people left, but they are all top 3 in the 10 elites. This match must be said to be the most difficult ever. Having come this far, we have to play a decent match. Returning to the resting place, Soma's group discussed who would participate in the final round. Of course, Soma will be among them. The important thing is who can defeat Aishi or the other two. It's already difficult enough, but I was wrong. Soma is not participating in this fourth round at all. It seems that the 2 important characters have recovered their strength. They seem to have more vitality than the first day. Briefly about the matches of this fourth round, Aishi will fight Satoshi. Both are members of the 10 elites, but their talents are very different. Will the wild rabbit theme help Satoshi gain an advantage? The next match is Aldini with Jindo. The theme is octopus. The remaining match is between Momo and Irina, Azumi's daughter, but belonging to the opposing faction. Will Irina be able to do anything with her divine tongue? This is also the first time I've seen her fight a Shokugeki. Their theme is brown sugar, something that is very beneficial for Momo. Will Irina be able to fight the dessert queen? Momo has started cooking her dish already. I noticed that every time she competes, this girl starts and finishes very quickly. Maybe it's because the cake doesn't take much time to complete. In a flash, she made a lot of bowls of colorful ingredients, like a palette to prepare to create a masterpiece. Momo continues to draw cute shapes for the last cakes, just baking them for 3 minutes and the dish is almost complete. Regardless of who the opponent is and what skills they have, Momo only focuses on her dish and defeats her opponents absolutely. What can Irina do against such a strong opponent? She can only sit still and watch. Irina is also preparing a dish. Unexpectedly, she dares to make a sweet dish to compete with the dessert queen. This move is so bold that it's easy to cut out. Let's wait and see who will win. In the end, Momo's cake was finished first, thinking she would make it simple, but who knew that her small body could make such a huge multi-layered cake? It's really beyond imagination. But no matter how beautiful it is, the most important thing is still the taste. The form is already beautiful, the inside is even more beautiful, the taste is so delicate that it captivates people. Dying for sweetness is like dying for love. The outside feels very plump and elastic to the touch, but when eaten it is smooth. Melts in your mouth and goes down your throat. The secret lies in this special soy sauce bottle. Cakes also use soy sauce? After making the cake with ordinary ingredients, Momo cleverly combined them with this special flavor. In other words, adding salt to the sweet, but making the sweet even higher, like the kamen we eat, but this dish is on a different level. We can only see it on the screen and never be able to taste it. Brown sugar combined with black soy sauce very skillfully. In addition, there are other fruits that come with it to create many flavors, and there are also marshmallows to eat together to melt on the tongue, and then eating the cake will make the cake even more top-notch. It feels like the eater is being led to a wonderland surrounded by all the sweet things full of love. Momo is like a princess standing on a solid castle, an indestructible dessert fortress. Will Irina be able to do anything? Momo's cake has too many fans. Opening a fan memory session here is so appropriate. From a young age, Momo has always pursued cute and sweet things. Most of the things she chooses later become a trend, and just like that she became famous as a child prodigy. In fact, she only pursues things that are really cute. After entering the academy, she became even more famous, but Irina didn't give up either. Her dish was also finished. Facing the cake roll, she made pancakes, but that's not ordinary pancakes. Looking at the cream flowing out, I want to shoot everywhere. The elasticity is no less than Momo's. The fragrance and softness when separating the cake are enough to fascinate people. They began to taste this dessert, layers of flavor. In the middle is the secret ingredient. Irina put red bean paste in the middle of the cake, perfectly combined with brown sugar. Irina has created a dorayaki, a famous cake in Japan, but with the style of a pancake. She is truly a master of Japanese ingredients. Irina knows all the traditional and quintessence dishes in her heart. You see, when you succeed, you can say whatever you want, so before you succeed, don't say anything. Apart from the three judges, this little MC is also unable to resist the cravings for this attraction. Well, let her be satisfied, let her release everything she has. Everyone who eats the dish is now immersed in the illusion of love, but Irina wants one more person to try her dish, that is Momo, the queen of sweets. She said that this dish can't get a perfect score because Irina added red beans and ruined its original delicious flavor, but how can you be sure like that without eating it, right? Momo said it's not entirely wrong, it's just missing something. Now she is having very strange reactions to other people's sweets, this reaction has said it all. Irina knows all the things she said, and of course she added Greek yogurt to make it a dish that is far from what Momo knows. Although she hates to admit it, Momo has completely fallen for this dish. Irina started to lecture, saying that Momo was too confident and only cared about her wonderful fortress without knowing that there are better things out there. That's right, Momo was too confident when she was called the dessert queen. Irina has experienced that feeling, so she understands it very well. To say this, she was also doused with a bucket of cold water into the title of Ice Cold Queen, none other than Soma. Another absolute victory for the rebel faction, but this is not the time to celebrate the victory. There are still 2 more matches of the first seat and second seat, and more importantly, there is a change in the judging panel. Azumi has decided to score the remaining 2 matches himself. Will this undermine the fairness of the food evaluation? While Azumi belongs to the central authority and wants to drive away the rebel faction, he said that he will evaluate accurately and not be biased towards anyone. This has also been approved by the former principal and those in authority. But evaluating alone is still somewhat subjective, so he invited 2 more people to be his fellow judges, 2 girls who are well known in the culinary world, or rather 2 senior sisters who have led this judge arena. The senior sisters are here, so there's nothing else to say, you have to listen to them. It's unbelievable that these people are willing to surrender to Azumi's policy. Is everything messed up? Even so, Aldini still wanted to be evaluated further to ensure fairness, so from now on there will be 2 other people including Azumi who will directly score. Everyone is worried about this, but Soma isn't. He thinks this opportunity came sooner than he thought. Forcing him to come out to fight directly is what he is aiming for. But for some reason, since Azumi decided to be a judge, senior sister Jindo seems very angry, so much that she seems to be putting all her anger into this dish. Aren't they on the same side? Is there a conflict or something hidden in this? After a while, Jindo's dish was completed. At the same time, Aldini also finished his dish, which is grilled squid rolls. The name sounds simple, but the way to make it is not simple at all. Just looking at it makes you want to eat it. I can't wait to enjoy it anymore. The 3 began to enjoy Aldini's dish first. A delicious, rich and juicy seafood dish, it was made very skillfully from squid tendons and rice. Even though it's not in the dish, Aldini cleverly left that flavor on the squid. Not only that, the outside is homemade squid cream. Aldini almost used all the ingredients he had to create this dish. He combines yogurt with salt, creating a special stimulating feeling for the eater. This dish is truly very delicate. These 2 girls can't sit still anymore and have to express themselves with body language. This reaction is too skillful. Are the top people usually like this? Azumi, though not having such exaggerated reactions, also praised this dish as very delicious. After that, it was Jindo's turn. The reaction was too bland. Jindo's dish is a cake that looks like a hamburger, but they have been improved a lot. The taste is also very delicate. The meat of the squid has been minced, mixed with eggs, and fried with other flavors to make the main lining in the cake. Not only that, below the cake, which would normally be tuna, Jindo has replaced it with something that seems more luxurious, which is the largest freshwater fish in the world, a very rare food that only masters can hunt. What an AO Trin level for you guys. That GSI need is enough to beat other dishes. The dish has been improved to a new level. If the expression in Aldini's dish is see-through pajamas, then with Jindo's dish there are only a few pieces of bikini left. This transcendence is completely different from each other and the result doesn't need to be discussed anymore. Absolute victory for Jindo. The central authority, Soma's group, remains silent for a long time. That's right, the second seed is too strong. She is on a completely different level, so even if they lose and are very uncomfortable, Aldini can only accept. He has done his best for the dish just now. Now there is only 1 match left to reach the end. The fate of the rebel faction will depend entirely on this match. Pressure and tension are weighing on Satoshi's shoulders, because for a traditional Japanese culinary expert there are not many dishes that use rabbit meat. On the contrary, Eishi's French dishes are very popular with rabbit meat. But Satoshi is known as a genius, even if there are many things he doesn't know, but once he touches a dish, he will master it in a short time. Everyone expects him to make a unique dish to defeat Eishi. But Satoshi went against everyone's expectations. He is planning to make a traditional Japanese soup called oenmono. It's hard to understand why he would do that. Other dishes that come with rabbit meat are okay, but this soup is extremely different in flavor from the rabbit meat. Herbivores that survive naturally in the forest often have a very special flavor. Few people would use it with this elegant and pure soup. I don't understand what Satoshi is plotting, or is he deciding to be a reckless guy to win? Not caring much, he still continues to process his dish, but it looks too simple. It's just simply simmering it and putting it in a bowl of soup and that's it. Satoshi has finished his dish before Aishi. I don't know if there is any conspiracy or if he is too scared to do it recklessly. Will there be something special when this bowl of soup is opened? An incredibly warm and pure fragrance rises, enveloping the surroundings, without a hint of the wild smell of forest animals, a very familiar feeling like being with family. Next, you have to try it to evaluate the taste. The soup is so wonderful. Satoshi has cleverly combined rabbit meat with clams, creating a miraculous soup. It must be said that he has created a new dish for Japanese cuisine that is extremely delicate, never before seen. Even Azumi had to admit that this dish is truly top-notch. It takes him back to Japan in the old days, so many memories and traditions. But it doesn't stop there. Hidden deep inside that snow-white piece of mochi is the secret. As soon as it was separated, the soup around it turned opaque. That's miso soup. It's made from minced rabbit meat combined with other things. Now will be the second experience of the person being entertained, guaranteed to never be forgotten even if they only eat it once. The taste is so pure but also salty, both luxurious and modern but very traditional Japanese, as if a beautiful painting had been added to by Satoshi with an exquisite finishing touch. It seems that this phase has also made it difficult for the White Knight Aishi. He even feels that Satoshi is truly very talented. Senior Aishi continues his trick of recruiting assistants, promising that he will not expel Satoshi if he agrees to be his assistant. This line sounds familiar, doesn't it? But that also shows that Aishi is very confident that he will win. His dish is almost finished, just decorate it a little and bring it up for evaluation. Aishi's dish is called Royal Wild Rabbit Meat. Just hearing it sounds luxurious. This is the dish that is often served at royal parties. He brings a luxury and aristocracy just like its name, and of course the taste is also extremely top-notch. How can it be wrong when the cook is Aishi? But Aldini said that although it's delicious, but compared to the creativity and freshness, it can't beat Satoshi. But not sure, he just ate a piece and evaluated everything. The senior sister next to her discovered something special under the sauce. Aishi cleverly transformed this royal dish in a French style, turning unfavorable things into favorable things. Turning other people's things into his own. Aishi always only cares about himself, and that's why he always leads and can't be defeated. There's no need to hesitate anymore. The Silver Knight has defeated the absolute Japanese artist. Since he was a child, Aishi has had such a personality. Whenever he sees someone with something good or beautiful, he wants to turn it into his own, without caring about the feelings of others. That's why he has the nickname eccentric genius that people give him. But this time he still failed to recruit an assistant. With that personality, no one will agree. So the match today has ended and is leaning towards the central authority, but there is still one final match tomorrow. Each side only has 2 people left. Will Soma's group be able to win? The method of competition in tomorrow's match has changed, as announced by the former principal. Tomorrow, the 2 will work as a team and make it like a meal, an appetizer, and a main course. The theme is free, but the core must be gourmet cuisine. Azumi didn't object at all. On the contrary, it's worth it to enjoy the combination of Jindo and Aishi. He is also sure that after tomorrow's defeat, Irina will immediately return to him. His daughter is not bad either. Now she is stronger and can turn against her father. He again thinks that she is in puberty, so it's normal to rebel, but everything will be back in its place according to his wishes. He must think he's a good father. It's true that no one in this is normal. When leaving, Aldini tried to chase after Jindo to ask her about it. He had been wondering during the match, why was her attitude so different when Azumi appeared? Is she afraid of something? But Jindo refused and told him he was just good at thinking nonsense. This reaction has made it clear what she is hiding. That night, everyone discussed what they could do to help Soma and Irina, but perhaps now they can only trust them. They can't do anything. Meanwhile, these 2 are still arguing about what to make. Who will make the main course? Soma of course won't give in, but the important thing is that Irina wants to make a luxurious, delicate, and classy meal because she has been used to evaluating high-end dishes since she was a child. On this side, Jindo and Aishi are also preparing for tomorrow, but they both look listless. I don't know what they are thinking. After saying goodbye and going to rest, Megashima came to find Jindo to apologizing for not winning and putting her in this difficult situation. Perhaps he knows something about Jindo. Back a few years ago, when the current 10 elites were not known, Jindo and Aishi often played together. Although she knew that his personality was a bit strange, Jindo was very comfortable. At first they didn't know each other until they were in the same class. Aishi always followed the teachers to learn. Jindo felt this guy was very interesting, so she got to know him. Until now, Aishi has been the best in the class. He said he will become the first seat in Tatsuki Academy. Jindo also chimed in saying that she will become the second seat. That youthful time was so beautiful. Unlike now, Megashima is just an outsider who has witnessed everything. A few years later, that naive sentence became true. Aishi often had the opportunity to show off his talents to VIP guests. They ate and drank very happily, but for some reason Aishi felt annoyed. He himself didn't understand why. The climax was at a luxury restaurant in Las Vegas. Aishi was specially invited to be the head chef there. His dishes were extremely excellent, receiving many compliments, but Aishi was still extremely frustrated and didn't want to cook anymore. It was at this time that old Azumi appeared and spoke to his heart. Aishi put a lot of effort into the dish, but the diners couldn't feel it. They praised it as delicious simply because the first seat cooked it. He commented, "This is a terrible party for pigs." It's not easy to meet someone who understands you like that. Aishi's attention began to turn to Azumi from then on. He took advantage of that to manipulate him. The more talented and ambitious people are, the easier they are to control. Returning home, but Aishi always tried to go to America. Azumi was just waiting for that to get closer to him. He told him his plan from then on. The two became closer and closer. Aishi was also happy thinking that he had met someone with the same wavelength. What had to come came. Azumi wanted Aishi to realize his ambition for the pinnacle of cuisine with him, eliminating all the things he said were for pigs, and the key to success was Irina, the judgment machine that he had trained from a young age. A plan that couldn't be more dirty and vicious. But why does Jindo support it? Perhaps she realized that someone would save Tatsuki, but she only told Mijishima that she wanted to cook with Aishi more. No wonder girls are the most difficult creatures to understand. Almost no one could fall asleep that night. Soma's group didn't even sleep. They continued to research the dish. The next day is the most anticipated day of the Shokugeki round. The judges and the audience couldn't be more nervous. The 10 elites have appeared. Jindo and Aishi don't look tired at all, especially Aishi, although he had a tough match yesterday, but the excitement today helped him regain his form. In contrast to the Central Authority's top duo, the rebel faction looks tired and weak. Did they stay up all night and still haven't found a dish to cook? Not only that, now they're playing rock paper scissors to decide who will make the main course. I don't know if we should expect this unfortunate duo. The result is that Soma has to cook the appetizer. He is not reconciled, but he can't do anything. The important thing is that the Shokugeki has started now. The next day is the most anticipated day of the Shokugeki round. The judges and the audience couldn't be more nervous. The 10 elites have appeared. Jindo and Aishi don't look tired at all, especially Aishi, although he had a tough match yesterday, but the excitement today helped him regain his form. In contrast to the Central Authority's top duo, the rebel faction looks tired and weak. Did they stay up all night and still haven't found a dish to cook? Not only that, now they're playing rock paper scissors to decide who will make the main course. I don't know if we should expect this unfortunate duo. The result is that Soma has to cook the appetizer. He is not reconciled, but he can't do anything. The important thing is that the Shokugeki has started now. If Soma's team wins, they will take all the seats of the Elite 10. If they lose, of course, they will all be kicked out of the school, and no one will accept those defeated and expelled. This is like a do-or-die battlefield. Jindo and Aishi quickly start working on their dishes. Aishi is already thinking that after winning this battle, he will have to work with a pile of paperwork again, and just thinking about it makes him feel frustrated and unwilling to continue. Indeed, he's not good at anything other than cooking, and he also has excessive anxiety. But anyway, this battle must be finished, and the two are starting to coordinate with each other. This is truly a rare sight. Meanwhile, these two are still arguing loudly. Instead of focusing on the opponent, Soma says that his appetizer will be more delicious than the main course. If that happens, they're dead. He will ruin the structure of a meal. I'm worried about this troubled couple, guys. Can they create a decent dish? On the other hand, the upperclassmen are still coordinating very well. Humanity will witness a completely unique dish, combining wild game and rare ingredients. In just a moment, Jindo's appetizer is complete. The timing is so precise that when the judges finish eating, Aishi's dish is also ready. A perfect couple. Unexpectedly, a wild person like Jindo made a milfai like this. It looks very elegant and polite. Unlike her usual style. The appearance is already beautiful, and the flavor inside is even more perfect. The main ingredients are shiitake mushrooms, button mushrooms, and chives. In addition, she uses ground chestnuts and whipped cream to stuff between the layers of pastry, a very difficult combination, but it achieves perfection. Azumi discovers a slightly sour taste on the tip of his tongue, and he doesn't know where it comes from. Jindo immediately explains that it's from ants. Truly the master of unique ingredients. I've never seen anyone eat ants before, but Jindo extracted formic acid from them to make an ingredient. If used in large quantities, it will be very harmful, but if the correct amount is measured, it will become a great highlight. Unlike the sour and astringent taste of fruits, it helps the cake become perfect without any excess sweetness. Everything is perfect and professional. You can't ask for anything more from a top-notch appetizer like this. It will be the basis for enhancing the taste buds of the eater when enjoying the main course. That's how people use appetizers. Aishi's main course is also complete, and he confidently says that this is the best dish he can make, a unique dish of his own. What's behind this salt-crusted pastry? Aishi breaks the crust, and the red meat inside gradually appears. Its aroma spreads around, making everyone crave it. Even though it's the enemy's dish, they'd do anything to eat just one bite. Aishi starts slicing and plating the dish. It looks like art. I don't dare ruin this masterpiece. I want to put it in a glass case instead of daring to eat it. In this dish, Aishi used venison, the same dish he defeated Soma with in their previous match. It was already incredibly delicious back then, but now it's an upgraded version. How can Soma possibly compete? The three female judges are as if drowning in a sea of happiness. Aishi also wants Soma to try it and see if it's much different from before. An overwhelming taste immediately dominates the mind upon the first bite. This dish is completely different from the last time. Combined with Jindo's previous appetizer, those who have tasted it now are as if they are in heaven. This show has some truly unbearable ways of setting the scene, doesn't it? Suddenly, the clothes of these young people disappear. I thought it only happened in imagination when eating delicious food, but it turns out this is a God-given gift to the Nakiri family. It's called Os. When they taste truly delicious food, Os will affect the outside world and strip those around them. I also want to be a son-in-law in this family. But that proves that because this meal is so perfect, it has reached the pinnacle of cuisine, worthy of the name true cuisine. The Os phenomenon is also considered evidence when evaluating a dish, because it doesn't lie like humans. Now, what will Soma and Irina's team do to defeat true cuisine? The judges all think that this perfect combination is unbeatable. Will all the efforts of the two people from now on be meaningless? Soma doesn't pay attention to Azumi's words. He asks Aishi why he didn't make this dish before. Clearly, he didn't put in his full effort to compete with him. Aishi said that he wanted to save this trump card, and besides, he thought he could win without using it. Having won already, Soma also declares that he will put in his full effort. He will make a unique dish of his own that surpasses even Aishi. It sounds cool, but one thing is that he is the one making the appetizer. Even if it is as delicious as Aishi's. Can Irina surpass it? An appetizer that is more delicious than the main course will ruin the entire meal. Even so, it looks like Soma won't change his mind. But the problem now is how to make an appetizer that is more delicious than the main course. The answer is God's palate, Irina's evaluating tongue. Azumi trained Irina's god tongue so that he could use her later. Now, she is the key to bringing cuisine to the top, so Soma will also take advantage of this a little to make his dish perfect by letting Irina taste it first and adjusting it until she approves, because Irina only approves of things that are truly delicious and top-notch. By this method, Soma's dish will reach a new peak. Although it is taking advantage, it is also considered as supporting each other in cooking. But the most unbelievable thing here is that a stubborn, unyielding guy like Soma would choose to trust and listen to Irina so much. Irina is also very surprised by this. The only thing is that Soma didn't do it according to the plan last night. She wanted him to make the appetizer with pâté. It would connect well with the main course she was planning to make. She had clearly stated the recipe, but today when she tries what Soma made, it is completely different from the recipe she gave him. What on earth is Soma trying to do? Even his teammate can't understand. And Soma's appetizer is complete, but this appetizer looks so strange. It's almost like a main course. A huge piece of meat dripping with fragrant juice. Just eating this alone feels like you'd be full already. Where would you have room to eat the main course? It's true that no one can believe this is an appetizer. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a main course. Although he did use pâté as Irina said, he turned it into his own unique version. Could it be that he is too obsessed with Aishi? Well, let's get to the evaluation. It looks like a piece of meat for prehistoric people, but it's just pâté. This lady just took one bite and she felt like she was participating in Soma's cooking process. The flavor is too strong along with the fragrant sweet meat juice, combined with the bacon layer on the outside to keep the pâté tightly bound together. But there is still something they haven't discovered, that is the secret ingredient that Soma prepared in advance, barbecue sauce. There are so many secrets in this, although he bought it from the store and didn't make it himself, but as long as it's delicious, that's okay, right everyone? Soma has created more, combining it with honey, onions, and orange juice. Just hearing this mixture makes you want to shit your pants, but how the hell does it create such a delicious dish? The outer layer of meat is already delicious, but the main flavor is still the pâté inside. Taking a bite can also feel that there are many spices inside. Not only that, suddenly taking a second bite, you see a change in the flavor. There is something flowing out from inside the pâté, that is the special sauce that Soma injected before bringing it up for everyone. He used a syringe to marinate it. Why does it always feel so dangerous? It's truly a flavor bomb. Soma has truly created a unique dish of his own. The more you eat it, the more you are drawn to it. It feels like this one dish has wrapped everything up. The clothes of the female judges next to Azumi have disappeared, which proves that he must also acknowledge that Soma's dish is too good. It can be compared to Aishi's main course. The method of maximizing the potential of the ingredients reminds him of Shinomiya. Soma must have learned something from him. But the important thing is that thanks to Irina as a guinea pig he was able to reach the highest peak. If it weren't for her tongue, Soma would not have been able to combine his two self-made dishes because the probability of them working together perfectly is almost zero. The ingredients in them are too complex. Azumi has acknowledged it, but he only said that about this specific dish. He and the three judges all believe that after Soma's appetizer, no dish can stand out anymore. He has ruined a meal by pushing the main course forward and turning Irina's dish into an appetizer. Will Soma and Irina give up right here? Definitely not. He tells Irina that he wants to win this match at all costs. He does this because he knows Irina won't be able to win if she sticks to the plan, because he has tried Aishi's dish, and the dishes she made last night can't compare. Partly because basically none of the dishes Irina makes are unique, all she has done from the past until now is elevate other people's dishes to a new peak. Irina has never actually made her own dish, and today she must do so if she wants to win. Soma says to create a dish that is even more delicious than his dish from earlier. In other words, Soma is treating this as a Shokugeki against Irina right here. Irina is forced to create her own unique dish, a unique dish of unique dishes, surpassing everything. This challenge is too difficult. Can she overcome it? Everyone must also acknowledge that even if Irina brings any dish to the top, experts have never recognized it as unique. She realizes what she needs to do at this moment, no longer shy and afraid like before. She starts preparing new ingredients, deciding to make a new dish that doesn't follow the plan anymore. But there are only 10 minutes left. Is there enough time? Soma is also willing to assist her. Everyone can see that the current Irina is very different from usual, as if this is truly her real self. Cooking with all her burning passion, truly immersing herself in each ingredient. For her now, she is cooking to defeat Soma, not to defeat Aishi and Jindo anymore. Azumi is still confident that no matter what Irina does, it won't have much of an impact after eating such a terrible appetizer. 10 minutes have passed and time is up. Irina's dish has just been completed. It looks beautiful, but it's a udon dish. Everyone is shocked when they hear this because it's a very common lower-class dish that is usually eaten every day. No matter how high-end you make it, chefs usually use it as an appetizer. No one has ever made it as a main course like Irina. These two people have broken many principles of true cuisine. Azumi sneers, just looking at it, you know it's not delicious, it deserves 0 points and I don't even want to eat it. But it's not really necessary. There are still 3 judges and 2 people from Central. If Azumi's top 2 chefs acknowledge that it's delicious, he can't say anything anymore. These 2 people are of course willing. According to the rules, the 2 people will have to eat Soma's appetizer first. As expected, it's indescribably delicious. Both of them acknowledge Soma's excellence. However, no one thinks that any main course can surpass this appetizer. Next is Irina's main course. Just trying the first bite makes the 2 of them react so intensely. Irina is maximizing the potential of her chicken dish. This dish is too top-notch. I won't explain it in detail anymore. Even if I explain it, no one will understand it or be able to follow it. To sum it up, it's at the top of the top, because Irina has been thoughtful and careful from the step of choosing ingredients. Everything is perfect right from the first step, so going to the end, it will also be perfect. And unexpectedly, Irina used Soma's unique dish and her own, which is squid ink, and it is the thing that connects Soma's appetizer with her main course. These 2 people also know how to take advantage of each other. She also talks about the random, meaningless dishes that Soma makes. If they were in her hands, everything would become high-end cuisine. The 2 people have truly created a unique dish of unique dishes, creating 2 ultimate dishes. Irina has completely changed, no longer the shy girl locked in a birdcage. It seems that someone will not be happy to see this. Both of them must acknowledge that Irina's dish has surpassed Soma's appetizer. He created that dish not to supplement or support the main course, but for the main course to surpass him. The method, although crazy and unlike anyone else, ultimately produces a perfect masterpiece. That's why there is the saying successful people always have their own way. Both the second seat and the first seat have been subdued by the dish. However, Azumi goes back on his word at the last minute. He absolutely refuses to eat it and does not acknowledge this dish. For him, true cuisine must be perfect from the way it is cooked and the chef. Seeing Irina cooking engrossed and happy without any elegance, he believes that her dish, no matter how delicious, is just a mess of dirty impurities, and that passion in cooking is unnecessary. But Irina is different now. She can stand in front and refute this distorted thinking of this guy. By further improving her dish, she adds shiny golden jelly cubes around the dish, like the sprinkled rice that Soma once made. Adding this really makes it look much more elegant and captivating. Seeing her determination, he has to try it to make her happy. The 2 female judges were completely subdued from the moment they smelled its fragrance. When they felt it from the tip of their tongues, there were no more words to say. It felt like Aishi and Jindo had brought the 2 of them to the Garden of Eden of true cuisine. They thought this was the pinnacle and that they could live forever in this place, but no, at this moment the messenger has appeared to bring the 2 of them to paradise, and that is Irina's dish. Her ideal is also the same as Soma's: dishes must be created freely and should not be based on any formula. The name of her dish affirmed that firmly. Flying out of the Garden of Eden also means overcoming all barriers of prejudice. But no matter what she says, Azumi is still determined not to accept it. He believes that what he is doing is right and good for future chefs. He also says that the two dishes just now are indeed at the bottom of the dirty and disorganized society. But no matter how harshly he speaks, the reaction of the body is the truth. The impact of the dish is so great that Asa creates a series of large explosions. The clothes of the people around gradually disappear, without excluding girls, boys, the old, and the young. The entire arena is filled with that sound as if the two people are playing a piece of music. That is also proof that the garbage dirty things that Azumi just said are too delicious and excellent. Far beyond his reach. He himself didn't expect his body to accept that. Although his mind says say no, the impact of Asuk still shows no sign of stopping. They are very far from the two dishes of the Elite 10. Then Azumi himself is also affected by it. He has completely failed in this battle. There is no need for any further evaluation. Victory belongs to the rebellious faction. Again, the sentence that is said every time they win is too simple. Everyone bursts into happiness. Azumi's government and the central that he is so proud of have been defeated. Irina is still very annoyed by what Soma did, but because they have one, she lets it go. Unexpectedly, she was paired with a daredevil. Central also accepts the result without any resentment. They are completely convinced. In this arena filled with laughter, there is only one person who is not happy. Azumi quickly puts on his coat and runs away to avoid embarrassment. According to the agreement of the match, the central faction will lose all Elite 10 seats, which also means that Azumi no longer has any power here. His two older brothers, including Saiba, have been waiting here. It seems that they really understand what Azumi wants to do, but it's unnecessary and it's best to entrust it to the children now. All the members locked in iron cages have their student handbooks returned, no longer expelled, but on the contrary, they are very popular in the school. Now the positions in the Elite 10 have new owners. Jindo and Aishi realize that they no longer have to work with the headache-inducing piles of paperwork, so they are very happy and lead each other around the 5 continents to enjoy cuisine. They are too excited, there is nothing to be sad about. Now all 8 Shokugeki competitors are in the Elite 10, including Soma and Irina, Tadakoro, and Aldini. I don't know how they will be arranged. I thought Irina would be the first seat, but she made a soul-snatching announcement, saying that Soma deserves the first seat position. After carefully considering everything from the beginning until now, if it weren't for Soma, Irina wouldn't have been able to make such a delicious dish. If it weren't for Soma, the whole group wouldn't have fought until now. She will accept the second seat position and snatch the first seat later. But now there is one more important thing that needs to be resolved. That is, the Elite 10 must choose a new headmaster for Tatsuki Academy. Irina's grandfather wants to rest and quite likes his current observation position, so he declined. First seat Soma will be the one to decide. Without much thought, he says that Irina will be the new headmaster. The tradition for many generations has been that the Nakiri family holds this position. He hopes that this student will be able to bring a new breeze. Almost everyone agrees with Soma's decision, already addicted and still shy. Irina happily accepts and promises to try her best to do well. Soma also doesn't expel those who have surrendered to Central. On the contrary, he says that anyone can challenge him to a Shokugeki to take the first seat. He is always willing to welcome them. For those who don't like gossip, Soma has become the first seat right from his first year in the academy, and Irina becomes the headmaster right away. After this team battle Shokugeki, everyone has had many changes in a few months. The older generations have graduated, and now they are continuing their passion for cuisine. Momo works in a very famous pastry shop. Attracting a large number of people, especially women who like sweetness. Men with a lot of money can't be as sweet as that. Seita's sushi restaurant is also very crowded. The reservation schedule is tight until next spring. And others are also continuing to explore their true cuisine. Aishi just follows Jindo and does errands, escaping from the piles of paperwork but having to do manual labor. Not a day of peace for the Dick. At Tatsuki Academy, thanks to Soma's regulations, everyone is now satisfied with challenging Shokugeki. Of course, there is no need to place any bets if dueling with the Elite 10, so they are very busy and have to do 2 to 3 rounds almost every day. But anything that is too much will become boring. The Elite 10 are fighting each other constantly, let alone those below. Subaru is still practicing to create unique dishes. He has refused a position in the Elite 10 because what he does is just copying, and he feels that he is not worthy of that position yet. And the Aldini brothers go to compete outside, challenging Shokugeki with other famous chefs. Surprisingly, how does the younger brother eat so much that he transforms into a different person? Irina is still trying to do well in the position of headmaster. Over the past few months, she has become familiar with the work and looks much more mature. Everyone agrees that putting her in the position of headmaster was the right decision.
Soma is still always following and supporting her wholeheartedly from A to Z, from outside to inside, and even in bed matters.
Looking at the two girls standing in front of each other shyly like this, I wonder if there is something developing that I have missed.
There is one person I haven't mentioned yet, that is Tadakoro.
After the team battle, she traveled around the world, experiencing every dish in the world to add to her knowledge.
With such a huge amount of knowledge, I don't know what Tadakoro will do when she returns to the restaurant with Soma.
The two of them met a mysterious chef. His skills are also not bad, but to respond to his wonderful dish, Tadakoro made a dish for children, but it is not something that children can fully feel. The dish is made by Tadakoro using knowledge from his homeland, bringing a traditional flavor like eating a mother's home-cooked meal. That is why she presents it as a children's dish. It is true that she has improved a lot since the team battle. I wonder why First Seat Soma has a pile of paperwork to deal with every day but still has time to Shokugeki with the new sprouts.
It turns out that most of it is handled by Tadakoro and Irina. Having to deal with piles of paperwork, they also have to prepare the arena for them to Shokugeki every day. It's really too tiring.
Whether they are first seat or headmaster, they are still just second-year students, but compared to her first year, Irina is happier and smiles more.
Soma's faction has taken control of Tatsuki, with Irina, her god-tongue now principal.
Right behind her is Soma himself, holding the title of first seat.
A new generation of Elite 10 has emerged, but will they be any different from previous generations? Right now, they're enjoying their wonderful summer.
Instead of going home for vacation, the entire school has to go to the beach for the final exam. Believe me, it doesn't get any worse than this. They'll be divided into groups and given different tests.
The number of students is too large, and Irina can't manage it all alone.
That's why she's introducing a new teacher who will supervise this exam with her. This pale-faced white guy, Suzuki, is a new transfer teacher who only teaches the first-year students, so these guys don't know him. He's so famously handsome that the female students are already drenched, even without going to the beach.
Soma can tell there's something he doesn't like about this teacher.
Regarding the students assigned to this beach area, the school has bought out several restaurants here, and they'll be in charge of those restaurants.
Each group of 10 will cook for the tourists here. The exam will be considered passed if each group earns 3 million yen after 3 days. This is a large sum of money, in case you didn't know.
They're all reassuring themselves because there are Elite 10 members here.
And they'll definitely be able to carry the team. But Irina has foreseen this.
The Elite 10 members will be one group of 6 and run that restaurant over there.
Finally, I see it. How dilapidated, run down, and empty it is.
The exam quickly begins, and some groups are serving fast food, so they're starting to get customers very early on. Each group has to prepare their ingredients from scratch, and Soma's group is no exception.
But not only that, they're also spending time renovating the restaurant.
Unbelievable, they're actually keeping this rundown place.
They must have planned everything out.
Despite having fewer people than the other groups, they've decided to spend 2 days preparing ingredients and renovating this place.
No matter what, they can't fail this exam.
While they're working, this teacher approaches, aiming for Soma as expected. He cheerfully helps the teacher answer questions, but he still feels uneasy.
He seems to have met Suzuki somewhere before. Irina is personally supervising the areas.
In the mountain area, everyone is making the place smell amazing.
Thousands of regional specialties are being made, attracting many people to eat.
The river area is also lively, but it doesn't seem to be able to compare to the other two areas.
It's mainly tourists who are passing through this area. It seems each area has its own difficulties.
The contestants must be really serious and work hard to pass.
It's already the second day. And it seems like the beach area is facing many difficulties. The basic dishes aren't attracting people anymore. They need to come up with some new dishes.
They should go check out the other groups to see what's up. One group seems to be using the tactic of selling expensive items to quickly earn a profit.
I wonder what they're selling. I wonder how the Elite 10 are doing with renovating the restaurant. After 1 day, it doesn't seem to be much better. On the contrary, they're still arguing and can't unite. This group is really doomed. This exam is really a tough one for the Elite 10.
Just then, someone from another group came to provoke them. The Elite 10 are just SOSO. If they fail, the opportunity for other students to compete for those titles will be even higher. This guy is Dake, the one selling dishes at exorbitant prices, and it seems his stall is attracting a lot of customers.
He has ambitions to take the first seat, so he constantly challenges Soma. The result, of course, is needless to say. Although he's annoying, Soma really likes his fighting spirit. You have to have that kind of competitive spirit to study in this school. Soma isn't worried about the unfairness of this exam. He knows that previous seniors must have faced similar, near-impossible tests. But they still overcame them.
Elite 10 members have to be like that, so Soma's group can't lose here. They already agreed on a plan yesterday, but when it comes time to execute it, they're still arguing as usual.
Let's see if they'll be any different on the third day.
The third day of the exam has arrived. The other stalls are already open and serving, but the Elite 10 stall is still empty.
Could they be waiting for an auspicious time to open for business? Not letting their future customers wait any longer, now is the time to open and earn 3 million yen for this restaurant.
Meanwhile, Dake continues to launch a new dish, of course, still an incredibly expensive one. But if you're selling lobster and king crab, then of course it has to be that price to make a profit.
Getting those ingredients isn't easy.
You have to be a scion of a wealthy family to buy them.
It seems Dake's strategy is very effective. He just needs to wait until lunchtime for a few more customers to meet the exam's requirement.
But the strange thing is that when lunchtime arrives, there's no one to be seen.
More accurately, no one is on the beach anymore. It's as if they've vanished in the blink of an eye. While they're wondering what's going on, a fragrant aroma wafts over.
It's coming from the Elite 10's restaurant, and they're stealing all the customers, even the people who came here to play without any intention of eating. More accurately, they're taking back the customers they lost in the past 2 days.
They don't need to prepare any dishes in advance. Everything is cooked right in front of the customers. The hot, delicious dishes that have just come out of the oven are irresistible. And yet, the dish is just noodles mixed with ordinary ingredients. Why is it attracting so many customers? They're even selling box lunches for customers to take away, otherwise there wouldn't be enough room to sit. Dake can't believe that an ordinary dish could steal all his customers like this. But just getting close and smelling the aroma is irresistible. It's both spicy and refined, a very attractive sensation because it's made by the Elite 10. But using shrimp shells like that isn't something everyone can eat.
If I were allergic, I'd be running for the hills. And the secret to making the dish smell so good is injecting this stimulant into the egg yolk. When it bursts, the fragrance will spread across the beach and attract everyone here.
It's spicy. But there's nothing you can do.
Dake still insists that even if they attract all the customers, they won't be able to earn 3 million yen today.
But look again. Look at those 3 monsters in the kitchen. Do they look like they can't cook that much?
Here, take this box as an apology for stealing all the customers.
Although he hates to admit it, Dake can't resist the aroma.
Just taking one bite makes you realize how different it is.
This is the taste of a dish worth billions. Dake's lobster is just an insignificant descendant. And so it went until the end of the day. The exam concluded, and it seemed everyone met their targets.
It has to be said, the Elite 10 always delivers special surprises. This time, Megumi deserves a lot of credit. She single-handedly bustled around, taking care of all the customers.
It was truly admirable.
They were planning to reward themselves with a wonderful summer vacation after today, but unfortunately, that wasn't to be.
Dojima's kids arrived and announced an important event. The Blue competition was approaching.
It's an abbreviation for a youth culinary competition aimed at creating a reputation for the world to know. They sure know how to seize the opportunity to organize things. They had no choice but to give up their summer to participate in this program.
Dojima's kids arrived and announced an important event. The Blue competition was approaching.
It's an abbreviation for a youth culinary competition aimed at creating a reputation for the world to know. They sure know how to seize the opportunity to organize things. They had no choice but to give up their summer to participate in this program.
It seems everyone is eager to participate in Blue.
If they win this competition, their reputation will spread throughout the world, and everyone will know them.
But they're unsure who to send.
Tatsuki Academy is allowed to send 3 participants, or rather 4, it's just that Arena has already taken 1 spot.
The remaining 3 spots will be chosen later. It's not necessarily the Elite 10, this competition is for those with the ability.
So, tomorrow will be the preliminary round for students throughout the school.
The 3 most outstanding students will participate in Blue with Arena. Without further ado, let's get to the preliminary round. Even though you already know who will participate, please continue to follow along.
This time, the judges will be from a wide range of ages. They will be evaluating on a scale of 10. Who will be the one to cook a dish that pleases all the judges, from old to young, male to female? The theme is free, using the available ingredients in this competition. Without wasting any time, the cooking competition begins. Everyone is trying to unleash their full potential, simply because the Blue competition, with its world-class status, is the dream of any chef. Let's quickly skim over a series of losing faces. Before anything else, someone has already finished making soup. Indeed, soup is an easy-to-eat dish that suits all ages and genders. However, this soup is red all over with chili, so I'll pass. Eating it will only make you scream and cry. No matter how delicious it is, bringing it up first automatically leads to defeat. How many times have I said it without anyone learning from the experience? Next up are more soups.
Although very delicious, the judges still haven't seen anything outstanding. They're all deliciously normal, without anything mysterious to explore. Here it is, finally seeing a soup with 3 colors. Hopefully, eating it won't cause poisoning. Next up is a two-tone soup, like yin and yang, fire and water cannot be harmonized, but if you taste both, they're very harmonious. These kids are really amazing at cooking. I don't know if these dishes are real in real life or not. Slowly, now comes the unique dishes. This young lady likes science, so her soup is also special, but this test tube is not enough to even wet my teeth. And there are some seeds that look like tapioca pearls. Next is a soup made from expensive ingredients, king crab, salmon, and sea urchin, but I don't know if the taste is as expensive as it sounds. The dishes of the Elite 10 members certainly have a lot of differences. Next up is the 5-spice curry soup. Instead of putting it in a bowl, this guy makes a bread crust to hold it in, and you can slurp up the whole bowl. It's truly amazing. What's more, if you let them mix together, it will create a new flavor. It feels like you are in an open-air bathroom. I really like this dish. Next up is a soup from the Aldini brothers, but this soup is too strange. It's not in a bread, but it's a bread mama already. It's getting more and more like some magical chocolate. The younger brother made a dish that looks very cake-like, but it's soup. Just put it in your mouth and it melts and floods your mouth. This is advanced soup cooking technique that not everyone can learn. Next is the elder brother, not as elaborate as the younger brother, but still very artistic, red, but not spicy, on the contrary, very sweet with tomato and cheese. I'm about to burst because I can't resist anymore. Soma's turn is coming, it means the end is near. He brings up a dish called golden lunch, seeing all eggs but no soup. Is it another advanced soup? Next is Megumi's dish, which has just been completed. Another dish that doesn't look like soup, but in contrast to Soma's sparkling dish, this one looks boring and bland. The judges start tasting Soma's dish, putting the whole egg in their mouths, after which it explodes in their mouths. These guys all inject and poke something in their cooking, and then when people eat it, it starts to explode and melt in their mouths. But that's what makes it delicious. Soma's dish makes you feel like you're eating in a gold-plated restaurant. Enough with the tasting, now it's time to announce the results to see who the 3 participants in blue are. Of course, the last 3 people to bring up their dishes, no need to guess anymore. However, the first seed is only ranked 3rd, he's 1 point behind Aldini, probably for elegance points. This guy is incredibly rude and always pestering people. Women and children are given priority, so Megumi is ranked 1st. Although that's the case, it's due to her ability. Megumi's soup looks very boring and not eye-catching, but the flavor inside each meatball contains a specialty from one region. Because Megumi has traveled to many places and learned many dishes from many regions, her dish is so unique, it reminds them of their homeland. If you eat the whole bowl, it's like traveling around Japan. A dish with such meaning is completely worthy of being at the top. Besides the top 3 chosen, the other people all have closely matching high scores, just a little short of being able to compete with the 3 chosen. That said, they didn't even get their names read out. If you don't come in first, no one will remember your name. A few days after the preliminary round, now the 3 people will prepare to participate in the blue competition. Well, Megumi is still very worried. She can't believe that she was chosen to take the exam at all. At this time, the 2 accidentally passed a class of first-year students. Suzuki was happy with the female students. Looking at this pile of snacks, it looks more like gossiping than teaching cooking. Soma thinks it's better not to get involved with this guy, but the teacher pulled him back and said that Soma could give the kids advice about high-level matches. Once he's got the blood pumping, don't ask who his father is. Soma took off his shirt and got to work right away. After talking for a long time, the class was over, and he naturally became the class leader instead of teacher Suzuki. Waiting for the students to leave, the teacher spoke up saying he wanted to have Shokugeki with Soma. Of course, he doesn't fear anyone in this school. More than that, he wants to see how strong this teacher is. It seems he's hiding a secret. Soma said that if he wins, he wants Suzuki to reveal his secret, and the teacher just wants to let Soma know what the level of cooking is. His purpose in coming here is to approach Irina and make her his. Suzuki wants Irina to become his wife because only that god tongue is worthy of tasting the dishes he makes. This guy seems too confident. Soma doesn't give in either. At this moment, Irina passed by and heard the dispute between the 2 men. Well, she didn't hear the whole story and thought that the 2 men were in love with her, so the battle between Soma and Suzuki began. Before starting the match, the 2 sides exchanged conditions. If Soma wins, he wants to know Suzuki's secrets. On the contrary, if he loses, the teacher wants to take his knife. I don't understand much, but Soma still agrees because he thinks he can't lose. He starts making something related to pork. It seems like he's taking Aldini's ideas from the competition the other day. In the blink of an eye, he finished his dish, fried spring rolls with pork cutlets as the main ingredient eaten with cheese sauce. In this jar, you will feel its rich flavor. Well, no matter how delicious it is, if you finish it first, you still have to lose. This has been recognized by us for many years. Why is the cheese sauce black? Simply because it's black truffle cheese sauce and there's nothing to question. Megumi really can't be obtained.
The dish that Soma made, this special combination has pushed the eater's taste to the extreme. She just wondered why the pork cutlet was so fatty, but when she ate it,
she didn't feel it at all.
Without even tasting it, Suzuki answered this question. The teacher was completely confident in his technique. That's because Soma fried the meat when the oil was still cold, then gradually heated it up and finally heated it up to the fullest, so that the outside will be crispy and the inside will be fully cooked.
Soma has confirmed that Suzuki's words are completely accurate.
He is confident that this dish will make Megumi unable to stop eating until it is finished.
Now it's time for the teacher's dish. Unexpectedly, they look so similar. The only difference is that there is an additional sticky white layer covering it. Don't think wrong, it's just white sauce.
The teacher has decided to make a dish that is similar to Soma's but at a different level, reaching the world, making the opponent admire and submit. The teacher also said that Soma's dish is just a popular dish served in a small store.
Soma and Megumi immediately tried it to see if it was as good as he boasted.
Indeed, it was the same dish, but vastly different. This dish was as if it transcended the world.
Soma had transformed a pork dish into something light and not greasy, but this teacher's dish was even more miraculous.
Not only light, but still with a touch of mystery, a feeling of both weight and airiness that allowed those who tasted it to experience both the pork cutlet and this divine white sauce. Soma was left speechless. He had lost completely, and he knew it. Suzuki casually approached to take Soma's knife, but then he said that he didn't need it because this was just a flawed version.
Soma immediately realized that the knife he was holding looked very similar to his own.
It was his father's knife. Suzuki said that he had won it from Saiba in a match, and naturally, this was the reward.
Soma couldn't believe what he had just heard. What's more, Suzuki revealed a little secret. His real name was Saiba Asahi. It was a total shock.
He didn't know if he was a disciple or an illegitimate child of his father.
Soma had only just learned this news and was questioning his whole life. He definitely had to go back and ask for clarification.
Asahi went outside and still saw Irina lying there, probably still dreaming that she was a princess being fought over by two princes to marry. Her delusions of grandeur were so severe that she had become like this.
When she woke up,
Irina found herself in the arms of the victor. Asahi also did not hesitate to express his intentions. He wants to marry Irina as his wife, but what the purpose is, he certainly did not say, and of course she refused outright. She's still going to school, why marry? More importantly, she has someone in her heart already. Where is the redhead? Somewhere. At this time, he was going home to find evidence of his father's infidelity to see which mother Asahi was the illegitimate child of. After searching for a while and not finding anything related, Soma decided to call his father to ask, but he didn't expect his father to be standing below the door of his house already. The two fathers and sons had the most unexpected meeting ever.
After listening to Soma's story at school, Saiba apologized for causing his son trouble.
The story is that about 10 years ago, Saiba went to the US to play with a friend and his friend invited him to do charity work in an orphanage where he cooked and met Asahi. The boy always praised the dish that Saiba cooked as very delicious and often went to the kitchen to help. Seeing Asahi serious and enthusiastic, the father was inspired to take him as a disciple, teaching him how to cook delicious dishes. Plus Asahi was also very talented, and it wasn't long before he was hired as a chef in a restaurant. That's also when Asahi asked to take the name Saiba as his surname. He agreed but then left without a word. It's really reprehensible to give people hope and then extinguish it. Saiba said that he realized he had a place to return to, so he couldn't keep wandering like that. That's when he had a family. And then just recently Asahi took the initiative to find Saiba and challenge him.
That's why he has Saiba's knife.
After listening, Soma understood roughly what was going on, but he didn't think it was his father's fault. If he lost to Asahi, it was his own story and had nothing to do with his father.
Soma vowed that next time he would win. That story was also told to Irina by Dojima over the phone.
Not only that, this head chef also learned more about Asahi. He is currently the leader of the Noir organization, known as a gathering place for dark chefs. Even this profession has good and bad sides.
Indeed, it makes sense.
They're the ones who dare to break the rules to cook forbidden dishes, serving VIP clients in the underworld. Of course, they're going to be very wealthy.
But what's worth mentioning here is that they've also been invited to participate in Blue.
The leader has already made that decision, so there's nothing else to be done.
What's the real purpose of this competition?
It hasn't been held for a long time, and suddenly, there are so many events this time.
Asahi is the leader of Noir, so he'll definitely participate.
Plus, he's working as a teacher at the academy and knows everyone's abilities.
This match looks very disadvantageous. While Irina was thinking, the lights suddenly went out.
Several strange masked men appeared from the window. They were from the Noir organization, and here was their leader, Asahi, saying that he wanted to challenge her and make a bet with Irina.
If Noir won in the Blue competition, Irina had to marry him.
It seemed that if he couldn't win her over with charm, he had to resort to these tactics.
He disparaged the entire Tatsuki Academy, saying that there was no one worthy of fighting him and that Irina was wasting her talent there. As the headmaster, she was greatly insulted, so she immediately agreed and said that she would let him know what the level of Tatsuki was. Asahi then took out a dish that was in a cage. The aroma alone was enough to overwhelm Irina. Without even tasting it, she knew that if it wasn't a top-class chef with a lot of experience, they wouldn't be able to cook such a dish. Her hands and feet were exhausted, and she couldn't move anymore. How could Tatsuki win if Noir was this strong? Knowing that his son was about to participate in a big competition, Saiba also revealed a secret. The way to become the strongest super chef was to find someone to whom you wanted to dedicate all your talents. Fighting for others was when you became the strongest. Soma also said that he would take this opportunity to get revenge and defeat all those who had ever defeated him, hitting too many targets with one arrow. Irina also decided that she couldn't lose this battle, it was for the future of Tatsuki Academy. Finally, the day of the competition arrived, and unexpectedly, they held it in a castle and in the evening. In the past, they were always held in famous large restaurants. Why was it so strange this time? Was this to stimulate the curiosity of the participating contestants? A world-class competition was different. And everywhere you looked, you saw people who were well known in the culinary world. You really couldn't joke around. If you were even a little careless, you'd be eliminated immediately. The MC had already started explaining, but Irina was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she was afraid and didn't dare to come? No, Irina wasn't someone who gave up so easily. The person organizing this competition said that this tower had 3 guarded gates, and all contestants had to pass through them to reach the innermost position. That was when it was time to compete to choose the winner. Before that, it was just challenges for them to get through those gates. The Noir group was also present. Behind the masks and black cloaks, every one of them looked like they had a disability and couldn't dress normally, or were they afraid that others wouldn't know they were the villains? Only the leader, Asahi, still looked like a normal person. Before they could even exchange greetings, he was already heading for the gate. Apparently, he had someone on the inside, so he was able to go straight to the 3rd gate. As expected of the Noir boss. The remaining members started at the 2nd gate. That meant that only the traditional chefs had to start from the 1st gate. At this moment, Irina finally appeared. No one knew where she had been hiding until now. The contestants will be randomly divided into 3 groups and will have different challenges. Actually, there are 4, but the special one is reserved for Irina alone. Unlike Asahi, who has someone on the inside, it seems that Irina's own challenge will be more difficult than usual. There's no point in worrying, they'll meet in the finals anyway, that's how it is in the movies, and it's not just me guessing. Now, let's go to the first round. Soma's group didn't know what kind of competition they would have to face when their savior appeared. This noisy and arrogant girl is the judge of this group. Although she's a bit cocky and bossy, she still explains things to everyone. Basically, their mission is to please another judge, Mr. Takuma, a terminally ill patient who used to be a former chef of Noir. Therefore, he's a very accurate and unforgiving judge. The theme will be the last meal to send him off as comfortably as possible. Originally, he thought that only death awaited him in the future. But now he has the opportunity to enjoy delicious dishes from top chefs. What could be better? It seems that he's very much looking forward to this last meal. Because the theme is so broad, everyone is still confused about what to cook. The judge gives everyone 5 minutes to ask Mr. Takuma anything. Everyone asks questions like what is his hometown, favorite food, or hobby. Indeed, a dish from their hometown is the most suitable thing to make as their last meal. But these Noir guys didn't need to ask and were still confident that they would easily pass this round. Soma didn't want to ask either. It seemed like he was upset about something, probably upset because this program had arranged bizarre challenges that even involved other people's lives. After checking on his health, the competition began to time. They just needed to bring the food into the tent and satisfy him. And they would know whether they had passed this round or not. Everyone only has one chance. All of the first few people who entered were rejected. They didn't understand how the old man in there was scoring. They clearly cooked dishes that were easy for the elderly to eat and had the flavor of their hometown. Then, 2 Noir members came out with a smile of victory. No one knew what they cooked, but it seemed very easy. Soma was still just observing and hadn't taken any action yet. Another Noir member went in and presented his dish, a dish that was very delicious but too chewy and completely unsuitable for the elderly. But Tokiyama was different. He used to be a reckless chef who cooked for the underworld. A fearsome man, so ordinary dishes couldn't touch his heart. A good chef must know who they're serving, that's why Noir is so strong, surpassing the orthodox chefs now. Now Soma truly shows his stuff. He's very uncomfortable and can't stand it for another minute. He wants to let the old man know that this isn't the time to be pessimistic about death. The other contestants are all struck down one after another, only the 3 from Noir pass. Soma is the last orthodox chef, will he be able to pass this challenge?
He's so loudmouthed, but what he brings up is a dish that couldn't be more ordinary, the most ordinary of all the dishes just now. The old man is very annoyed now, but just follow the principle of eating it first and then striking it down. As soon as he takes the first bite, a frail old man suddenly becomes full of energy. Obviously, there weren't any ingredients in the ingredient storage that could make cakes. But for Soma it's too simple. He makes the dough himself and then casts it into the mold to get the cake crust. What's so difficult about that? What's important is the main dish hidden inside here. Well, I won't explain much about the ingredients and how to make it. What's important is that this old man finds it delicious and can't strike him down. It feels like he's reliving his youth. Soma said that this is an appetizer that has been added to the menu in his future restaurant. He meant that this old man has such strong and white teeth. Why act like he's going to die tomorrow? Even if he can't cook anymore, he can still go and enjoy the cuisine in this world. What last dish of life? This is the appetizer for him. When he's really about to log out, please come to Soma's restaurant, then he will really let him know what the last dish is like. Tokiyama seemed to understand something. He was happy and let him pass. This first round is truly a round full of oddities. Soma wondered if the other groups were the same, but Aldini's group cooked for the kindergartners, and Megumi's group cooked for the dogs. It couldn't be any more bizarre. Is this an unstable cooking competition? When everyone has finished the exam, it's time for Irina's first round to take place. She has to fight all the people who just lost in the first round. It looks like this is really stressful. The gate has been opened and everyone is entering the second gate. There were people who had been chosen to wait here, unexpectedly meeting an acquaintance. That red scarf couldn't be mistaken. It was the former first seed Aishi. He may look cool and composed, but he's fighting an intense inner battle. Meeting someone he knows in this strange place just makes him want to cry. Hey, receiving a special invitation must mean the old guys at Tatsuki are afraid Soma's group will be eliminated right from the start. After all, Aishi is the Academy's strongest card to date. The second round has begun. This time, it's a convenience store that seemingly popped up out of nowhere. The organizer of this competition is really going all out. It's that same sly girl again, here to explain the rules. This time, she herself will be the one tasting and judging. The contestants can only use the ingredients available in the convenience store. But the dishes they create must be worth over $100 to pass this round. Since ingredients are limited, each person is only allowed a maximum of 2 attempts. Isn't this round just making things difficult for the players? How can you make an expensive dish with frozen ingredients from a convenience store? The examiner doesn't explain anything further and the timer starts. Everyone rushes into the store to find the best ingredients, but how can you expect to find luxurious things here? Being told to cook a dish as expensive as French cuisine using these ordinary ingredients, this is truly impossible, but it's not difficult for Soma's group. He and Aishi already have a personal match going on. They're competing to see whose dish is worth more. I think Aishi will make a Western dish again, that's his specialty. Soma isn't giving up either. He goes all over the store to find his ingredients, then starts cooking right away and soon finishes his dish. He's the first one to finish again. This is bad. No matter how delicious it is, he'll still fail. The examiner really appreciates Soma's dish. She even notices a very strange flavor that doesn't seem to be in the convenience store. As expected, Soma used the jam filling in the bread to create an innovative highlight. He's so awesome. How are the others even supposed to compete? After thinking for a moment, the examiner makes her decision. Indeed, Soma's dish is worth over $100, but the amount of money spent on the ingredients exceeds the value of the dish. That's right, after deducting the cost of ingredients, the dish has to be worth over $100 to meet the requirements, and Soma's is in the negative. Oh no! Luckily, he still has one more try to make up for it. Who told him to submit so early? Now it's Aishi's dish's turn. It looks so luscious and luxurious, just like something from a high-end restaurant in France. It's called a harmony of beef and chicken. You know what the main ingredients are already. This shimmering golden sauce is irresistible to the examiner. She wants to admire it while also devouring it right away. It's truly wonderful, a harmonious and perfect combination. The examiner feels like money can't buy the feeling she has right now. She's completely entranced. Looking at how lost she is, you know whether it's a pass or not. As expected of the former first seat. No one can believe he could make this dish from the ingredients in the convenience store. Soma also quickly rectifies his mistake with his second dish. Aishi is like someone who can communicate with ingredients, so even if they're average, he can maximize their potential and bring them to their peak. That's why the examiner highly appreciates this dish. It's not just over $100 anymore. Aishi's dish is worth nearly $600, a number that stuns everyone. It's unbelievable. Faced with this incredible pressure, can Soma overcome it? The examiner gives him some advice. Don't try to use too many ingredients, it's just a waste. You need to find one main ingredient and make it as delicious as possible.
But Soma doesn't bother listening to that advice. He's already decided what he's going to make. Many other contestants have been eliminated. After eating Eishi's dish, this examiner really doesn't want to taste any other dishes. None of them exceed the number 50, so this really is a difficult challenge. Quite a few opponents have been eliminated, that's not a small number. Back to Soma's place. Contrary to the examiner's advice, he's carrying several big bags of ingredients. Is he wasting money again? But Soma says he'll use everything and make the most of it all. No one understands what he's thinking. All everyone sees is that he's mixing all the ingredients together, not caring about the main or supporting flavors at all. Like a crazy person doing everything madly. But only differences make success. Finally, it's done. When the examiner sees Soma bringing up the next dish, she criticizes him, thinking that only Eishi has enough talent to pass this round. Soma doesn't care, just eat it first. He's prepared a special multi-dish meal, and the amount is incredible. He's able to make so much in such a short time. The examiner takes the first bite and doesn't see any difference other than the previous waste. But to see where this meal is delicious, you have to try the other dishes. Although she's criticizing, the examiner can't stop eating. She's going crazy over Soma's special meal. Originally, this meal is made from high-quality ingredients and served in large restaurants, but Soma turned the ingredients in the convenience store into a special meal. Despite being annoyed that her advice was ignored, the examiner can't stop praising how delicious it is. No matter the order in which it is eaten. Good chefs often guide us through their dishes for the best experience, but this is a free meal, and no matter the order, you'll still want to eat the next dish. After losing once, Soma obviously learned from his experience. He's a talented chef, not an idiot who makes the same mistake again. The examiner couldn't resist the attraction of this dish anymore. Soma wondered how much she would pay for this meal. However, she didn't have enough money in her wallet to pay Soma. She only had 100, so she gave it all to him and ran away. I think this special meal is on par with Eishi's. Aldini and Megumi also passed this challenge, not very impressively, but they're better than most of the players here. Almost 90% of the participants were eliminated. As for Irina, she just defeated all the losers in the first round. Exhausted and without rest, 90% of the losers in the second round came to challenge her again. This really is trying to make people lose from exhaustion. Soma is still sulking because he doesn't know if his dish is more expensive than Eishi's. Speaking of which, what about Jindo? That fierce woman was also invited to participate, but she doesn't care. Jindo is only interested in rare ingredients, and it seems that the ingredients are becoming rare because of the excessive hunting of a certain group of people. It's said to be related to the underworld, so Eishi's return this time is to help his friend find out about it. The second gate has been opened and they're moving into the third gate. Here, some noir chefs have been specially granted passage. We don't know their strength yet, but their outfits are scary. Suddenly, the organizer of the competition appears on the big screen. She wants to give an additional reward to the winner, becoming her personal chef. People who don't know might not think anything of it, but if you know, you'll see how wonderful that is. She's a big shot in the culinary world. Just cooking for her meetings would bring in a huge salary. This seems to be the most attractive invitation ever for the chefs here. There's another request. She wants to see the strength of those noir guys right now. I don't know why they're carrying a chainsaw. But why noir? The organizer of this competition says she's traveled the world eating every delicious dish, and now she's bored with the dishes of mainstream chefs. Recently, she's heard about the noir chefs serving in the underworld and is very curious. She wants to see the truth behind those stories. Now let's see how the chefs in the underworld will cook. The prepared ingredient is a regular piece of meat. How will she process it to turn it into a fine dish? Looking at the preliminary steps, there's nothing different, but the main highlight is the chainsaw she uses. She calls it her cooking knife, but any way you look at it, it's a dangerous weapon. She suddenly cuts up the piece of meat she just processed. But she's not destroying it. On the contrary, that's how she makes her dish perfect. On the outside, it looks no different from a regular grilled dish, but when you eat it, it's completely different. You can clearly feel the salty and sweet taste of each strand of meat. Not to mention, there are very special flavors interspersed within. The secret is in the chainsaw she uses. It's been seasoned with spices. She skillfully puts them into each strand of meat without ruining the dish. It sounds exaggerated, but it's true. No one in real life would dare to do this. Although it's unbelievable, this dish is too delicious. It's on a different level compared to ordinary mainstream chefs. It seems that after eating this dish, no one can confidently stand up to compete with them. Will this game quickly come to an end? Next is a bizarre clown from Noir. He prepares the meat as if he's performing a circus act, doing everything very quickly and skillfully. He's obviously doing something shady to fool the viewers. The secret lies in the round pot he uses. He spins it quickly and evenly, creating pressure inside that cooks the meat. This way, the meat will cook in a completely different way from ordinary pressure cookers. It's called a human-powered tuna, guys. Even Soma has to admit that the dish will definitely be delicious without even trying it. Next is another equally bizarre character. This one focuses on the deliciousness of blood. He can turn any kind of blood into extraordinarily delicious food. There are some dishes in French cuisine that use blood, but this guy is on a completely different level. All the noir chefs who came here have cooking methods that are unique to them. They are all masters in some respect, including that Miss Bunny or whatever. I thought she would cook a light dish, but no way. What's with the bulging muscles and the use of a guillotine? But I have to admit that the slices of meat are thinner than writing paper. The taste must reach the extreme of perfection. See? Successful people always have their own way. All the noir chefs have been approved without a single minus point. Now it's the turn of the mainstream chefs. Aishi also thinks that he just needs to create an outstanding dish. Aldini and Megumi have also come up with a unique dish. Hopefully, they can succeed in competing with the noir chefs. Aishi is impeccable. His technique of communicating with ingredients lets him know exactly what he should do with them. But other than the people from Tatsuki Academy, almost everyone else is shaking their heads in despair. What kind of competition is this where the organizer and the participants are so strange? What about Soma? He's still thinking because he doesn't have those special knives to process. Okay, Soma decides to make something really delicious. And then the results come very quickly. All 4 people from Tatsuki Academy pass and enter the final round, the round to find out who is the champion. There isn't a competition list for the contestants to prepare in advance. It's like taking a literature exam where you have to study everything because you don't know which topic will come up. Meanwhile, Irina has just won against all the losers in the second round, but she doesn't get any rest. 99% of the losers in the third round come to seek another opportunity. Can Irina hold on any longer? Let's get to the first match of the final qualifying round. It sounds illusory, but whatever. From now on, they will compete one-on-one to find the most talented person. In the first match, the chainsaw girl, Sage, will be Soma's opponent. I don't know if it will be okay to fight in the first match. But no matter what, he can't lose. He has to win the championship, not because he wants to cook for the organizer, but because he wants to take revenge on all the people who have defeated him. Asahi, the one who is here, is among them. First, he has to defeat all his subordinates. The first match has the theme of Christmas cake. Everything has been strange from the beginning, so when I hear about this theme in the middle of summer, I'm no longer surprised. The match begins. Sage uses her chainsaw again to replace the mixer. However, this time she has changed the saw blade to suit each dish. Even so, this is still an art in cooking that has never been known before. The chainsaw is not enough. She also uses a sledgehammer to crush chocolate. Oh my god, how can you treat ingredients like that? Couldn't you just break them normally? Finally, there's the baking stage. Instead of waiting in the oven for a long time, Sage uses a bomb. That's right, you didn't miss here. The temperature from the explosion will complete her cake. Everyone witnessed a cooking show that couldn't be more flamboyant. After the explosion, Soma is nowhere to be seen. Could he have been blown away by the bomb? No, he was just leisurely buying something at the convenience store. That's really surreal. Sage's Christmas cake has been unveiled. It looks very attractive, and the taste must be very delicious. Indeed, although it's processed in a very violent way, each bite of the cake is very light and elegant. Not only that, they can also feel the way it's made. The sounds of explosions in the mouth and the overflowing milk are just like how Sage used a bomb to bake the cake. She used all the fragments to decorate the cake, making it even more special. A cake with nothing to criticize. However, the one who submits first is always the loser. Let's see what kind of cake Soma will win with. He went to the convenience store to buy a chainsaw for a solo battle, but looking closely, it's just a wooden ice cream spoon. You're tempting me to chop off your head. Soma proceeds to make his summer Christmas cake. He declares that he will create the most delicious cake for this bizarre theme. Because it's a live cooking competition, many special recipes are shown, and everyone is amazed by Soma's boldness in combining ingredients. He also uses red charcoal to bake the cake, which will make the cake much softer and fluffier than a regular oven. After just a moment, Soma's cake is complete. It looks like it has more artistry than the other cake. Let's see what its flavor will be. Not only did he create a unique shape with a log, but Soma also added 2 firecrackers on top, for some unknown purpose. He broke the wooden spoon in half to create rough patterns for the log. That small thing has created a work of art.
Now, let's taste what it tastes like. At this moment, his father, Saiba, is also watching his son through the big screen. Of course, he doesn't think his son will win against the top-class chefs of Noir. But that's other people's children, not his own. The first judge has just tasted it and feels like he's in heaven, saved by God, and arrived in a new land where there's this amazing cake everywhere he goes. The others also can't resist one by one. They feel that there's something very strange inside this cake that they can't figure out. A sweet and delicious taste, without being greasy. That's because Soma made the cake without using sugar, a very difficult method to implement. The reason is because it's summer. If sugar is used, the sweet taste will be very heavy and bring a hot and uncomfortable feeling. Soma uses the sweetness from fruits, which will bring a light and refreshing feeling. Those things are hard to believe, but Soma has really done it. It seems that it will be difficult for the judges to evaluate because the two seem to be equal. Sage doesn't believe that Soma made a cake that's on par with hers. The ingredients he used at the convenience store are too ordinary. Yeah, it's not the same level, it's just better. Okay? His cake still has the firecrackers on top that haven't been used. Soma just pulled the pin, and something just broke. It's still the familiar transformation trick that he's done many times, but no 2 times are the same. They're all like new. The shimmering cream flows down and spreads evenly across the cake through the lines that Soma has drawn. It looks very artistic. Another reason for Soma not to use sugar is that in this newly frosted cake, he wants everyone to feel the sourness of the tangerine and the bitterness of the coffee more clearly. That's why it's refreshing and very suitable for summer. Compared to a cake like that, Sage doesn't stand a chance. Although Soma only heard a few baking theory classes, he is where he is today thanks to his father, Saiba. Before he entered Tatsuki, his father stuffed his head with unique knowledge and always made him make dishes that seemed impossible. And Soma did very well. So, even though it's just a small, ordinary store, the chefs and their dishes are not ordinary at all. Seeing that Sage doesn't seem to believe it, he invites her to take a bite and lose willingly. Don't be bitter. Sure enough, it's on a completely different level. Her body has never reacted so violently before. It's similar to the feeling when she ate Asahi's dish. He was the one who saved her and put her on the path to becoming a noir chef. Now, she admits defeat. The cake is so delicious that Sage trembles and collapses. Winning the opening match was too easy for Soma. Good job, son. It seems like Eishi's turn is next. His opponent is none other than the leader of Noir, Asahi. Just now, he didn't intend to fight Eishi and asked another member of Noir, but it seems that these guys aren't as loyal as Sage, so no one wanted to help. I don't think someone as strong as him would be afraid to face Eishi. As always, he wants to bet with his opponent. If he wins, he'll take Eishi's special knife. For a chef, of course, a personal knife is something to be proud of. Eishi doesn't understand why he wants it, but losing it would be a great humiliation for a chef. He thinks he just needs to try his best not to lose. The theme is chicken, and the second match begins. At this moment, Soma is fighting an intense inner battle. He wants to fight Asahi, but he doesn't want his senior to lose. Well, let's just wait and see who brings up the dish first, and that person loses. It's that simple. But worrying is useless, so let's just sit and watch them cook. Eishi is still immersing himself in cooking in a relaxed and comfortable way. After so much time, his skills have surpassed what they were before. Not only does he understand the ingredients better, but now Eishi is also like becoming one with them. No one understands himself better than himself. But don't underestimate the opponent. This Asahi is not someone to be trifled with either. He just pulled out a lot of special knives that are incredibly bizarre. Perhaps he only intended to borrow the knives just now, but because they didn't help, there was a quick battle, and now he owns them all. Asahi has a skill similar to copying. When he holds someone's knife, he will acquire that person's skills and use it skillfully to an unbelievable degree. That's why he criticized Soma's knife, because he already has his father's knife. Above all, he can use 2 different knives in both hands to combine them and create a special dish. It's as if the more knives he has, the more versions this guy has to use flexibly. Why is there a skill from Chinese sorcerers in a cooking movie like this? How can anyone play against that? After a while, almost both of them finished their dishes at the same time. Both dishes look delicious and eye-catching, but you guys can predict who the winner is in this match, right? The judges decided to try Asahi's dish first. The grilled spring chicken made everyone who tasted it explode with its flavor. I don't know why the judges didn't talk much about this dish and switched to Eishi's dish. In the previous round, he made a high-class dish with only the ingredients at the convenience store. How delicious can it be this time? It's on a completely different level from before. This is food for God, for the deity. Humans are not worthy to eat it. It's so light and elegant that everyone is saved. Just when it seemed that Eishi had a sure win, there was a comeback. Although Aishi made better use of what the ingredients offered, the dish was very delicious, but for some reason, after eating it, the examiner only craved Asahi's dish.
How did he do that? The secret lies in the knives he uses.
The highlight that makes others crave it is blood, turning pig blood and chicken blood into something delicious and becoming a highlight hidden deep inside the roast chicken. Using many skills of the top chefs at Noir, he has created a unique dish that surpasses the boundaries of class.
There are no words to describe it anymore. Ignoring the taboos, this is the food served in the underworld.
Aishi has lost completely, and now the skill of communicating with ingredients that he spent his youth cultivating has fallen into the hands of another.
It's very frustrating, but there's nothing he can do.
Soma vows that he will avenge his senior. That guy didn't take his knife, and he will use it again to win.
Let's move on to Aldini's next match.
The theme this time is a team battle, so they're allowed to call in support to cook with them.
It seems that the other guy has a lot of teammates. However, Aldini only needs his younger brother.
These two brothers have been very famous recently. It's just that it's almost time for the competition, but his younger brother still hasn't shown up. It's likely that this guy's people have played a trick so that he can't come. Of course, it's not serious enough to be murder because this is just a normal cooking competition. Aldini's friends also split up to look for him, but strangely enough, even if they follow the map, they always end up in a dead end.
Something weird is happening here.
It's time for the competition, but his younger brother still hasn't appeared, and the opponent keeps teasing him, making him feel angry. Aldini knows it's their trick, but he doesn't know what to do.
The match is still going on. He calls out his super product teammates.
I know it's been a long time since I went to the eye doctor, but if my eyes are still normal, then it seems like this is a bunch of sissies, right?
Why are they dressing and talking like they're gay?
That old man's taste is really salty. He's only picking up weird things.
However, that's not the important issue in cooking. He starts directing his subordinates to make the dish while Aldini can only stand and watch. But I have to admit that these guys are working hard, but is this a bar? Why are they using this technique? Could they be making the sauce this way?
The old man says he's going to make a fruit smoothie, such a simple dish.
Why call so many people to make it so elaborate? Is he planning to invite all the viewers here or what?
But no, it's all just for the 3 judges here, and the 3 smoothies he brings up are really special. In the drink shops, people at most make 3 layers that are very special. Why do his cups look like hundreds of layers? More importantly, even with that, the appearance is still very beautiful and luxurious. He says to enjoy the 3 cups in order and make sure to eat each cup in only 10 seconds.
Will that affect the taste? Even though they're cut into small pieces, why are they still sticking together? The taste is also very captivating and fresh. If you can eat this in the summer, you can replace rice with it.
The taste has all kinds, from fruits to herbs to vegetables. It's like you're being strolled in an ecological garden full of nutrients from nature.
Each cup expresses its own deliciousness.
Each layer in it also expresses its own essence. I don't know how to describe it, but this is really a one-of-a-kind smoothie that exceeds all expectations. No shop can make a smoothie that is more delicious than this. The secret lies in this group's shaker. The inside is specially designed so that each shake creates a layer. If this is a battle about the number of flavors, then this old man is overwhelmingly ahead.
If he's so confident about winning, why did he have to kidnap Aldini's younger brother?
Now that he doesn't have a supporter, he can't compete with this hateful old man.
Just then, Soma walks in.
It turns out that not only his younger brother, but Aldini's friends can also support him very well, at any time.
If you have to kidnap all of his friends, it will take a lot of effort. Is this old man afraid of losing that he's objecting so fiercely?
To make things fair, the organizer herself will review this. The purpose of this team match is for the contestants to fully show their abilities, so even if they change supporters, it doesn't matter. So, Soma will support Aldini in this match, and it's almost certain that they'll win, guys. The old man confidently says that he has already researched Aldini. If he doesn't have his younger brother to perform his famous special move with that knife, he can't compete with his dish.
However, he was wrong. Soma can also use that huge knife skillfully.
These two are too busy arguing to care about what the old man is saying.
I don't know if leaving them like this is okay.
Seeing Megumi worried, the two laugh as if nothing is wrong. There's only a little time left.
Will they be able to make a dish that can defeat the old man?
Of course, they can if both of them are highly focused. Then, the two of them make the crowd exclaim non-stop. The speed of their coordination is so fast that the naked eye can't keep up. Look at what they've just prepared. Aldini with his spinning knife technique that's like a whirlwind, but every cut is precise.
This is too familiar. It's Soma's turn.
It's unbelievable that he can also use it like a stamping machine that cuts with speed and precision.
This is what the old man didn't expect. That's because in the summer of that year, Soma and Aldini spent their youth competing in cooking, and of course, Soma challenged him using Aldini's signature knife. The two of them couldn't determine the winner, but both of them improved a lot during that time. That's why Soma uses this knife so skillfully, coordinating with Aldini no less than his younger brother. After a while, the two of them finished the smoothie. It looks like one color, but it's not. It's two colors, yin and yang, the 5 elements. I don't know what it means. At first, the judges tried each side one at a time, not daring to combine them because they wanted to feel each flavor. Sure enough, each side shows a very unique and characteristic flavor. They didn't think that combining them would create a delicious dish. Everyone thought that the two of them cooked without coordination and couldn't be as good as the Aldini brothers combined. But looking at the faces of these two guys, does anyone see that they're losing confidence? If anyone has any doubts about this dish, they can taste it for themselves. The old man and the 3 judges decided to try combining the 2 flavors together. A completely new flavor explodes in their mouths, and there's even the taste of soft-shell turtle. In short, they couldn't believe that they could combine so perfectly. Never in their lives have they tasted such a different feeling. The judge's reaction makes the entire stage stir with curiosity about the taste. The old man also can't believe his tongue anymore. It's irrational that those flavors, which weren't meant for each other, can now combine to create a masterpiece. Although he doesn't understand why, this is the undeniable truth. He has completely failed in this battle in every aspect. The number of people doesn't mean anything either. Just then, they also received a new report. The chef who fought single-handedly against all the losers, Irina, has won after all 3 rounds. Perhaps now she is officially in the final round to participate with Soma's group. Irina alone did not give any other chef a second chance. All lost wholeheartedly to the one with God's tongue. After 3 consecutive tiring matches, she didn't want to answer the concerns from her friends anymore. Irina went straight to the tower where the final match was taking place. She must get there and win. Sure enough, Irina still had the strength to fight, another easy victory for her, but everyone noticed that she was different from usual. Could it be that the battle was too fierce, causing her to change her temperament? The next match is Megumi's turn. Her opponent is a talented chef from Noir. That scary mask must have just come down the mountain to practice. He is Duyoang, quite famous in the underworld culinary world. The knife that he uses is also quite strange. It's a set of claws, and according to the tradition of the family, it is used for assassination missions, not for cooking like now. What a great price/performance ratio, right? Let's see how both of them will handle a quick meal that must be completed in 15 minutes. Duyoang uses his technique to quickly remove tendons in the meat. Not only that, but he also skillfully infuses the spices that have been prepared in each claw. If you don't have a good foundation from the family, ordinary people can't do that. Moreover, his forte is using the toxins in the ingredients to turn them into delicacies. I don't know what dish he will make with this theme. But it doesn't matter what dish it is because the winner is Megumi. She simply made a mixed fried rice, and that's it, a victory that couldn't be easier. I had to remember that hard to remember name, but it was only mentioned once. So, the final match of the qualifying round has ended. The next day will be the next round. However, from yesterday until now, no one in Soma's group has met Irina to ask about it. Perhaps she's depressed because of this competition, or she's hiding an ace card that she doesn't want to reveal. Either way, it makes people very curious. I don't understand why Soma thinks that Irina is in the castle to talk to the organizer, but that's exactly the case, but they're not cheating on anything. On the contrary, Irina came to declare that she will be the champion of this competition. The organizer deliberately made things difficult to eliminate her but failed. Soma's group standing outside heard the whole story. The organizer of this competition is none other than Irina's mother, Mana. Originally, she didn't want Irina to participate in this competition because she didn't want the appearance of that god's tongue. Having it in her body is already a greater advantage than other chefs. The daughter declared straight to her mother, "You just wait, I will win for you to see," and then she walked out without even looking at her friends. You spit or I spit. After that, everyone witnessed an unfavorable scene. Mana has to absorb nutrients through and for drip. Could it be that she can't eat anymore? She also told Aldini, Irina's opponent tomorrow, "Do everything you can to remove God's tongue from this game." Everyone doesn't understand why Mana said that. Could it be that the two mothers and daughters hate each other to such an extent? But the underlying reason is not like that. Mana also possesses the God's tongue inherited from the family, but it is also a double-edged sword that puts her in the situation she is now in. That tongue makes too high demands, so she only wants to vomit whatever she eats. So now it's best not to use that tongue to eat anymore. It quickly came time to fight each other. Today, the 2 matches of the second round will take place at the same time.
On one side is the confrontation between friends, and on the other, Megumi faces the most difficult opponent ever, Asahi, the leader of the Noir Chef group.
The unprecedented tension makes the friends not know who to cheer for.
They just hope that both of them can show their full potential so that there are no regrets. Before the match began, Asahi and Irina had a private conversation.
Megumi wanted to talk to Irina, so she accidentally overheard the conversation. Roughly, this Asahi guy had learned about Mana's true identity.
He said that he would win this competition and satisfy Irina as she wanted, raising God's tongue to a new level. Although she doesn't like her mother very much, but when someone messes with her family, she can't let it go. Irina warned him not to dream of winning this competition because she herself is the one who will do it. After saying that, she left. Megumi was worried about her friend, so she spoke up, but this Asahi didn't pay attention to her and didn't say much. Megumi had to propose a Shokugeki with him.
If Asahi loses, he will have to leave and not harm Irina anymore.
Conversely, he also wants her to stop playing with Irina if she loses. This already tense match is even more tense.
The match quickly begins. Aldini doesn't need to rely on his younger brother and will fight on his own.
But I don't understand why she has a frown on her face and is uncomfortable, talking like she wants to punch each other in the face. In Megumi's arena, they will use this cheap ingredient to prepare a fine dish.
Asahi took out the 2 knives of the one that Megumi defeated. He will use those knives to win. Irina and Aldini will compete with lamb.
The chef battle begins.
Everyone is focusing on making their dish, and the atmosphere couldn't be more tense. Megumi has experience from going all over the world.
She will know how to process the ingredients to be the most perfect, but that guy is not just anyone.
He is an outsider but uses the knives of Duyoang skillfully. This skill is not human anymore, a terrifying power that the author has buffed too much. What about Irina?
Looking at that serious face is enough to understand that there is no friendship here anymore. In a fair battle, there is no favoritism, but possessing God's tongue is already better than others. Her dish has been completed.
Looking like this, I don't know how to describe it.
Cold, freezing the bird, or what, but in short, it's delicious, and the viewers are conquered.
Aldini also admits that it's delicious, but the new year hasn't come yet.
He's confident that his dish will melt all that ice.
It's also delicious, but it's not enough. Aldini's flame had just flared up when it was extinguished. Another easy victory for Irina. There is no concession here at all.
It feels so strange. Moreover, she is a little strange when she tries her own dish.
Winning without feeling happy. Irina is starting to not keep up with her tongue anymore. Let's go to Megumi's match.
At this moment, the judges are all praising. Why can this cheap meat be processed to be so fragrant and eye-catching? The dish that Asahi made deserves to be served in 5-star restaurants.
He's still being modest.
He just took one bite and wanted to show off to the whole world. The more he ate, the more he craved it. I don't know how he can elevate this meat. That's the secret of the claw knife.
He skillfully processed each small piece of meat.
Usually, mainstream chefs have to prepare for 2 months for this process, but Asahi can shorten it to just the cooking time. Not forgetting to brag about his talent for being able to make a more delicious dish than Aldini and Soma's yesterday without breaking a sweat. Whatever successful people say is right, so we have to put up with it.
Now it's Megumi's dish's turn.
It looks no less elegant than in a luxurious restaurant, and the flavor is also very elegant. At first, it was difficult for the judges to evaluate these 2 dishes. Megumi also brought this cheap meat to its peak, but in the end, it couldn't compare to Asahi. With 2 skills from 2 different chefs, he creates many higher-end versions,
which can be said to be infinite. Megumi had to admit defeat with regret.
The audience all had to acknowledge Asahi's talent and thought that he would be the champion of this competition. Of course, it's not just boasting without real ability. Asahi told Mana that he was fully capable of creating unique dishes that would satisfy her stubborn tongue, but he wanted to have an additional right after winning this competition. It was not outside of Mana's predictions as she already knew that this guy was pursuing her daughter, and he must want to ask for Irina's hand in marriage.
I don't know what his intentions are.
After that match, Asahi and Irina had a private conversation. He kept putting pressure on her and advised her to surrender. Only by coming to his side would she be happy because Irina's tongue was starting to show signs of turning against her.
Hearing these things, Soma couldn't remain silent anymore.
He said that he was the winner of this competition and no one else, even the leader of Noir with so many top skills couldn't beat the main character. It seems that Soma knows his position and power very well. Meanwhile, Megumi only thought that if Asahi won, the 2 of them would get married. She said that she had a Shokugeki with Asahi and lost, but the deal had been changed.
Megumi didn't need to stop playing with Irina.
But she had to congratulate the happiness of this wedding.
This is really a life shock for a second-year girl. But Irina wasn't worried about that.
What she was struggling with in her heart was doubting her own strength and even hoping that Soma would lose to some extent. After all, no matter how hard she tried, her god's tongue couldn't satisfy her mother's god's tongue, but with Asahi's top copying skills, it was different. He could constantly make unique dishes to satisfy the two cursed tongues of her family. Sooner or later, Irina would have the same situation as Mana now. But Soma will fight him before fighting her, so he won't be weak and give in like Irina now. If she fought with him, she would definitely let him win. Because even if Irina wins, she can't improve her mother's current situation, only Asahi can do that. Hearing her complain until now is enough. Soma lost his patience and said that it had nothing to do with him. According to his plan, Soma will defeat both Asahi and Irina to win the victory. After saying that, he went home to rest for the match tomorrow. Even though he said those heartless words, he was still very worried about his friend. What kind of person is that? Sometimes strong, sometimes weak. He only found it annoying to possess that harmful tongue, and he would be the one to relieve that. The next day, the final round of the competition continued. Through the spectacular matches, both sides of the arena were ablaze with the enthusiasm of the super chefs. Everyone tried their best to win. The chefs of Noir were still as strange as ever, but the dishes were impossible to criticize. But Soma still kept defeating those dark chefs. What kind of dish looks like the seed that I used to soak when I was young? Soma's group now only has 2 people, but the fighting spirit is only left with 1. Both Irina and Asahi are winning consecutively, which is not difficult to guess as everything is going according to plan. Join me in seeing what tricks these 3 will have that make us guess wrong. In the next round, Soma will fight with Asahi before fighting with Irina and winning. Maybe he's preparing what's needed for this match. But the truth is that he's not doing anything. He wishes his dad was here to practice a little more, but maybe it's not necessary because the 2 of them have fought each other more than 500 times since they were young. Maybe that number is enough, no need to practice any more matches. Before their match took place, Irina had won all the opponents on the other side of the field to advance to the final match, but this made her look more fearful than ever. Now is the match between 2 rivals. One side is the son, and the other is the only disciple of Saiba. If it's me, I will of course support my son. The audience seems to be leaning towards Asahi as they keep shouting his name in the night. It must be because he possesses great skills and shows them off very well, while Soma is a mainstream chef. He can only do his best. Soma doesn't need many words with him. He says that even if he wins, he can't make Irina happy. Asahi took out Saiba's knife and said that Soma would never surpass this perfect version. But for him, this is also an opportunity for him to defeat his father. To encourage this fighting spirit, Mana decided to create a special theme for the 2 of them. That is to combine the culinary quintessence of the world into one dish, creating true beauty right here. It can be understood that the 2 need to combine the best dishes from 5 different regions, from the spicy dishes of China to the dishes in the West. I don't understand what the crazy theme is anymore. Each dish has a different way of processing and cooking. Cooking 5 dishes at the same time is already difficult, not to mention combining them into one dish. The match will last 3 hours from now on. While Soma was still thinking about what to cook, Asahi took the lead. He has all kinds of knives and skills needed for all kinds of dishes, if not to say that he has too many. In an instant, he had finished slicing all the onions and vegetables to make the broth, then quickly used another knife to cook a dish from India. The impossible is happening right before the eyes of the audience, making them exclaim in admiration. Asahi has turned into the national husband and is simultaneously steaming a pot with cakes from China. Combining this dish with another by cooking with special and unique knives is more like it. Although I hate it so much, everyone has to acknowledge his talent. I don't know if he recharged VIP or turned on hacks. But he uses those knives even more skillfully than their owners. Even Aishi's knife is used perfectly. In no match have we witnessed so many ways of processing. It's extremely elaborate and ostentatious because he's just forcing others to compete and seizing their tools. After all, he's still alone on this path. But Soma is different. He has practiced and competed a lot, communicated and learned from countless opponents, so for him, experience is paramount. So even if Asahi possesses a lot of unique knives, in fact, the 2 are still walking side by side. Soma's job now is to break through and surpass him. Behind him, there are still many close friends who are trusting and cheering him on. Soma knows what he should cook to win and satisfy those 2 tongues. The battle is now really beginning. Let's see who will get everything after this battle. Gazing and contemplating for a while, Soma finally decided on the dish he wanted to cook, not 1 dish but 5 dishes. Instead of preparing ingredients from each place, he would cook them completely. After having enough 5 of the best dishes in the world, he would mix them together to make a complete dish. This is almost impossible because each dish has different characteristics and may not be delicious to eat, let alone combine. This is a very risky move, but that's how Soma is. If he doesn't overcome this challenge, how can he cook a dish that satisfies Mana? No one dares to confidently say that they can make so many dishes in such a short time, but if he succeeds, Soma will shock the world with this dish. He starts working right away, both French and Italian sauces with many Chinese ingredients.
Soma is really cooking 5 dishes at the same time right on the field, and I haven't seen this guy joking around. He doesn't forget to open with the flavor of India to create a highlight. This will probably be a new dish that will be added to the menu of Soma's restaurant later. Even though he is tired, Soma is still moving forward, not allowed to be slow or neglectful for a second. Otherwise, everything will be ruined, and he won't have time. To achieve this speed, he practiced very hard after challenging matches, not going to steal like someone else. It's so fast that people see many Somas cooking together. The important thing is that he always keeps a smile on his face no matter what the moment is. Upstairs, Irina is still watching his match. She doesn't know whether she should cheer for him to win or not. Her grandfather always believes in young talents who are burning with their youth. There is another surprise that he secretly asked the 2 granddaughters to do, which is to fly to the United States to bring this wandering father back. He seems less aggressive than the last time we met. Because his ultimate goal is to save his wife and children, he goes to learn all over the world to cook for his wife and children, but in the end, he still can't do anything, and today he has to be here to witness that miracle happen. Asahi's dish was finished first and brought up. At this point, who wins and who loses has been determined, but it's also very close as Soma also just finished cooking when the time ran out, making him extremely tired. This time, both of them were sweating, but of course, Soma was more tired because his dish was so elaborate. For the first time, there was a match where the judges appeared after the exam. They are leading assessment experts with many years of experience, only knowing how to eat and talk, not knowing how to cook anything. I've seen these 2 old women admire Asahi's handsomeness, so there may be favoritism here. The 3 of them have eaten Soma's dishes too many times, but for Asahi, this is the first time that his plate of food naturally radiates a rich aroma. Even though it's still covered, it's too attractive to attract attention. The 3 couldn't resist anymore and had to try Asahi's dish first. Just smelling it was irresistible. When it was opened, it was a surprise that it was an extremely beautiful cake, and the arrangement was also very artistic. The 5 best dishes in the world are all gathered in this cake. How beautiful it is doesn't matter, what matters is that it's delicious. Asahi is confident that this is the most delicious dish he can currently make, so Mana will definitely like it. She also believes and tries a meal to see how it is, hoping that it's delicious enough for her not to feel nauseous like other mediocre dishes. The crust of the cake is broken easily and delicately. Inside the filling, there are many ingredients from different lands, which are essentially each other's opposites. But in this cake, they are very harmonious and make each other more delicious, which couldn't be more subtle. Everyone thinks that this is the most suitable dish for the theme this time. In addition, the crust of the cake is made with Aishi's technique, so it's even more perfect. In general, there are so many top techniques put into this that it's impossible to criticize this cake. The theme is something I've never heard of that does all the cooking show for your viewing satisfaction, and I don't care about that much. What's more, there is still something that is the highlight of this unique cake. What kind of cake that can be stretched as long as cheese is that? A mochi cake? No, it's Turkish ice cream. It must be admitted that Asahi combines so skillfully that the cake is so delicious that it is irresistible. Those who have tasted it must explode with this top flavor. Exploding in the literal sense, because around the arena, loud noises gradually and constantly started coming out, and everyone's clothes were flying all over this arena. This is the blessing effect from a certain family. Mana must have tasted this dish and recognized that it was very delicious. Even the elders have never witnessed a wave of blessings so majestic. It's probably because this dish is too delicious. Can Soma win this cake? Currently, the judges are too high and don't want to eat anything else. But their job is to assess fairly, so even if they don't want to, they have to continue eating. Next is Soma's dish. Unexpectedly, in contrast to the subtlety of the image and the aroma of Asahi's cake, Soma made a fried rice that looks like it couldn't be more messy. It's already opened, but I still don't smell anything fragrant. Everyone is completely shocked by this dish of Soma, but he always surprises like that. It looks no different from mixed fried rice with all 5 dishes mixed together, but Asahi seems to have realized that there is something wrong with this fried rice. The judges at this time, even when fed into their mouths, didn't want to eat it, but after just one small spoonful of rice, they suddenly became a rice discharging machine, eating like they had never eaten like this before. If it wasn't delicious, it wouldn't have had such an expression. All the viewers had a complete shock. At this time, they began to analyze what the hell that fried rice had that made it so delicious. There is nothing special, it's just that people's techniques are high. It looks like fried rice, but it's not. Soma didn't use any oil at all. He processed it in a very elaborate way, making each grain of rice special. Not only that, the 5 dishes were also mixed skillfully, not randomly mixed like pig feed. You must understand the ingredients and know what you are doing to be able to combine like that. This fried rice of Soma really makes the judges explode with flavor once again.
They compare this match to a real battlefield.
Asahi is like a knight, and Soma is like a demon king with countless techniques combined to dominate the entire universe.
Comparing like this, you know who wins and who loses. Now it's Mana's turn to try this dish of his and evaluate how it is. Having eaten Asahi's dish, even if she feels nauseous, she must eat the opponent's dish as well. Mana had prepared a bucket so that she could vomit directly on the spot, but this fried rice was so delicious that it was unbelievable. Mana discovered more than the other judges. Even though this fried rice uses a lot of spices, even strong smells, but I don't understand why when I smell it again, I don't smell anything at all. The secret lies in the technique that Soma uses, continuing to take inspiration from the egg that we often see. On the outside, it's an ordinary shell, but when you eat it, it will break, and at that time, what is most quintessence will spill out and seep all over the mouth. The only difference is that this time it's not a big lump like the previous times, but I don't know how Soma makes each grain of rice into a small egg like that. The judges heard this and were also shocked, not believing that these tiny grains of rice were created manually by human hands. Inside it, there is a small, pretty egg roll, but when it breaks, it's impossible to criticize. This level has reached a new level. Now it's the turn of the person who cooked this dish to speak. Soma is starting to talk about principles now, but whatever successful people say becomes a lesson. He said that he learned this odorless fried rice from his mother. This is her favorite dish and also the first dish Soma learned to cook. Although his mother always cooked badly every time, Soma learned more things. He said that Asahi has tasted many flavors, so he can cook delicious food, but for sure, he has never tasted the flavor of failure. But failure is the mother of success, so Soma got this unique fried rice. It sounds very good, but it's really delicious, brothers. Asahi arrogantly thinks that he has never known what failure smells like. A person with talent like him is always at the top and even won against his teacher, but at this moment, throughout the arena, the explosion sound once again came out. It seems that this time it's bigger and wider than the previous time. Will Soma or Asahi be the winner? I ask for fun, but who doesn't know the answer? Even though Asahi's pastry was delicious and refined, reaching the pinnacle of the 5 flavors, the dish that created a sensation and stood at the summit of culinary arts was Soma's fried rice. He wasn't just weathering the storm, he was the storm itself, completely in control of the game. The blessings effect was even more powerful than before. People's clothes were not just flying off their bodies, but being torn to shreds. Seeing this scene, I'm speechless. It's so vulgar and crude, but I love it. Azumi said this was no ordinary blessing wave, this was the phenomenon of explosion recorded in the ancestors' books, occurring once in a millennium. This phenomenon is an evolution of the blessing. So it's called the holy blessing. The more I hear, the more nonsense it sounds. I don't see how it relates to anything. Even those sitting far away like Megumi's group were affected. The fact that it spread this far is enough to understand the outcome of this match. Asahi refused to accept this truth. He was indeed talented, but that was the talent of stealing others' copyrights. Beneath that shell, the inside was completely empty. Asahi didn't have his own unique flavor. That's why he lost to Soma, who always creates his own unique qualities that no one can match. It was forged from experience through battles from the past. Soma constantly challenged talented people without regard for his own image. And then he reached the level he is at today. Now it's time for the 3 judges, who are enjoying it to the extreme, to announce the results. As suspenseful as it is, everyone knows the outcome. Another easy victory for Soma. This is unbelievable. Anyone would have thought they had no chance to win against Asahi, yet Soma did it so convincingly. Everyone is happy for his victory, except for some who aren't too happy, including Irina. More accurately, she's shocked by the unimaginable result. Asahi also had to accept this result. He wanted to ask Soma to return the knife to Saiba, but he had won and deserved it. So, if you want to return it, do it yourself. By the way, Soma asked what his purpose was if he married Irina. It turns out he still has the mind of a child. Saiba once told Asahi that he had lost his passion for cooking until he met his wife. Cooking for others will make our dishes more soulful and delicious. Therefore, Asahi aimed straight for the one who possesses the god tongue, because his purpose was to cook better, not cook for others, completely going against what his teacher wanted to impart. That's due to fate, you can't plan that in advance. Perhaps from now on, Asahi will focus on finding his own unique flavor rather than relying on others to make his dishes perfect. Coming outside, he met Saiba again, the teacher from the past, who is also like his father. After some brain-boosting advice, Asahi decided to leave Noir and roam the world to find his own identity. Who knows, he might find someone he truly wants to dedicate his talent to. Some loyal subordinates also vowed to follow him. They were saved by him rather than joining Noir from the start. Everyone is congratulating Soma on his victory. Even Mana has acknowledged him, so it won't be long before he becomes the winner. But Mana also said that this isn't the flavor she wants yet. Although it's delicious. Damn, how can she demand so much?
Tomorrow will be the final match between Soma and Irina. Who will be the winner of this competition? We just need to wait and see who brings their dish up first to know. But Irina doesn't even bother to congratulate or say a word to Soma. I hate girls like this the most. If you don't want to meet, just avoid it. Why intentionally walk past and be annoying?
Later, this married couple finally had a chance to reunite. After many years of separation, the wife left home due to depression with her tongue, while the husband also left to find the most delicious food to save both his wife and daughter. In the end, these two failed people returned to each other. Let's talk a bit about Azumi's past, because it's somewhat related to the current Asahi. Back in the day, when Saiba left, Azumi almost lost his direction, unable to find interest or passion in cooking, even though it was still very delicious. But then one day, someone criticized his cooking, and that was Mana. She said that the flavor was empty, without any vitality, and that just looking at the chef was enough to understand he was gloomy. From then on, Azumi bitterly vowed to make her praise his food as delicious, and that's how it started. Over time, Azumi regained his inspiration for cooking when he had someone he was willing to dedicate all his talent to. But that talent couldn't keep up with the tongue, and Mana became increasingly bored with her daily meals. They both knew that sooner or later Irina would have to endure the same suffering as Mana. That's why she chose to leave to find a way to save the two of them. And why do I say it's related to Asahi? Because Saiba felt that the two were very similar, at least they were both gloomy, and Mana, when she ate the pastry earlier, had the same feeling as the first time she ate Azumi's food. He also needs someone to take care of him and guide him during this time. But why is it Azumi? If I'm not mistaken, he's the illegitimate child of this guy from who knows when. The movie is really a fantasy. At this moment, Irina is standing alone and thinking about tomorrow. She had intended to hand over everything and trust Asahi. But in the end, Soma was the one who won, but for some reason, she doesn't quite trust her friend. Since she was little, she had often cooked for her mother. And although she felt it was delicious, Mana was different. Her mother only praised it as cute and said she liked it, but never praised it as delicious. From that time on, she always lacked confidence and didn't dare to cook for her mother. But anyway, Irina can't hand it over to Soma. In the match tomorrow, she must win. Finally, the final showdown has arrived. The two young friends, who were once very close, are now extremely tense, or at least one of them is tense. But no one knows that all of this is part of Irina's grandfather's plan, a plan to cultivate a generation of geniuses to save his family's unhappiness. In this match, Mana will be the direct judge, scoring whose dish is more delicious. I wonder if there will be any mother-daughter bias here. The theme this time is a dish that has never appeared in the world. It's even harder than the 5 flavors from yesterday. Soma is thinking about what to mix together this time, while Irina has already started preparing the ingredients. But it's not that she has thought of her new dish, she's just acting on her instincts. We can call it improvising, a spiritual player. Speaking of Irina's grandfather's genius generation plan, he implemented it since Mana left home. He didn't want his granddaughter to have to endure that situation as well, so he researched ancient books day and night, but the ancestors didn't leave anything to help their descendants escape this nonsensical tongue. Finally, he came up with a plan. He would let Irina study at Tatsuki Academy and then go find all the other talented children for the school, with the goal of them becoming obstacles for Irina, so that she would try to overcome them to reach the pinnacle of the culinary world. That way, she could cook to satisfy herself and her mother. An unacceptable plan. Turns out that after 4 seasons of the film, all of this was the plan of this old man, exploiting everyone for his daughter and granddaughter. Praiseworthy or blameworthy, it doesn't matter, as long as the goal is achieved. But will Irina achieve what her grandfather expects, when her mind is now in the clouds, not focusing on her dish at all? Her hands are cooking out of habit, but she's now very panicked, doubting her own abilities in future. She's bound to fall into despair, a future even darker than the life of Sister Dao, a tragic character in Vietnamese literature. At this moment, Soma confidently scoops a spoonful of broth to taste. As expected, it's very bland, not like the usual Irina. If that's the case, he'll cook this dish to awaken her. Soma seemed to know what he should cook, but the theme was a dish that had never appeared in the world before. Could it be that easy? It seemed that this competition wasn't that important. The main thing was for Irina to overcome herself and save both her and her mother. Soma didn't want to see Irina in such a miserable state, he wanted her to return to the beautiful days, to become the arrogant young lady who always criticized others, and to do that, he made this dish specifically for Irina. Everyone was nervously anticipating Soma, but I was too disappointed in this young man. Finishing first meant losing. There was no need to compete anymore. No matter how delicious it was, fate was something that couldn't be changed. Next up was Soma's dish, again something related to chicken eggs. This guy really likes eggs from start to finish. He made another bowl for Irina as well. In fact, this was the dish she had cooked in the previous exam.
It was what had made Soma so angry because it was so delicious. Now he wanted her to eat it and remember that time, then return to being herself. I won't say much more about this dish, because that's all there is to it. It's delicious, but I don't know why it's delicious. Analyzing dishes I've never eaten is really difficult. After trying a bite, Mana felt the difference. She saw that Soma wasn't like the others. He could cook so well because he had someone to dedicate his talent to. And that was Irina, unlike Azumi, who, although he loved his wife and children very much, never cooked a dish that was 100% delicious. Soma, on the other hand, seemed to have no limits. Irina remembered the feelings from before, having overcome countless difficulties together, so this time was just one of them. She ate the bowl of rice with tears in her eyes, secretly thanking Soma for helping her regain her spirit. The person she wanted to cook for the most right now was Mana, the mother who had never praised her cooking, making her feel inferior and afraid every time she did it. But now it was over. Now Irina would cook with all her might to create the most delicious dish in the world to serve her mother. But before that, let's see the new effect of this mother-daughter reunion. A sound was coming from the two of them. It wasn't like the previous times. What other strange effect was this? The sound this time seemed gentler and more airy than before. It didn't make people's clothes fly off, but it gave them a feeling of nakedness that couldn't be more euphoric. Was it a new level of the holy blessing? I don't know what to say about these names that sound so stupid. Even just watching TV was affected, so it's easy to understand. This was a dish so exquisite that through the sound, you could feel what the eater felt, like being in heaven, and the eater was beyond ecstatic, all the way to the roof in the literal sense, guys, because it exploded like this. Whatever nonsense scene had just appeared before our eyes. Irina was still troubled and didn't recognize Soma's dish. On the contrary, she said it was very bad and that she would cook a dish 100 million times better. Finally, Irina had returned to being the arrogant young lady she was before. That was also Soma's purpose in making this dish. He didn't care much about Mana's feelings or these two competitions. Mana also felt that this boy was the one who had saved Irina from the negative things. Now she was cooking for others, so her dish would be very different from before, above all, the joy of cooking and putting all her heart into it. Everyone felt happy seeing Irina's appearance now. It seemed that her grandfather's plan had succeeded as expected. The next day, they held a celebration at the Polar Star dormitory. Soma had won, but it was a victory in the hearts of the fans and in Irina's heart as well, but she still took his button, as I had predicted. Soma was still upset from yesterday. He thought he needed to practice more to open a restaurant, even though with his current abilities, it would be difficult for anyone to match him. Even so, once he had decided, no one could stop him. But today, Irina wasn't there. She was busy at home, reuniting with her family. Today was the day her parents both returned to each other after many years of being apart. The group planned to go to Irina's house to congratulate her, even trying to persuade Soma to come along, but he had left some time ago without anyone noticing, leaving only a small note with scribbled words. Now, let's return to this unstable family. They hadn't been reunited for long when Azumi announced another shocking matter. He realized that Asahi was his illegitimate son from long ago. No wonder they were similar, from their gloomy looks to their dirty tricks. Moreover, they even fought alike when Saiba left. That's why, as soon as Asahi didn't know what to do next, he was welcomed by Irina's family. It's a good thing he's an illegitimate son before marrying, or this father would have been beaten badly. What a terrible person. Overall, this family is quite stable now, with no one wandering outside anymore. Or is there? There's still a future son-in-law, isn't there? Without saying a word, he just left, not knowing when he'll return. Well, it's half a year later, and Soma returned, much more confident than before. Now he was ready to open his own store, and the menu would definitely be much more diverse than before. Oh, but he's still a student at Tatsuki, isn't he? It's not summer vacation. So why did he disappear on his own like that? It seemed that the other students were carrying the burden of the Elite 10 duties and his studies. He wasn't there, but he was still able to pass. Only Soma could do that. But more importantly, everyone was now present. Soma wanted his friends to be the first customers at his restaurant. The video ends here. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave your comments to support the channel. New anime series will be uploaded regularly on 21st Century Anime. Thank you.